Good morning. I am Trenace Riggs, and I'm echoing. School Board Chair, and the time is 9 a.m. Today is the day 2 of the School Board Summer Retreat, and members of the public will be able to observe the School Board Retreat through live streaming on schoolboard.vbschools.com/meeting/live, broadcast on VBTV Channel 47, and on Zoom. Thank you to those that have joined us in person and online. Madam Clerk, please announce those school board members in attendance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in the Holland Road Annex Einstein Lab are Chair Riggs, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Brown, Mr. Callen, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Martin, Ms. Melnick, and Ms. Owens.
Okay, and the school board members not present, again, is Ms. Weems. She's out of town for a family death. And Ms. Manning is here with family vacation, family from out of town. And Mr. Culpepper is with training with work. Okay? So I'm going to review our agenda. At 9:15 to 10:30, the impact of AI, I wanted to say A1, AI on K-12 education. Our Chief Information Officer, David Den, and our Director of Instructional Technology, Sharon Shoebridge, Dr. Sharon Shoebridge, will be presenting that for us. There will be a break at 10:30 to 10:45, or maybe sooner, depending on how well they do and how many questions we have. I will not try to abridge it and change the time. We will stick to whatever time we have. We might have a long break, we might have a shorter one. We'll see. So at 10:45 to 11:15, the school board member, school visit protocols, Dr. Robertson our chief of staff will present that for us. From 11:15 to 12, scheduling opportunities. Dr. Kip Rogers and Robert Jameson and Matt Delaney will be presenting that. At 12 to 1, we'll have lunch, scratch cooking, and the demo food truck. Exciting. And Victoria Harrison, our Director of Food Services, will be here for that. From 1 to 1:45, the end of the year student discipline data and response. Matt Delaney, our Chief Schools Officer, Kip Rogers, Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Kip Rogers, will be presenting that. At 1:45 to 3, our mental health update, Dr. Kip Rogers, our Chief Academic Officer, and Robert Jameson, our Executive Director, Student Support Services, will be presenting that. From 3 to 3:30, the Future of Wellness Days. Cheryl Woodhouse, our Chief Human Resource Officer, will be presenting that. From 3:30 to 3:45, the retreat summary and next steps in our closing. And Dr. Spence and I will be doing that, mostly Dr. Spence. At 3:45 to 4:30, or whatever time we finish, there will be a break, and we'll prepare for the abridged school board meeting. And the abridged school board meeting will start at 4:30. Okay? Any questions? Thank you. All right, so let's start with David Den, our Chief Information Officer, and Dr. Sharon Shoebridge.
Good morning again, everyone. I am simply thankful that I don't have to follow the scratch cooking demo this year because they are a tough act to follow. All right, so we're going to start off our morning easy today and just discuss artificial intelligence. But for some of the new board members, I do want to, because I remember that first day when you received that introduction to all of the departments, I thought it would be a good idea because I don't get to present to you very often, I thought it would be a good idea just to go over again exactly what my role is in the division and also for any of the viewing public. So as the Chief Information Officer, it is my responsibility to provide strategic leadership, planning, and management of technologies used to support all VBCPS systems and processes. As a part of those duties, I monitor for new and potentially disruptive technologies and discuss them with VBCPS leadership. Together, we collaborate on the impacts of the technology and formulate a strategy on how we're going to respond, right? So this is a collaborative effort for all of us together. Depending on the technology and its impacts, this collaboration may include a variety of roles and departments. So we want to make sure we include individuals at the school level, teachers, principals, APs, and obviously administrative staff as well. Collectively, our goal is to get input from all of these individuals to get a comprehensive picture and then determine to what extent it may be necessary to adjust any of our strategic and tactical planning. All right, so overall, that's how we do and how we deal with new technologies and how they might impact the school system. So for the past several months, we've been investigating recent advances in artificial intelligence, or AI. And as the weeks go by and additional AI capabilities are developed, it's very clear that AI is going to have a significant impact on the workplace and educational landscape. One of the key expectations that Virginia Beach parents have of VBCPS is that we are preparing the students that they've entrusted to us for their future. And so as AI is going to have a significant impact on that future, it becomes our responsibility to provide these students, our students, these opportunities to appropriately leverage AI tools to meet those future challenges. So I hope I'm connecting all the dots for you, right? Where we're starting from, why we're here, and why we're having this conversation. So this morning, our goal is to update the board on our efforts to address the potential implications and benefits of artificial intelligence in VBCPS classrooms and offices. One of the goals of this presentation is to bring you into this conversation and to help you understand some of the significant issues that we've been grappling with. So that we're all working from a common foundation, we're going to begin this morning by exploring what is artificial intelligence and how AI's capabilities may impact our staff and their work. Dr. Shoebridge will then join us a little bit later on to discuss our strategic planning around AI, share our draft guiding principles, influences on the classroom, and how we're preparing administrators, teachers, and students. Finally, we'll wrap up with next steps, where we'll be sharing our game plan for the future and look for your input. So, yes, there will be a test. All right, so I heard
May I
somebody
interrupt
struggling.
just for a moment?
Yeah,
This is easy, right? You said we're gonna start the day out easy, but when I looked at the
Yes, we
size of
are.
what you are providing us, I'm like, oh my.
B minus, feels like a B minus.
I was just about to get to that. You have been provided some additional documentation in your packet this morning. This is optional reading if you are so inclined to learn more about artificial intelligence. All right, so in that packet, I just want to go over this briefly. You have a recent report at the state level from VDOE titled AI and the Future of Teaching and Learning. There's also a report there from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy titled Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. That document explores the federal government's thinking on how AI may affect us as a nation and how it can be used equitably for everyone. In order to provide a complete picture, I've also included a report from Gartner Research that broadly explores business, environmental, and societal impacts. Finally, there's one page in there right after the slideshow that is the guiding principles that the VBCPS leadership team has created to help our division understand our motivations and our direction as we explore AI. And Dr. Shoebridge will be covering that in more detail a little bit later on. So again, these resources are provided as optional information because this topic, it's broad, it's big. In fact, at times during this presentation, you might be feeling like, this is just a lot of AI hype. But what I'm trying to do here is to walk a line between being very conservative about the impacts of this new technology. And it's always difficult to know when you have new technology exactly what its impacts will be 3, 5, 10 years down the road, which is what we're all here planning for, right? So I'm trying to balance that between being conservative about those impacts, but also give you the full extent of what we're hearing from other people about the impacts that AI may have. So for example, Gartner Research, now they are one of the biggest research organizations in the world. They work across many business sectors, had this to say as they looked at the influence of AI over the course of the next 10 years. AI will reshape our society at large and influence what it means to be human. It's a light way to start. AI's advances and impact on society cannot be stopped. While AI should not be hyped, it should never be underestimated. We're at the beginning of more breakthroughs. And while we acknowledge the fear that surrounds AI, we emphasize the hope. In their recommendations to business leaders on how to respond to these changes, they say, embrace advances in AI, continue to advance responsibly, experimenting with and developing further innovation. So they are certainly not suggesting that anyone sit on their heels. What we hope to convey during the course of this presentation is that the VBCPS leadership team is cautiously optimistic about the opportunities possible as a result of AI technology. AI development is occurring at a very rapid rate, and it's honestly quite difficult to know where we'll be in the full extent of its impacts in 5 years. But what we are determined to do is continue this conversation and bring us all on this journey together. To make sure that we have a solid foundation for what we're covering here today, let's first explore what artificial intelligence is and what it can do before we then move on to its impact. Now, as a technologist, let me just say, defining AI is complicated. So in your packet, in the report from VDOE, this is the diagram that VDOE uses. It illustrates its complexity, right? But while it represents many facets of AI, for the purposes of this presentation and our conversation today, we're going to use a simpler working definition. Artificial intelligence is a collection of technologies, software, and data that make it appear that a computing device is intelligent. It appears to give a machine the ability to perform the cognitive functions that we would normally associate with a human mind, such as perceiving, reasoning, and learning. So in this context, when I say a computing device, that's a broad term, right? AI is software that can be embedded in lots of different forms. So a computing device could be a robot, it could be your smartphone, it could be a web page. All of these different mediums can be a form of AI. So we've been on this road to AI for a long time. As a society, we've been fascinated with the idea of machines thinking on their own for many years. Our intent has always been to leverage the power of machines to augment our human abilities. It's easy to see that as humans, we get tired. We need constant nourishment. We make mistakes. A machine can execute many tasks, sometimes dangerous tasks, precisely, without error, and without getting tired. We want to be free from the mundane tasks of cleaning the house, so we dreamt of robot maids. We wanted help to explore and augment our abilities when meeting new challenges, so we imagined capable robots alongside us, self-thinking machines to help solve our challenges, whether personal or professional. Their companionship and support helped us accomplish our goals more quickly. But our dreams turn to nightmares when we imagine losing control of our AI creations. We're happy to use AI in the form of a guidance system in our cars, but we don't really think about the privacy that we're giving up as a result of that convenience. We've imagined for decades the dangers of losing the human-AI balance. But to date, our advancements in AI, while they're steady, have been slow. A little bit closer to today, and for the past 20 years, we've lived in a world where forms of AI are all around us. If you've spoken to Siri, Google, Alexa, or been recommended a show to watch on Netflix or a product suggestion on Amazon, then you've interacted with an AI. AI systems provide security for our credit card purchases to prevent fraud. They also prevent unauthorized access with your VBCPS user IDs from Asia when you just logged in from Virginia Beach 30 minutes ago. All of these systems are forms of artificial intelligence. But the most recent significant advances in AI, and the cause of all of this recent AI conversation, is its ability to generate new and original content. So this recent ability is now available because of the convergence of several supporting technologies, and also because of the wealth of digital content that we've made available online. Now, you may have already heard many years ago that all of the content of the Library of Congress, for example, is available in digital format online. Along with that, you also have all of the pictures, audio, video that we've put collectively as a society. We've put all this stuff out on the internet. All of that digital content is used to train an artificial intelligence or software that can learn. All of that content is used to train artificial intelligence in the same way that we might train a student to pick out a cat from a variety of pictures. Now, from software that can learn once it realizes what a cat is and then is able to go and see all of the cat videos and pictures that are on the internet, it is then, generative AI is then able to synthesize a new picture of a cat. For example, all of the pictures publicly available online allow generative AI to do this. One of the pictures shown here is a photo captured by a camera. All of the others were 100% created by AI. They didn't start out as photos and then AI touched them up. Working with an AI picture generator, someone simply typed, for example, create a photo of a grandmother holding a toddler with light streaming through a window. And the AI-enhanced software made a new image. Not a search result that fit the description, but a new image made from software that understands from the millions of images that are available on the internet what the picture of a grandmother with a toddler in that setting might look like. Were you able to pick out which is the photo captured by a camera? Let's see if I can help you out. So if you picked out the photo in pink, you have a better eye than the vast majority of internet users. In 2022, a Colorado man entered this AI-generated image into an art contest and won, fooling all of the judges. AI is already capable of creating song lyrics and music to go with them in the voice of whatever popular artist you would like. The Grammys recently instituted new rules about the use of AI in any submitted musical compositions because it's that good. Generative AI and its ability to create new content is currently turning the arts upside down. If I had time to go into legal ramifications and so forth, there are tons of articles going on right now about what's happening in the arts and people trying to figure out how they're going to get their hands around it. But wait, there's more. AI capabilities and uses continue to make headlines each week. Just this past weekend, we learned that AI is being trained and tested as a doctor by the Mayo Clinic. It can create recipes for peach cobbler, like my wife did. I actually had ran this test with her. She asked AI to create a recipe for her. We made it. Just follow the recipe. It was great. It can also go ahead and create the 5-day workout plan for your body type and goals to recover from the peach cobbler. Not so great. It's being used to manage investments. It's already passed tests such as the medical, law, and business school exams. It aced the SAT and all AP exams. These capabilities present some very serious consequences, not only for our students, but for us as a society at large. To help understand the capabilities and some more possible impacts of AI, we're going to watch a clip from a 60-minute segment about the AI creation of one of the biggest tech companies in the world.
Worldwide, Google runs 90% of internet searches and 70% of smartphones.
We're really excited about.
But its dominance was attacked this past February when Microsoft linked its search engine to a chatbot. In a race for AI dominance, Google just released its chatbot named Bard.
It's really here to help you brainstorm ideas, to generate content like a speech or a blog post or an email.
We were introduced to Bard by Google Vice President Sissy Hsiao and Senior Vice President James Manyika.
Here's Bard. And
The first thing we learned was that Bard does not look for answers on the internet like Google Search does.
so I wanted to get inspiration from some of the best speeches in the world.
Bard's replies come from a self-contained program that was mostly self-taught. Our experience was unsettling.
Confounding, absolutely confounding.
Bard appeared to possess the sum of human knowledge. With microchips more than 100,000 times faster than the human brain.
Summarize the...
We asked Bard to summarize the New Testament. It did in 5 seconds and 17 words.
in Latin.
We asked for it in Latin. That took another 4 seconds. Then we played with a famous 6-word short story often attributed to Hemingway.
For sale, baby shoes, never worn.
Wow.
The only prompt we gave was finish this story. In 5 seconds,
Holy cow. The shoes were a gift from my wife, but we never had a baby. They were...
from the 6-word prompt, Bard created a deeply human tale with characters it invented, including a man whose wife could not conceive and a stranger grieving after a miscarriage and longing for closure.
I am rarely speechless. I don't know what to make of this. Give me...
We asked for the story in verse. In 5 seconds, there was a poem written by a machine with breathtaking insight into the mystery of faith. Bard wrote, "She knew her baby's soul would always be alive." The humanity, at superhuman speed, was a shock.
How is this possible?
James Manyika told us that over several months, Bard read most everything on the internet and created a model of what language looks like. Rather than search, its answers come from this language model.
So, for example, if I said to you, Scott, peanut butter and,
Jelly.
right, so it tries and learns to predict, okay, so peanut butter usually is followed by jelly. It tries to predict the most probable next words based on everything it's learned. So it's not going out to find stuff. It's just predicting the next word.
But it doesn't feel like that. We asked Bard why it helps people, and it replied, quote, because it makes me happy.
Bard, to my eye, appears to be thinking, appears to be making judgments. That's not what's happening. These machines are not sentient. They are not aware of themselves.
They're not sentient, they're not aware of themselves. They can exhibit behaviors that look like that, because keep in mind, they've learned from us. We are sentient beings. We have beings that have feelings, emotions, ideas, thoughts, perspectives. We've reflected all that in books, in novels, in fiction. So when they learn from that, they build patterns from that. So it's no surprise to me that the exhibited behavior sometimes looks like maybe there's somebody behind it. There's nobody there. These are not sentient beings.
Zimbabwe-born, Oxford-educated James Manyika holds a new position at Google. His job is to think about how AI and humanity will best coexist.
AI has the potential to change many ways in which we've thought about society, about what we're able to do, the problems we can solve.
But AI itself will pose its own problems. Could Hemingway write a better short story? Maybe. But Bard can write 1,000,000 before Hemingway could finish one. Imagine that level of automation across the economy.
A lot of people can be replaced by this technology.
Yes, there are some job occupations that will start to decline over time. There are also new job categories that will grow over time. But the biggest change will be the jobs that will be changed. Something like more than 2/3 will have their definitions change. Not go away, but change. Because they're now being assisted by AI and by automation. So this is a profound change, which has implications for skills. How do we assist people build new skills, learn to work alongside machines, and how do these complement what people do today?
This is going to impact every product across every company, and so that's why I think it's a very, very profound technology, and so we are just in early days.
Every product in every company.
That's right. AI will impact everything. So for example, you could be a radiologist. You know, if you think about 5 to 10 years from now, you're going to have an AI collaborator with you. It may triage. You come in the morning, let's say you have 100 things to go through. It may say these are the most serious cases you need to look at first. Or when you're looking at something, it may pop up and say, you may have missed something important. Why wouldn't we? You know, why wouldn't we take advantage of a super-powered assistant to help you across everything you do? You may be a student trying to learn math or history, and you will have something helping you.
Sundar Pichai, he's the CEO of Google, one of the most influential individuals in the world, with the impacts that the tools that his company creates are used worldwide. His question for why AI assistance, his opinion is, why wouldn't we? So a couple of highlights from that 60-minute segment that you can finish on your own. It is available on YouTube if you'd so like to watch that. Bard, the name of Google's AI assistant, does not look for answers on the internet like Google search does. Its replies are unique. Another highlight, as is the case with many technologies that redefine how we work, there are some jobs that will decline over time and other new ones will be created. More than 2/3 of existing jobs will have their definitions changed as a result of AI technology. Now, Gartner Research predicts that by 2033, simply 10 years from now, AI solutions introduced to augment or autonomously deliver tasks, activities, or jobs will result in over 500 million net new jobs worldwide. I mentioned to you that at the beginning of this conversation that in this presentation we want to bring you into this conversation, some of the challenges that we've been grappling with. While AI will definitely bring considerable efficiencies, we are watching how AI software affects VBCPS roles, because over time especially, they may have unintended consequences on the success of our mission. how could we do an AI presentation without talking about ChatGPT? So ChatGPT is currently the world's most famous AI-based natural language processor. And now that simply means that, like Bard, it can interface with you and I, with humans, in a very natural way. You can type very natural language into it, and it will understand what it is that you're trying to say and be able to converse with you. It's very capable, it's very popular. In fact, it had more than 1 million users worldwide in its first 5 days of release back in November, and reached 100 million just 2 months later. Now, in comparison, it took TikTok 9 months to reach 100 million users. ChatGPT did it in simply 2 months. Instagram, huge popular social platform, 2.5 years. Now, you can be confident that if our students, our staff, aren't already using this technology, they will be very soon. Now, I put that, when I made this presentation, I said the most popular app in history. This 2 days ago. That, of course, changed yesterday when Instagram Threads became the most popular app in history. So things are just moving very, very quickly in the world of technology, all right? So one of the challenges that we know we're going to have with this that Dr. Schubert is going to address a little bit, ChatGPT, you should know, its terms of service right now state that it is only for use for 18 and older. But when you want to create an account and use ChatGPT, it does not verify your age. And so we know for a fact that we're going to have situations where students are going to be using ChatGPT and other AI solutions like it to work on schoolwork, and that's something we're going to need to address. Now, as you know, with over 10,000 employees, VBCPS is one of the largest employers in Hampton Roads. We provide Microsoft applications like Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint to all of our staff and to our students to assist them in accomplishing everyday tasks. In today's workplace, these are the standards by which everybody, the tools that we use to accomplish everything. You all are very familiar with using Outlook for emails all the time. So Microsoft has provided some insight on how they are implementing an AI-based tool into these apps based on ChatGPT technology. So they call it Copilot.
For more than 2 decades, I've had the privilege to work on our core productivity apps, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook. In fact, my first line of code at the company was in Excel. And I'm so excited to show you how Microsoft 365 Copilot is coming to life in the products millions of people use and rely on every day. What if the tools could learn how you work rather than the other way around? Copilot unlocks all the richness of these apps through natural language. Let's start with a real-life example, like a high school graduation. My daughter recently graduated from high school, so this is really top of mind for me. Let's say I want to throw her an amazing graduation party. To start, I need to send an invitation to family and friends. So let's put Copilot to work. With a few simple prompts, Copilot understands everything it needs to know to generate a great first draft of the invitation. It's even able to pull in details about the venue from an email I received last week. Now, I have a draft invite that includes the basic information. I can edit this, I can ask my guests to share funny stories, and give them a link where they can upload photos. Now, I think this first draft is a little wordy, so let's make it more concise. With that done, this is my opportunity to create a loving and, let's be honest, a little embarrassing slideshow to celebrate the occasion. I kick things off with Copilot, providing a little information to get started. I add some details about my daughter. I can also change the style so it creates something fun and festive. And Copilot goes to work, finding the right words and searching my OneDrive for the best photos. In seconds, Copilot generates a beautiful presentation with memories, accomplishments, and advice for the future. I can add my own personal touches to it, and Copilot will be at my side. Now, let's look at this slide. I'm really happy with the design, but Copilot didn't quite have what it needed, so I'm going to rework the text. I can then ask Copilot to make it more concise and add images. Okay, now that looks great. On this next slide, there's a part that Copilot didn't quite get right, so I'll rewrite it so that it sounds a little bit more like me. I also want to use a different image here, so I'll just tell Copilot what I want, and Copilot will find it. I can add transitions between the slides, which I always forget, so that when I play the presentation, it looks really polished. Okay, I like how that turned out. Now, I don't know about you, but PowerPoint animations have never been my strong suit. I love that I can do this on my own. The average person uses less than 10% of what PowerPoint can do. Copilot unlocks the other 90%. Now, on to party planning. I'll start with a few details about the event, and once again, Copilot goes to work. With a simple prompt, it creates pages for everything I need to think about to plan this party. Let's say I want to put this plan in a simple to-do list. Boom, done. I'm thinking about what I want to say to my daughter on her big day. Copilot can get me started on a speech. I'm not sure how long I want it to be, but let's start with 3 minutes. I know I want to tell her how proud I am, acknowledge how hard she's worked, how inspired I am by her volunteer efforts, and what a wonderful leader she is. Here's a great first draft. Now, here's an important thing about Copilot. At this point, I decide whether to keep this draft, modify it, or discard it completely. This is a big change in how people interact with software. Okay, so this looks pretty good, but let's add some of the funny stories I collected from friends and family. Let's give it a minute. I can make these stories more playful and add more, but I actually want to make them a bit shorter. Let's get to the punchline, right? There, much better. Now this looks pretty good, but I really want to add my own personal touch, so I am going to edit it. You can see that throughout the writing process, I am always in control. Now, I want to quickly format it to make sure I nail the delivery, and Copilot automatically adjusts the spacing, making it easier for me to read, and adds speaker cues to help me improve my delivery.
So I realize that was fast. And for the sake of time, we did a short snippet here, but you can go watch this on YouTube as well to see the full presentation, and it's actually really amazing. So I hope that you can see from that video just some of the possibilities, the opportunities that are available by using these tools in the workplace and how they'll affect tasks that people work on day in, day out. So a couple of highlights from that video is that humans are always in control. They want to emphasize that while the software is very capable, you can modify any of the output that it creates to suit your voice, to suit your personality. The AI helps leverage the full capabilities of the tool set, right, of those Microsoft tools that you're using. This gives us an idea of what developers are thinking about when they're thinking about that human-AI balance. All right, so I know many of you have a teaching background and you're already thinking about what does this mean for the classroom? So Dr. Shoebridge is going to help us explore that in just a few minutes. So by the way, just to give you an idea of how fast this is moving, so this video that Microsoft released, this was just in March of this year, and they're already releasing these capabilities in the Microsoft toolset this summer. So these recent AI capabilities and the speed at which everything is happening is prompting some concerns from individuals at various levels about the safety of AI systems. Is the information that we're willing to share with AI going to be shared with anyone else? If AI technology is such a game changer, how can we make sure that everyone has equitable access to it? You may have heard of an old saying in technology, garbage in, garbage out. Remember that AI is based, its knowledge base, if you will, is the content on the internet. And not all content on the internet is created equal or free from bias. Legislators at the state and federal level are struggling to fully grasp the impacts of this emerging generative AI technology and make sure that it's implemented fairly. The VDOE report that you have states data sets are used to develop AI. Internet content data sets, right? Internet content is used to develop AI. And when they are non-representative or contain undesired associations or patterns, systemic unwanted unfairness in how a computer detects patterns or automates decisions is called algorithmic bias. Algorithmic bias could diminish equity at scale with unintended discrimination. For decades, constituents have rightly probed whether assessments are unbiased and fair. Just as with assessments, whether an AI model exhibits algorithmic bias or is judged to be fair and trustworthy is critical as local school leaders make adoption decisions about using AI to achieve their equity goals. A February executive order issued by President Biden seeks to strengthen the connection among racial equity, education, and AI to, quote, root out bias in the design and use of new technologies such as artificial intelligence. The White House Office of Science and Technology Policy introduced a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights that provides principles and practices to ensure AI is trustworthy and equitable. In Europe, the European Commission recently released ethical guidelines on the use of artificial intelligence and data in teaching and learning for educators. They're not short with their titles. All of these initiatives, along with other things that are happening at the executive and legislative branches, will guide the use of AI throughout all sectors of society. As is often the case, however, with technology, government regulations from the state and federal levels lag behind technological advances. We see this in drone technology and self-driving car technology. It's inevitable, though, that we will see mandates that will shape the implementation of AI across many sectors, as well as in the classroom. As VDOE says in their report, they encourage educators to be involved in the discussion of these goals, which will shape governmental regulation. VBCPS will be looking for opportunities to be involved in those conversations, and we will bring them back here for discussion as appropriate. Now that we've explored AI's capabilities and potential impacts on society, let's discuss for a brief minute its potential impacts on our staff. As was said earlier, as is the case with many technologies that promise to redefine how we work, there are some jobs that will decline over time and other new ones that will be created. While we acknowledge that AI technologies will automate many tasks, we don't expect wholesale replacement of roles. We do expect that the automation of repetitive tasks will create opportunities for more meaningful work. So let me say that again. As individuals use AI to create efficiencies, it will create opportunities for more meaningful work as, if you will, those mundane tasks that they are required to do as a result of our environment may be automated. The important thing here is that we raise awareness and train staff on how to leverage AI technologies, as similar to using the internet to learn and solve problems, those who know how to effectively use AI technologies are going to be better off in a better position than those who don't. To that end, we've already created websites with content to help staff understand AI capabilities, and we will have AI breakout sessions during the summer leadership and detail conferences. We're also going to be making additional resources available late in the coming months. Dr. Schubert is going to show you some of those details that we've already created for staff here in just a minute. So far, we've discussed what AI is and explored some of its capabilities. We've seen examples of how it will be implemented in the tools that we all use on a day-to-day basis, keeping the balance between human and AI. From there, we've looked into some concerns around AI, how governmental regulations may seek to address those concerns, and how we can be part of that conversation. And finally, we've discussed the impacts on VBCPS staff and how we will help to prepare them for this coming future. So now, to provide some further details on our AI exploration and how it might impact our classrooms, I'd like to introduce Dr. Sharon Shoebridge, Director of Instructional Technology from the Department of Teaching and Learning.
Dave, why don't you see if there's any questions on your part?
You want to pause for questions? All right, sure.
Thank you. All right, so as for someone who grew up with Terminator and the Borg, I have to say that I am a little tentative to be sure. You know, we already see, I mean, obviously this technology is amazing, but you know, we also have concerns about use. We already see kids misusing their Chromebooks, and you know, so I think it's going to be really a task to stay on top of this as it continues to grow, because you know it changes daily. But I do like the fact that I think that we were talking about, you know, bringing in more time to do the proper things that teachers need to do, find ways to shorten that time that they're taking right now to accomplish tasks. I'm excited that this might help with that and really help them improve the efficiency of their day and the PLCs, so I do like that. Is this AI also going to help distinguish, because I know that right now pictures are problematic for us. If kids want to, you know, send pictures back and forth, so that's a problem for us. Is AI going to be able to be more efficient in bringing that oversight? In your opinion?
Yes, 100%. So those same companies that currently provide web filtering technology, which today are basing it off of addresses for websites, AI is already in the testing phases of actually taking a look at the content on the page and being able to interpret whether or not this is appropriate for the viewer.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, in your opinion, I know that you don't know this, but how far in the future is that coming down to?
Within 3 years.
Within 3 years, okay.
Yeah.
And then will we have access at VBCPS for the new technology for Microsoft?
Yes.
By summer?
Yes.
Yes, okay, I like that.
Any other questions before we continue?
Ms. Melnick.
So, as you said, we created this, so this was inevitable. So since it was inevitable, I tried to look at the positive spins. At one point, I turned to Dr. Spence and said, AI is going to cure cancer. There are so many advantages to what we've created and what's to come, and I'm waiting for Dr. Shoebridge. I'm assuming now that the word plagiarism no longer exists.
I'm gonna leave that for Dr.
Yeah.
Shoebridge to address, because I know that she has lots of information with
So
regards
the
to that.
technology that exists now for students, you know, you write a paper, you download that onto a program that will say, yep, that's all yours, or nope, John Smith a year and a half ago at such and such wrote that.
Yeah.
My husband, for fun, drafted a letter to his employees that he never sent. Someone just kind of set him up to do that. And it actually sounded just like my husband, written just as he would have done it with, you know, with heart, but also oddly understanding our business and what we do. And so, yeah, I see, and I also said to Dr. Spence, I see a lot of performance-based things coming because, you know, the written paper may not cut it anymore.
Ms. Martin.
this is a lot. And I thought I'd share with my colleagues and how we're seeing this integrated actually in industry. So the travel industry is embracing AI left and right. Expedia has added AI into its booking engine, so you can tell it where you want to go and at what price point, and it will find the things for you. We have AI writing content. Content is what drives travel marketing, so influencers are using it, magazines are using it. The issue we're finding is that someone has to proof what the AI has put out there. Someone has to go in and check, is this business open at these hours? Do they offer these tours? So fact checking is going to become incredibly important. And reading is still at the core of all of this, So I don't think we can forget that piece, that we still absolutely have to focus on our literacy as we embrace what we're doing here. The other thing I would like for my colleagues to think about is as we lose jobs to AI, we're going to lose payroll tax, which means the state and locality lose revenue. Now, I went out to dinner at Culpeper a couple weeks ago, little tiny Culpeper, Virginia. My waiter was a robot. That's a lost job, but that is a taxable business asset through B-poll tax. So we need to look at how are our revenue streams going to change in the city? How is that going to impact revenue share if that changes how we approach our property tax there? So just some things I want you to think about. This goes beyond education. It worms its way into the workforce. It worms its way into revenue, into our localities, and the ability to pay for public service. But at the core of it all, I love the idea of predictive analytics for remediation and extension. To have a computer be able to tell my son, hey, you're not great at your multiplication tables for 6s and 11s. I'm going to feed you up 6s and 11s, right? I know you know your 5s, 7s, and 9s. That is fantastic, and that's really great use of time for our students. But I want us to really, really consider our focus on literacy going forward. And maybe even to the point where with VDOE, we take a look at increasing minutes for literacy as this rolls out. So, thank you.
I think that's it.
All right.
Miss Anderson, sorry.
You can come on up, but I just wanted to, a couple months ago, actually about 3 months ago, I was visiting with my granddaughter in Tampa, and she's 7 years old, and she loves to have stories read to her at night before she goes to sleep. So my son said, hey, let's try something. He said, I've been doing this for the last couple of nights. He said, she loves it. So she generated three things. And so we put that into the little app that we have for the AI. She wanted a story about unicorns, one good and one bad. She wanted colors in it. And so within 4 seconds, we had a wonderful story about 2 unicorns who were fighting each other, but then they resolved it by coming together and creating different colors. One had lots of beautiful colors. The other one was talking about all black. So the way they put it together was they put the black and the colors together to create shades and made it beautiful, beautiful drawings. And the problem with it was that she got so stimulated because she's very artistic that she wanted to get up right then or right away and draw. So I said, no, let's not do that tonight, but we'll save this story and we'll do that tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And then I, being the teacher that I am, decided that I would take that to a school and read the story to an art class. And so, that's my goal now, is just to get into an art class, read this story to an art class, let those children create stories from it, and then be able to share those pictures with her from a story that she generated the 3 words from. But that's just how, how we can take something like that, so simple, three little concepts, and utilize it, for artistic content, whatever. So I just felt like I needed to share that. But something so simple like that can be utilized in different ways, and we can utilize it further down the road. So.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr.
Thank
Schubert.
you. So I'm Dr. Sharon Shoebridge, and one of my responsibilities is to provide strategic leadership planning and management of instructional technologies used to support our teachers in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. And as we started this exploration in AI, I wanted to just give a little bit of background. So November 28th, ChatGPT is released. December 5th, my team gets an email. So my team are the instructional technology coordinators. We work with all of the ITSs in the schools. And one of our ITSs said, hey, have you seen this new tool? This is really amazing. And we start to dig in, because we know it's coming. It's going to be something that we're working with. Mid-December, Mr. Delaney received an email from a teacher colleague and said, oh my gosh, have you seen this? We have to ban it. New York City banned it immediately. So New York City, as a school division, said ChatGPT is not allowed to be used because of the immediate concern for cheating and plagiarism. That comes up. Teachers, Mr. Din referenced it in his presentation. The immediate concern of how it will be used nefariously, not for good. Dr. Spence started to receive articles. I went to the Future of Education Technology Conference in New Orleans, and that was in January. And every presenter added AI to their presentation. We went to the National Superintendent Conference in San Antonio. Almost every presenter added some component of AI into their presentation. Dr. Spence was doing a panel discussion, and what he was talking about, he didn't talk about, because he changed it up because AI was becoming such a larger part of the conversation, and how powerful to be sitting there as a member of the audience to hear the shift in my superintendent's own conversation from the things that we're learning at this conference, and how quickly it was moving. When we returned from FETC, from the superintendent's conference, Dr. Spence requested an opportunity for senior staff to have a mini retreat to talk about what does that mean for Virginia Beach. It is moving so fast, so quickly, but if we don't stop and say, what do we believe about it? What do we need for it? What are our hopes and fears? It's going to go really fast, or we're going to make knee-jerk reactions like New York City. Now, New York City has since not banned it, but they're never going to live it down, that their immediate reaction was, we're going to shut it down. So there are some assumptions. You know, the banning is going to lead to inequities. Mr. Din referenced some of that. Really, we talked a lot about being open-minded and open-handed with what is AI going to look like in our school division, and what are ways that we can create some guardrails, some boundaries for our stakeholders as we work through this. So just some key actions to date, some things that we have done. I'm going to add this one. So we had a senior staff mini retreat, and some outcomes and some expectations after that mini retreat. Dr. Robertson requested several work groups to then dig further into what is AI going to mean. What does it mean instructionally? So Dr. Rogers and Mr. Delaney are leading a group of central office folks, teachers, and administrators on what does it mean for instruction. Mr. Din is leading a group, what does it mean for operations? The Microsoft Copilot that you just saw. I always think about Crystal Pate when they start talking about Excel and all of the ways that our budget team can be using Excel with the new Copilot. It can make it into a presentation. It can give you a one-pager. So many resources just from that. So we had the conversations about instructional operation. We also are looking at, is there a policy needed? Will there be a school board policy needed that addresses new and exciting technologies, but how we handle and process those? So that's something we have to consider. And so again, school board input is important for us to determine what our next steps are. During the mini retreat, we talked a lot about what are our hopes and fears. So I was fortunate to be invited, and my comment was, I don't want us to not be paying attention because iterations are happening so fast. So ChatGPT 1 came out in November. By the time we had the mini retreat, ChatGPT 3 was already available. So things were moving quickly. I didn't want us to not be engaged because all of a sudden we're beyond change. So think about the first phones and now think about an iPhone 14. If you didn't have any experience in between, you don't really appreciate the iPhone 14. Kids have no idea about pressing the buttons to get the letters that you wanted when you were trying to text something. So we talked a lot about the guiding principles, which is a document I'm going to point you to in just a second, but also who are the stakeholders, and really thinking about that analysis and activation of our stakeholders to either understand and begin to be aware of it, to believing it and using it and utilizing it within their work on the daily. Dr. Spence addressed it with principals in a citywide meeting in April, and while he was speaking, one of our media, Julie Braley, was typing in ChatGPT for the principals to see how quickly it could generate a response. And then also the opposite perspective. So it generated this response. He asked it to say what would be the opposite viewpoint. It generated the opposite viewpoint. How amazing now for a teacher. I have two perspectives of a situation for my students to now discuss. I didn't have to spend any time creating that. So I know yesterday we talked about teachers' time. So as I go through this, I'm going to try to highlight how we're seeing the potential of this to leverage opportunities for teachers to save some time. And again, like I said, there's going to be, it's actually policy, looking at drafting school board policy to address new AI, including the generative AI. So this is, we use this chart looking at time and the degree of support. Right now, you know, for Mr. Din and I, we're looking for awareness, understanding, accepting that this is coming. You guys may be in acquiring, applying, internalizing. As Ms. Martin shared, she's aware of this happening in multiple facets beyond education. So this is more than just what's happening in schools. But then we have teams and we have people that are already looking into the future. How might we be really using this for curriculum design, for remediation? Yesterday, one of the things Ms. Martin asked about was how do we have plans for teachers that can show remediation or extension of an activity? Please take this, right? I mean, you're typing it into ChatGPT. Can you please level this reading passage as a 400 level Lexile, a 600 level Lexile, an 800 level Lexile? Now I have 3 different Lexiles of the same topic for my teachers, for my students. And the teacher didn't have to rewrite it, plop it into ChatGPT. I'm not saying it's as simple as that, but I'm saying we're looking at ways that we can leverage that. Another component, when we were in our meeting, Dr. Bannicky, the important message for Dr. Bannicky on the opposite side. So I'm saying, oh my gosh, we have to make sure everybody's doing this and we can't not do it quickly enough. And she said we have to make sure every stakeholder is engaged. So in opportunities we've had since March, we are trying to share the guiding principles with multiple stakeholders so that there's a lot of input. And this isn't something happening to teacher staff. This is, we're all in this together. How are we going to move this forward, and what is our mission and vision as a team? So in your packet, Mr. Din, the one document I care about, not the big packet, is the guiding principles document. Can you all please find the guiding principles document? It's the one-pager. Probably looks a little bit like this. So I'm going to go through that with you because I just want you to understand some of our thinking behind this. And we grounded our guiding principles in the core values of Virginia Beach. And as you know, the first core value of Virginia Beach is putting students first. And so I am going to go down a rabbit hole just for a minute, but this is very important to me. The generative AI and the student data privacy, we don't quite know all that it collects from our students' data. And the Office of Instructional Technology's recommendation is right now that this is not available for students. Dr. Bannicky and I went out to ODU on Friday and we met with Dr. Helen Crompton. And Dr. Helen Crompton is a national, international expert on AI. She actually was just with the United Nations, working with the United Nations on guiding principles for AI. She was telling us like all the places she's about to travel. And one of the things that we were talking about is I was sharing my concern about what AI collects. And so give me a moment because I think it's important for everybody, including our parents and our colleagues at home, to understand. If you haven't watched on Netflix the Social Media Dilemma documentary, it was very eye-opening for me. But AI is even scarier, and I think the social media dilemma is pretty scary. So you know when you log into something, it says this website collects cookies, and you have to accept or decline.
Right.
Okay. So most of the companies that we interact with in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, there's a software approval process. And one of the questions is, can we request our data to be deleted? And that matters to us, that if we can't request our data to be deleted, we're not going to move that software application forward. Because we're protecting our students. That for me that's critical. When I think about Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, they collect cookies, but they're tiny cookies. They're like the little chips in the cookies. And if you ever, so I'll tell you a story. Right now I'm trying to change the algorithm of my children's Instagram. So I keep sending them quotes and inspirational messages and what to do when you get to college and how to make friends, right? So I send them those things. And they don't like them. And I'm like, girls, why aren't you liking them? Because if we like them, that'll start to show up in our feed. My feed is full of cat videos and people getting scared. And cats getting scared. Those are the things my kids send because I laugh because I can't help myself. Now my feed is full of that. It's easy enough to manipulate that. It's easy enough to change that. And when I think about some of our students and things that are happening is because they're liking a video, they're liking another video, and then that's all that is being shown to them is that one perspective or that one image. Dove right now has a commercial out about young girls and image. I know I'm really down the rabbit hole. But it's really important to me to distinguish the difference between those cookies that are being collected because I can request my data back. AI, it becomes assimilated. And it's really the cookie monster. It is pulling everything it can from us. And our students who are going to use it are not going to think, because they're 13, 14, 15, about what they're putting in. And AI is absorbing all of it, and it's becoming it's assimilating. So think about a child. Both parents are feeding information into that child. You can't then say, I want the one parent's information out of the child. It can't, because now that child has assimilated both parents. I am very cautious about what generative AI is collecting as far as data. So we are excited, I say that because we are excited about ways we can use it with our teachers to leverage work, to help them with their work. But we now have the ability to turn something on for teachers and not for students. And so as I'm going through this, I want you to understand our team's slower role on allowing students to have access to this while we are still learning about it. And with that, so I'm going to go through the guiding principles. And as you go through that with me, if you have, because I'm watching the time too, if there's something you really like, please put a star next to it. If there's something you're wondering about, please go ahead and mark that, because again, you're an opportunity for Dr. Bannicky, Natalie Allen, and I to collect data about the guiding principles and how we're going to move forward. So our guiding principles, again, thinking about our core values, we were going to, as students, when we get to a place where high school students, and it would be high school students only having access, looking for ways that we can engage learning opportunities for students, looking for ways that we can help students see appropriate use and time for the tool. I think a mention earlier was we're going to change really sort of pedagogically what we are assessing and how do we collect knowledge of our students' understanding that isn't the written paper at the end. Sure.
So, when I was in high school, computers were just starting to really be popular. And so it was a situation where we'd have to go to a computer lab to be able to access any kind of use of a computer. So is this the direction we're looking at for high school students, creating a lab type of situation?
We are not there yet. So ChatGPT, for example, it was 18 and older until about March. March, they said 13 and up with parent permission. We have to work with docile, with our teachers, with our administrators. How would we collect parent permission? The other dilemma we have is we can't turn it on for one student or two students. If we turn it on, it would be turned on for all students. So we want to really understand the implications of that before students would have the ability to log in using the Google, using their
Well, I guess my question would be more like, you have computers here at the school only with it, like an admin type of login to the computer. The teacher would log them in to use that. I feel like that's the only way we can kind of create that control type of.
It could be.
Yeah.
We haven't even thought beyond that. But that's a great point. Thank you. That's a good consideration. Again, as high school students begin to use the AI tools, we want to ensure the equity of access and making sure that the tools are being used in an inclusive manner. Mr. Din referenced some of this earlier. And when Mr. Din and I were talking about this, we talked about, you know, this is an option. This is not a mandatory thing for teachers to use AI, and it seems inequitable. And I said, I still have teachers using Google Classroom and not Canvas. I mean, there's going to just be some teachers that are comfortable where they're comfortable, and we have to be okay with that because the students will get it from another teacher in another setting if that's the direction that we go. When we look to seek growth, one of the ideas we have around this is really giving teachers the flexibility and the space to explore. Understanding that, somebody said it earlier, I think Ms. Martin said it, we have to be able to validate the output of the tools. You know, the internet is lovely and it has great information, but really at the end of the day, it is just a draft. The person on the co-pilot talked about it. There has to be the end user who is really looking at what is the output and does it align with what I'm asking for? Does it align with what I'm doing? But how can we also share what we're learning about it? How do we share, I found this new tool, is this something that we can use? And we want that to be open for our teachers. We also want to recognize leveraging AI to support human efforts, and we talked about Time for Teacher yesterday. I'm going to show you in a second several examples of how we've already been using it, trying to show teachers how to leverage that. And again, that idea of being open-minded and open-handed, there's going to be issues. Again, if we keep it staff, teachers only, we as adults can figure out what are the challenges that we're facing. When we add the student group into that, it makes it a little more difficult to sort of mitigate some of those issues. Again, doing great work together. Recommend a great tool. Again, we're encouraging our staff if they find something beyond the ChatGPT or the Copilot, if they're finding other things, we want them to generate those ideas with us. And again, at the end of the day, it is going to be working with the Department of Technology to ensure the safety and security of our students and staff. I can't emphasize that piece enough. And then finally, you know, placing the priority on capturing and reflecting multiple perspectives. So Ms. Anderson just gave an amazing story that goes right along with one of our goals, is to create a gallery of examples. So as a teacher creates a prompt from a ChatGPT idea, creates the lesson plan, but then to also share what does it look like when my students actually did it. So this is what I put in, this is the lesson plan I wrote, and now here are pictures of how my students engaged with that task, because then teachers can see, oh, I could use it in all of these different ways.
So this has to do with what we were talking about yesterday, teacher time. And so I just want to make it clear. So are we basically stating that if teachers utilize AI to generate their lesson plans, for example, which, you know, we know that if they give them, if they put in their objectives and their goals and what type of assessment they want, they might just have to put in a couple of things. AI could generate the entire lesson plan. And so are we saying that's okay? That, I mean, for teachers that are listening and watching right now, feel free to use this to generate your lesson plans? Is that what we're saying?
Certainly. Ms. Anderson, and I'm going to show you in just a second, I promise I'm getting there, some examples of how we've already done that. We had a teacher at Red Mill Elementary School. They were trying to do some compare and contrast, and the teacher put in, I'm looking for different passages on comparing and contrasting, printed out 4 different Lexiled levels, passages, the kids were using it. Again, one of the things I'm going to show you is sort of that, how do you put in the prompt? How do you make sure the prompt is meeting your needs? So ensuring you're saying, Virginia Standard of Learning 4.6, yada, 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 and 2 performance tasks, like that you're being clear in what you're asking for. I certainly would recommend and support a teacher using this to leverage their work. Again, the point at the end is, does this align with our vision as Virginia Beach City Public Schools? Does it match our curriculum focus? But if it does and it's helping the teacher do work, then I think that's a fabulous resource.
You know, you can take hours writing lesson plans.
Yes.
coming up with the ideas and,
Yes.
and AI could generate it in a couple seconds.
Yes.
So this really could be a major time saver for our teachers out there. So,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. We're gonna go over, and I'm really sorry. So, go back to 1995, chatbot. That was the first opportunity for people to interact with machine learning and get some information. How many of you had a Roomba? I actually had one of the first Roombas. It was amazing, and then it wasn't. I'm like, all it does is push the cat hair around. This is not helping me out. Siri, how many of you Siri or Alexa? Do you remember when Watson was on Jeopardy and Watson beat everybody on Jeopardy? And that was 2011. I really felt like that was just like a couple of years ago. That seemed too long ago. Photomath, if you have students that are in calculus, Photomath is your best friend. I, as a parent, encourage the use of Photomath because I can't help anymore. ChatGPT came out in 2022, and what is next? So it is ever evolving, this work. And so just a quick thought, do you all think that AI has a place in our work in the school division? Yes or no? Do you think AI has a place? Ready or not, here we go. That's, yes, yes.
Ms. Brown?
Okay, so I think that AI is here. And my main concern is about making sure that our students are excelling academically and able to think critically instead of plugging prompts into AI. And so, you know, especially when you talk about the privacy part, I also have concerns about their ability to excel in different topic areas. And when you're plugging something into AI, you're not really thinking as critically about that particular topic. You are getting technology to do it on your behalf. So we need our students to be able to be good at more than just technology. However, and I don't say this as a criticism, but so recently we had graduations, and there was a speech that was very good by one of our graduates, and he thanked ChatGPT for helping him write his speech, and all of the students, you know, uproared and laughter. So the truth is there are challenges already because our students are using this, and so that poses the next question. Do we have any programs available to us at this point where, you know, in colleges use stuff like Turnitin for plagiarism, where we can determine whether or not a chatbot wrote the paper or portions of the paper? Is that something that's available, or is that something that we're going to be looking for and looking to the future to kind of wait?
So there is something called the Turnitin. There's also ChatGPT Zero. When Dr. Bannicky and I met with Dr. Crompton at ODU, one of the things she said is neither one of those products has any value. We have had examples of students who have written a paper and Turnitin has said that it was, 47% plagiarized. And one of the students in their defense of it was, George Washington was the first president. I'm just stating a fact, but ChatGPT caught it, or the Turnitin product caught it as a plagiarized statement. Because it is getting all of this information and it's compiling all of this information, we have students who are actually writing their own, because I'm sitting in class, my teacher is telling me things, I'm processing and I'm putting it down on paper, that because it also lives out there in other general knowledge, that it's being flagged as something that was plagiarized or that the student is cheating. One of the things that we talked about that teaching and learning, the conversation in teaching and learning that we have to grapple with is what is the assessment we're actually asking our students to do? So your point of the critical thinking, the problem solving, how do our tasks shift from just writing a paper to other tasks that are going to demonstrate my knowledge to the teacher, because we now have tools that could make this easier. When Dr. Spence started in our school division, Google, just about that time, Google was really becoming a very popular tool. And one of his challenges to the Department of Teaching and Learning was, if you can Google the answer, then we're not asking the right question. So how do we change what we're asking our students to really get them to demonstrate what they understand, and that paper, pencil, is not, does not have the same necessary value. Now, if I want my students to write, because I do think writing is critical, I do think being able to write and organize your thoughts is so important, especially for our younger kids as they're learning to read, making that connection between what I'm reading and what I'm writing and what I'm reading, then that's what's done in class. And maybe some of the other activities are flipped ideas or things that you can watch at home. But what I'm doing with my students is that writer's workshop, if I really want to see that they're writing and that they're critically thinking about what we're doing in class. So some of it has to be the pedagogy and what we're asking our teachers to do with our students, because these tools are coming out at such rapid pace. I recognize there are going to be families who make the choice at home to allow their child to set up a ChatGPT account because they're not 18. I can't control that. What I can control and what I can try to control is what happens inside our school division, but also how do we leverage with teachers how they can show their students how ChatGPT might be beneficial, right? So again, how can we teach it without students actually being in it? The gentleman, Mr. Hodges at First Colonial High School, is currently using it with his AP Lit students. Lang, I can't remember which one he does, but thank you, AP Lang. And so he'll put up two things side by side that ChatGPT generated. The kids will discuss it Socratic seminar style. So there are ways for us to use it while also helping kids understand the ramifications of it, but also how do we really ask our teachers to do assessments and assignments that are going to get better understanding from their students.
Right. And so I appreciate that. So the real answer is no. There's no, say, database where somebody turns in something that was produced, and I see a head shaking in the back. So we don't have that available to us at this time, and I imagine something like that will be forthcoming for educational institutes. So.
No, actually, just to respond to that.
No.
What the folks who are dealing with generative AI will tell you is that there'll never be a system that can catch up to what generative AI can.
Okay. Well, all right, so that's gonna be something we're gonna have to work with and figure out how to manage. And again, if parents, and I know that I come around, so if parents make that decision at home, that's one thing, but as a division, I don't want to make decisions for families that put people's children potentially at risk. I do not, I think we should be leveraging this for our staff. There is I'm actually particularly interested in AI, and I've dabbled in it a little bit and watched a lot of videos and whatnot. And I think there is a lot of room to utilize it, so long as we're ensuring that our staff is taking the time to review what it produced, because it's not 100% faultless. Like you saw here, they had to edit in this PowerPoint. So anyway, that was all I want to say is, it's here, our kids are aware of it, and kids pick up on technology faster than, say, I do. So I just think that we definitely need to make sure we stay on top of it. So I appreciate this update. Thank you.
Sure.
Continue.
I know what I'm feeling.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
If we don't have a break, we don't have a break. This is, to me,
I know,
this
but
is
they're all
very,
behind me looking at me like we're not getting
that's
a break.
okay.
Sharon, hurry
It's
it up.
very important for us to hear this, okay? So this is first
I know, I'm
and,
feeling the pressure.
don't feel it.
Okay.
Okay, look at us.
All right, I'm
'Cause
gonna
it's
stay looking at
first
you.
and foremost, we need to hear this, okay?
Yes, Ms. Woodhouse, how you doing? All right, so, not sure how many of you were teachers when calculators first came into classrooms, and how many of you remember what was the response? You're not going to have a calculator in your pocket. How many of you have a calculator on your phone? I stand there in the grocery store all the time. They're going to cheat. It's some of these, that's the first response. Google Translate. World language teachers across the world very upset about Google Translate, because now the student can write their paper in French and You don't know that they've done it themselves or if Google Translate did it. Google in general, the talk to text, how can you type with your voice? Now all of a sudden I can open up Google and I can, as I'm talking, it's going to do all the typing for me. I don't even have to use my fingers. Wolfram Alpha, this was the first time I was in teaching and learning. Wolfram Alpha was like the rage, and teachers were very upset about Wolfram Alpha because it was the first opportunity for kids to plug in a math problem and it gave them all the answers. And I was like, this is amazing. I didn't get the same reaction from teachers, and I understand it, but I feel like all of these are opportunities for us to then change our practice, because now this tool exists, and now how do we change our practice to really know that our kids understand? This is a picture of PhotoMath. Again, I shouldn't be up here touting some of these programs, but what I loved about PhotoMath is it actually shows the student the steps. So it doesn't just give them an answer, but it says, here's the stop of the problem, here's how you solve that problem. And now, of course, with ChatGPT, all of these are disruptors. All of these are things that challenge how we think teaching and learning should happen in our classrooms, how we think our teachers should be delivering, how we think our students should be showing us the answer. And so all of these have forced us to change what is it I'm really asking my students to demonstrate or produce. And so the time you've all been waiting for, let's explore some of the ways that we have been already playing with ChatGPT in our department. So here's an example. As a curriculum expert, create a PBL scenario that is unique to the erosion problem in Virginia Beach, Virginia for 4th grade students. And what happened immediately is there were 10 opportunities. Here are different ways that you can create PBL scenarios for your students. I don't know if you've ever sat in a PLC, teachers are bouncing ideas off each other, trying to generate something that aligns to the objectives that's going to be meaningful for students. And now all of a sudden we've done this. Now instead we're looking at the 10 options saying, okay, which one of these makes the most sense for our students or where we are? Or the inclusion teacher might say, I'm really going to use this one because I have kids really interested in gaming. And another teacher might say, oh, my students are really into sports. We talk about sports all the time. But now they're all aligned. But now a teacher can say which one is going to meet the needs of their students, still aligned with what they're doing with their colleagues. Another example, as a high school biology teacher, create a 5E lesson plan for students to engage with how natural events and human activities influence local and global economic systems and may affect the flora and fauna of Virginia. So key vocabulary has been included. What exactly we're looking for, the 5 E's, we're talking about biology, and now here's the 5E lesson plan. And that will open up, and when you open that up, it gives you the full lesson plan for the teacher. Start to finish, the materials you need, activity 1, all the way through. I loved this example. This is a 5th grade teacher, so if you go on Twitter and you do hashtag ChatGPT, you can see a lot of examples of what teachers are doing throughout the Twitterverse. I loved this teacher. He was using ChatGPT to write original stories about his students, exposing them to new vocabulary words each week. And so here was the prompt template that he had. Write a story about this student, what the Lexile level should be, and must include in the dialogue these vocabulary words. And then every week there was a story about Stacy, then there was a story about Kim, and then Beverly had a story. And so the kids suddenly were like, oh my gosh, the story is about me, but it had the vocabulary and how quick for that teacher to produce that. We had an active learning grant this year, and we had to work with, I'm gonna forget who this was through. It had to do with PE, and we were looking at ways that we were engaging students with physical activity with this active learning grant. But we had to have outputs, and the teachers that were using this were struggling. We had just a couple of schools, younger grade level students, and we were trying to come up with strategies and examples for lessons. And one of my teammates said, oh my gosh, we should be putting this in ChatGPT, and had multiple examples and multiple lessons, including, if you can see, include the movements in the poem, walk, jog, run, right? Because that was what they were focused on, is that active learning. And now it created this adventure of Bridget and Carl, and a poetry that included the key vocabulary. So I'm going to pause on this one for a second, because this is where it becomes important. It's really about what you type into the prompt that's going to give you the information that you need. So all of you have identified, you want to make sure that what you're getting as the output is actually aligned or matches what you're trying to do. It helps on the front end if you're very intentional and specific about what you put in. So what's the role? Who is the audience and what are the details that you're looking for? So as a math expert, there's your role. Explain probability to 11-year-old students. So my audience is 11-year-old students and I'm needing to explain probability. And I want 3 examples in the form of a story. Because that, again, on an SOL test, the story problems are the ones that are the hardest for our students to work through because you have to understand the story to get to what the math actually is. We have a chart to spark ideas for folks on what that prompt engineering could look like. And in a second, Regina's going to help me get to the website, and I'm going to show you several examples that we already have for teachers of what prompts could look like and what the output from ChatGPT is. But we are spending time with our teachers, our instructional technology specialists on how to be rad, because that role audience details will save them time if they put in the prompt up front, really what they're looking for. You can always go back in and make it simpler, or you can add Lexile levels as you go. So again, yesterday, that conversation about teacher time, I feel is very timely to this presentation. There are some definite educator wins with AI and ChatGPT specifically. We use a product called No Red Ink at secondary. We had a 7th grade teacher plug in the No Red Ink rubric, and then all of his students' work. And within minutes, ChatGPT had graded all of his students' work through No Red Ink, aligned with the rubric, and actually gave feedback he said I wouldn't have thought of, and it was really good feedback. He didn't use all of it, but it saved him time to then go back and look at the students' writing to say that feedback is important. This one wasn't as important for what we're teaching at the moment. But think about that time. I have 150 students. I'm a 7th grade English teacher, and now I've saved myself because I've graded in 5 minutes instead of the hours it would have taken me. Creating assignments and rubrics, one of the benefits my team is finding is the thought partner, putting something into ChatGPT and getting something back, and then refining it and sort of going through a process of narrowing down what we're looking for and how we can make it better and how we can improve upon that. Again, that idea, Ms. Anderson, of lesson plans, that idea of generating ideas and supplemental resources like, how do I remediate this task? How can I enrich this task for those students that are already beyond that? And I'm just going to come back around to our cautionary considerations. This is something David Din's team and I, we meet bi-weekly, and we talk a lot about what is happening in the division and how we can make sure we are putting the right things forward for our staff and our students. That accuracy and reliability of information will always be something we mention in a training. We want to make sure that everybody knows just because it outputs doesn't mean it's exactly what you're looking for. That privacy piece will continue to be a concern. Worrying about bias and that what is coming out may be very limited in scope. How do you say, give me the alternate perspective? And understanding that multiple perspectives should be sought. The idea of borrowing information and giving credit, it's difficult with ChatGPT because it is assimilating all the information and processing it and putting it together for you. So how can it specifically say, well, I got this sentence from this one place? Sort of like a child. You know, the child can't say, my mom taught me that or my dad taught me that, because sometimes it just is like, I don't know, in our house, this is what we do. It's hard to say which is the person it came from. And again, that component of alignment to goals, to ensuring that as we're having our teachers and our staff members use it, that we're still maintaining that alignment to our expectations in Virginia Beach for rigorous and relevant curriculum, for students to be producing works of substance and to stay on that track for future ready. So Regina, can you pull up So I wanted to share with you, this is the start of a website that we have created for Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and the guiding principles for AI. The first page is really, this is who Virginia Beach is, and it lists a little bit lower. Regina, if you could scroll just for a second. Probably have the keyboard and I could do this, but I'm afraid I'll. We listed the guiding principles that we've identified with you this morning. And as we make changes to those, this website will obviously be updated, and we'll make sure that this information stays relevant. And what I wanted to share with you is the Instructional Explore Board. This is something that we've put together to give teachers a place to start exploring how AI might help them. And at the top row, we put stars because we felt like if somebody was brand new to this and just getting started, we wanted them to see, oh, here would be some places for you to dabble first if you wanted to understand or see how this might help you. If you, over to the left, there is a button that says Prompt Engineering. Nope, I'm sorry, Regina, I'm still inside of the, yep, right there. If you click on that chart for me. These are all examples of prompts we have put in to ChatGPT that are aligned to our curriculum, that are aligned to things that our teachers would be doing. And if you see that it says link, ChatGPT now has a feature that we can link out whatever we came up with in that prompt. So I'm a teacher, I could say, well, I'm a literacy coach and I'm getting ready to discuss Shiloh by Phyllis Reynolds Naylor, and I need 5 inference questions. If I click on that link, I already have that information. Now, I could copy that and paste it into ChatGPT because I have a different book and I'm looking for something different. But I now have a link that I can see what that lesson plan could look like or what that work could look like. We're also at the bottom, you can see we've gone from just here all the examples we have, but there's simple to complex prompts, and also we then broke it down into subject area because, again, if I'm an English teacher, I just want to see the English prompts. And so again, we've tried to, and we will continue to modify this as we learn things from our staff. Can you go back to the front page for me? Over on the left in the navigation bar, we have examples of prompt engineering. There are discussion questions because we know as building principals are getting ready to discuss this with their staff, or instructional technology specialists are leading groups in their building. We wanted to make sure there were some discussion questions to be thinking about why and how the benefits of AI will work with them. Sometimes you need that, again, a prompt, something to get you going to talk about its benefit. The guiding principles in multiple groups have led us to have an FAQ, so that is available, as well as a glossary of terms. And then also we have a place for non-instructional staff, and we will start to work with David Din and his team to build out resources for non-instructional staff. They could certainly use all of this as a way to get themselves engaged and started, but we know there would be more specific things, for example, that budget might be using or HR might be using that would be different from the instructional side. Okay, at this time, I think I'm turning it back over to Mr. Din.
Thank you, Dr. Shoebridge. We appreciate that, and I really appreciate you guys working through your break here with us. We've had a lot that we've covered this morning. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I just want to restate again where we started with this morning, right? We, VBCPS, are cautiously optimistic about what AI brings to the table and the possibilities that we have both in the classroom and in our workplace now as a result of it. So next steps, we were interested in your input. And I think we've already been getting it, which is great. We appreciate that. There's already a policy that we are in the works of creating. That we'll be bringing that to the PRC to get reviewed and get your input on prior to getting that instituted. That will help guide us for new technologies, including AI. As I've already said, we're already creating resources to train our staff and to be able to get those staff innovators, those teachers who are interested in using AI in the classroom. We're already creating those best practices for them to be able to do that work organically. All right, so I appreciate your time again this morning. We are happy to open it up to any other questions that you may have.
Okay, Ms. Melnick.
Just a comment. So Dr. Shoebridge, you mentioned twice that, sorry, I kind of really dig Dr. Spence, and I heard you say twice that in 2014, Dr. Spence challenged this division with Google and creative thinking. And so creative thinking has always been part of EBCPS. And then you mentioned it again when you said that he brought forward all of this stuff for AI. And so I always appreciate visionaries. I appreciate really good leadership and challenges. And so you guys have answered. I want you to know that I can see that in this presentation, that you are on top of this. Virginia Beach has always been ahead of the curve. We've always been charting the course. And clearly with this presentation, we are leading the way. And I appreciate the work that everyone is doing to be on top of this and to be prepared. And that last, what you had Regina pull up, and oh my gosh, you guys are so on top of this. And your presentation is starting to rival Dr. Bannicky. She's a little cheeky like you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
I'm so excited because, we spent like 35, 40 minutes yesterday talking about how we could, find ways to help teachers utilize their time better. And I honestly, if we'd had this first, we could have actually said, okay, this is going to be I think it's going to be a huge time saver for our teachers. I'm so excited about this and the use of it, and the way that teachers can utilize this with just writing their lesson plans and getting ideas this is going to give them ideas that they may not have even thought of when they were trying to come up with ideas for, writing a lesson plan. So this just thrills me because I feel like it's going to be the biggest time saver that we could ever come up with. So I'm thrilled, and I can't tell you how thrilled I am that we are leading the way in this particular area. Maybe we're not the only school division in the country to do this, but I can tell you that even just having this presentation this morning is leading the way in the Hampton Roads area. So thank you so much for all you have done and for helping us lead the way on this.
I know, I'm just going to speak just for a quick second. I know that Dr. Bannicky went to a conference. Dr. Robertson was just at a conference talking about AI and recognizing that there's a lot of divisions not even approaching it. We already have guiding principles, and we're already thinking about what might a policy be. Yesterday, Ms. Anderson, I had a moment where I thought, oh, I wish AI went first, and then I appreciated actually hearing what teachers needed, so I could write, as I'm writing notes, going, okay, well, I am going to address that tomorrow. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. So kind of having their needs first actually was a little bit helpful to make sure I address those things in this. But I agree, it's very exciting. It is very exciting.
Yeah.
Ms. Owens.
Thank you. I share excitement about curriculum writing and time-saving things. I have a question about how our Securely software is going to be able to integrate and keep up with our possible GPT before we obviously get to the rollout for students. Are we confident that our Securely is going to be able to pick up, flag, or block certain information from kids? I was kind of researching as we went along, and I saw that the medical GPT, which is separate, did have some instances of telling patients to go ahead and kill themselves when they were talking about suicide. This one is different, and I know that there are some differences there, but I'm curious what it would look like if students asked questions to ChatGPT, like, how can I run away? Or what's the most painless way for me to die? What's the best way to hide a camera in bathrooms? What kind of information ChatGPT, the most powerful, thinking engine, is going to give to our kids, and how we're going to be flagged and aware?
Sure, great question. At this point, what I'll tell you is there are no capabilities in Securely or any other software right now that can effectively filter whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's BARD, or other AI solutions that students may choose to use. There's nothing that, once it allows you access into that platform, can then filter what the results are. So at this point in the game, there is nothing to do that, which is why our stance is at this point, until we feel a little bit more comfortable about this, we're simply gonna hold the door, if you will, before we let students into this, right? We just have to think about this generation of students is the first generation that has this level of artificial intelligence connected to the knowledge of the world to be able to work with. So there's going to be some things along the way that we want to be very careful about. As Dr. Schubridge has given us examples, we want to be very careful about those things before we open the doors and give them full access to that.
Absolutely, thank you. And I have confidence that we will fully explore all of those possibilities. I think it's excellent resource for our adult teachers, staff members. Still some concerns about the
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. So currently too, ChatGPT has been unblocked, so a teacher can log in to ChatGPT with their school email address. Students cannot. So if a student tries to get there, it'll say securely has blocked this and you don't have access. So again, it would be off-site. Again, how do we deal with that? And that's another concern. But on-site, we have blocked it so that staff could access it, but students cannot.
Perfect, and that's where I assumed we were, and that we would be for a while until we could figure out how to handle those things. And then my other comment is just kind of the underlying concern that has been mentioned multiple times on the clips about kind of the garbage in, garbage out piece that we have to be aware of, and the need to make sure that we are still having a focus with our staff on being aware enough to recognize our own implicit bias so that they will be intuitive enough to then screen the materials that they are generating for curriculum, et cetera, and be able to adjust accordingly, because I think that will be important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to thank you very much. I think this has been, I know that Ms. Anderson and I went to an AI, there was the speaker at the VSBA conference was speaking on it, and it scared the heck out of both of us. I was like, oh my God, I don't even want to be around with this. So what you've done, like Ms. Melnick said already, and you've got that page ready, I think is, and I'm so confident you guys have it and have the safety for our students and for our school system. So I can't feel more comfortable than to have the two of you partnered up doing this for us. Thank you very much. I so appreciate it. I know we all do.
Oh, and I just wanted to say, I kind of made fun of this, but thank you. Thank you, because it took time to generate all of this also, and I will eventually read through all of it.
Oh, I just want to say, I'll be reading it on the airplane on Friday. I have a long ways to fly, so I'll be reading. This is going to be my reading material. You have a 5-minute stretch to use the bathroom, come back, and then we're going to get going. Okay, we're finished with our break, and now we're going to go to the school board member school visit protocols with Dr. Robertson.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Riggs, members of the board, Dr. Spence. In today's session, we'll review our current protocols for school board members to visits to school sites that are based on Bylaw 126 and an administrative memo that was created as a result of that. These practices have been in place for several years, yet if anything needs to change, it's a good time to identify areas for improvement. To accomplish this review, we'll first review Bylaw 126 and the annual administrative memo, which are included in your materials. And then before we break into two discussion groups, you'll have a chance to go through those in detail. So if you would, take a moment, you can use your highlighter to review Bylaw 126, and there's two key components in that bylaw: purposes of school visits and authority of school board members, and highlight any areas that you would like to discuss in your discussion groups. So I'm not going to ask you to share what you've highlighted at this time. You'll do that in your discussion group. So you have bylaw 126, probably in the back of the presentation. If you want to highlight anything in there that you would like to talk about when we break into discussion groups. So that's a pretty short bylaw. Anyone need any more time? Okay, so similarly, we want to now take a look at the administration memo, which is also included. And there's three main components of the administrative memo, which is created based on bylaw 126. Make an appointment to meet with the principal, attend special events at the school where you can interact with stakeholders, participate in learning walks with the principal. So again, if you take a moment to read that memo and highlight any areas of that memo that you would like to discuss when we break into the discussion groups. So once again, this memo is rather short, so does anyone need more time to look at the memo? Okay, so what we're going to do is similar to what we did yesterday. We'll have if Miss Chairwoman Riggs, if you could slide over and work with this group. You guys get together and talk about what are the bylaw changes you might want to see, and then what are changes you might want to see in the admin memo, and then you guys do the same. We'll hear from both groups, and then we'll talk about next steps. And we'll take about 10 minutes.
I just want to say
Yes.
one thing. When you look at the list of who your schools are,
That's
it is
last year.
the old list.
Yeah, it's last year.
So, you know, if you replaced a school board member, you know who your people are. Okay, so just plug
And
your
we'll-
name in.
Yeah, and we'll redo that
Okay.
list.
Yeah. So just wanted to let you know that they have last year's list.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. That's based on your districts. Yep.
It's not based on their district. It's based on, we
So you're
pass
still gonna wanna use that
We pass the
process?
circular around and people write down who they want to be on. And they can, yeah.
Okay.
Your district's a given, but if you want to go see other schools, then, you know, you've got that too. So,
Okay. Does-
okay?
Also, that's put in place because several of us, or two of us anyway, are currently at large.
Right.
So we don't have it this week.
Okay. So-
Yes, Mrs.
Yes.
Brown.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I do appreciate, that this is gonna come up in September. However, we are in a 10-1 voting system and, I do believe, we can visit any school, but I think we need to be representing districts first and then spreading out. So I do think that is a conversation that we need to have, because
That's for later, though.
it's a challenge. Well, I mean, it just came up, so.
Well, yeah, and if you want to talk about, if you have some time to talk about it in your group, do that, and we will be talking about it. So I agree. Okay.
So I wonder if we could bring our groups back together.
Yeah, let's bring them back together, guys.
So
Okay,
let's start by talking about potential revisions to the bylaw. We have two PRC members here. And any revisions, considerations for a bylaw have to go back to the PRC.
and
So
you
we-
have a former PRC chair
And a former
that was there, was on
Yeah.
it for 5 years, though.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have a couple of the current members and some former members. And so at this point, we'll go with this group first. What revisions did you see that you would want the PRC to consider for bylaw 126?
We said none. We liked it the way it is. Do you want to know why?
Share, Ms. Melnick. And then if anybody else wants to add.
Because protocol should exist, and it's fair to a school building. It's, and honestly, the question is, why would anybody just want to drop in? It sends the message that either A, you're looking for something, or you're playing gotcha. I've been doing this a long time. First, as an educator, we always knew, this is not new, this is not a current situation, this is in the history of all of the superintendents that I either worked for, or as a board member, we always knew. When email existed, we always knew, and usually days in advance, we knew that someone was coming. But pre-email, there were always announcements on the loudspeaker after students dismissed, so we knew. But I just think it sends the wrong message. And I think it's fair to say that, we're viewed differently, as board members. We're just viewed differently. People still call me Mrs. Melnick, and it drives me crazy, but that is the way we're viewed, and it's a respect piece, and I think the respect deserves to be reciprocated, that, we have respect for our building principals, and that we'll let them know a day in advance. They don't need a week, they don't need a month, the day before is great. And plus, we talked about if something's going on, testing, or maybe the principal's gonna be out that day, whatever, but I've always used this analogy, and that is the Navy one, which is, a Navy ship, and that's how I view all our schools, and the principal's the captain, and nobody boards a Navy ship without the captain knowing.
Okay, in this group?
Okay, wait a minute. I think I have a couple more that want to
Okay,
say
I'm sorry.
something, so, sorry. Miss Martin?
Having served on a variety of state boards, an example, I served on the Aerospace Advisory Board. I would never walk into the Department of Aviation without an invitation or without them knowing, asking what they're up to. I would never walk into Boeing's factory floor to check out what they're building. My role there was for them to tell me what policies and regulations they needed to meet their mission. And they wanted to be prepared for that. The governor has never stopped in our agency without us knowing, so we can prepare appropriately. And so I think that's really, really important. I don't see anything wrong with this at all. We're not undercover boss. This isn't a TV show. This isn't a gotcha moment. We're not private investigators. They need to know when we're going to be there. My preference is to be invited. So I know that their schedule works with mine. We can figure out some dates. The other thing I would like to recommend is that a school board member who has students enrolled in the system not be assigned as the official member for that school. So that there is at least some line of separation, that when I'm there, yes, I'm going to follow this protocol, but I'm there as a parent. I'm not there to do an official site visit, if that makes sense. That might be something we could add in to the adoption list.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Owens, you're okay?
Yeah, just really quickly, given what we heard from teachers yesterday when they spoke with us, I think it's important that they have so little time. They have 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. If they wanted to be able to stop in and speak to me or any of us as board members, I want them to know in advance that I'm going to be there on Wednesday, so that they can take their other planning time and do what they might have needed to do on Wednesday and move it over, so that they can see me if that's what they wanted to do. They have so little time, and I feel like it's important that we hear what they were saying with that and respect their ability to not take up the few minutes here and there that they have, and give them the opportunity to meet with us while we're there if they'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good.
So, so one of the things we talked about, and actually it came out yesterday when we were talking about PLC meetings, and so, I think it's important, that all school board members, because PLCs are a big part of what our teachers do to get prepared. They share things they collaborate with their teammates, et cetera. And we talk about PLCs a lot. And so my suggestion yesterday was that every board member needs to at least observe one PLC meeting throughout the year. I mean, not in every school, but at least know what we're talking about when we're talking about PLCs. And I don't mean to participate. I mean just literally being a fly on the wall and observe what it's all about. So that's one of the things that we thought might be good to add as D on the memo, to observe a PLC meeting at one or two of their schools. The other thing was, we, as board members, we feel like sometimes when we go, we feel limited in how we're speaking to teachers. We feel like we need to be able, and teachers need to feel free to answer us if we ask a question. For example, last year it was a big deal about Compass starting, and so now I'd like to get some feedback. You know, Canvas, not Compass, not Canvas, Canvas. I don't know how come I have trouble remembering that, but anyway. So I realized that it was a learning curve, but now I'd like to get feedback from teachers on how they feel about utilizing it now. You know, because it's been a year, and they've had a whole year to utilize it and learn about it. And I heard that there are some teachers that are still hesitant at utilizing it effectively. So, but I'd like to be able to go in to say, how is that working for you? Was it a huge learning curve? And now that you're over the learning curve, how do you feel about it now? That type of thing. So we don't want teachers to feel that they're going to have retribution of any type just because they answer our questions. We need to feel like we can answer questions, and we're not there to solve problems. We're there to get feedback, and then we can give that to administration here and let you deal with how those problems are solved down the road. But sometimes we feel like we need to have those questions, be able to ask questions and get honest feedback. And then the other thing we talked about was when we just go to a play or an athletic event, we don't feel that, at least this group didn't feel, that we should have to notify the principal that we're going to go visit attend a play or go to a soccer game or a football game. Even though I probably would let the principal know that I'm going to be in the stands, whatever. But I don't feel like I should have to if I want to go to the soccer game or the football game or, that type of thing. But visiting the school itself when students are present or walking through the building, I would never enter the building without letting the principal know first. I feel like that's their realm, they need to know. And as has been pointed out already, teachers need to know so that they can adjust their schedule if they need to, so that they can be available to talk with us or whatever. And so is there anybody else that want to add to that?
I just want to say something really quickly because I know we're already past our time on this. I have to say, for me personally, this was a really difficult transition because as PTSA president, I would always go into the schools and they'd be like, "Hey, Miss Franklin, hey, Miss Franklin's here." Usually because I had food, but now, it does feel very guarded, and I guess I know that that's just a natural response because I've transitioned to board member now. but it's, you know, I have to say for me personally, that was a very difficult transition, feeling like I had a very open dialogue with everybody at the school. And now it's hard because I still want to have those kind of conversations. I feel like it's actually more important now to have those really important conversations about, you know, things that are happening or things that could be helpful. And I feel like it's a little bit more guarded now. And I wish my intent hasn't changed. I still want to be helpful, and I still want to be available and hear ways that we can do things better, especially now that I have a little bit of an ability to help you know, navigate some of that. But so I wish that there was, and maybe there's not, I don't know. Maybe I wish there was a way for us to be able to create this a less tense environment when it came to our visits. It does feel somewhat guarded, and I don't think that, you know, for any of us that go into the schools, our intent is to try and like have that gotcha. I know that that probably is embedded in our visits, but I don't know if there's a way to create a less stressful environment when it comes to that. I don't know if stressful is the right word, but guarded environment, I guess. And I'm happy to take feedback, but I just have to say, for me personally, it was hard because I was always welcome, and now I'm just like, you know, I feel a little bit awkward when I go in because they're like, oh no, she's here.
So I just want to add a little bit to that. You know, I taught at Allenton for 27 years. And so right after and then shortly after I retired that fall is when I got elected to be on the board. So when I go to Allenton, it's still like going home. And the principal there has said, Bev, you can drop by anytime. You know, you don't even have to tell me you're coming. But this just happened a couple months ago that I happened to be around the neighborhood and I was out and about. And I thought, you know, I really want to stop by Allenton. But even though I know she would not care, I called her and I said, I'm in the neighborhood. Can I come out? Can I stop by? Of course, you didn't have to call. I still felt the need to because I wanted her to know it's her school. I'm going to come in. And even though I know I was, you know, I'm a former member of the staff, that type of thing, there's teachers there who didn't know me as a member, you know, of their staff at that point in time. So I wanted her to know, and she almost scolded me for having to call her, but I still will, no matter what. I don't care. And a lot of principals around the city have said that you can come by, you don't have to call. No, I'm going to call. You can expect that I'm going to call, even if I'm out and about and I'm just driving around and I'm near your school and I'm going to call and say, I'm near your school, can I stop in? I just think that's appropriate, the right thing to do.
If I can just make I have no problem with scheduling appointments to do the school visits. I think it's just the guarded communication. I wish that we could do something, if it was my you know, wish list, I just wish that we could do something that would not make it feel like we're there with a negative intent, that it's actually, you know, helpful to both of us to be able to have honest, forthright conversation. So I guess that's the only thing would be on my wish list for that.
And just Ms. Brown, just to add to that, so I have also felt a certain amount of guardedness when I go to the schools. In fact, and you know, I would never stop in the middle of the school day without contacting the principal. That's just not something I would do. I don't even think that I would probably call and say I was in the neighborhood without scheduling it in advance personally, but you know, I do think that sometimes I want to make sure I can hear from the stakeholders also. And, you know, this bylaw does say obtaining background information for future policies. Well, what about policies that our stakeholders don't think work? I mean, background information for policies in general. I mean, I absolutely need to talk to the people that these things affect. And so I wish there was a way to kind of make it so that there wasn't this fear of a school board member coming. One funny story, one of my actual favorite school visits though, the principal forgot they made an appointment with me, and it was just completely on the fly. It was less guarded, everybody was comfortable. You know, I quite enjoyed that visit, and I got a lot of information out of that visit and conversation. And, you know, I don't really want to be restricted just to evaluating PLC meetings. I would like to be able to evaluate anything that I feel like I might need to. And I think silent evaluation is also important. If I'm asked to have that conversation, I don't want to be a part of the meeting. I want to be an observer of the meetings. So I do think that it's important that we don't overstep there and give feedback when we aren't asked. I do think, though, that watching the processes of certain things play out is important. And I imagine if I were to, you know, send an email or call a principal and say I wanted to go observe a PLC meeting, they'd probably be fine with that. I haven't asked. So I don't think that our bylaw doesn't say that we can do that. I also am concerned about the language future policies. I think we should be obtaining information about policies that impact the division. So, thank you.
Which part? I'll offer this. It sounds like we don't really have any changes to bylaws. Is that correct? And I will sit down and talk with Mr. Delaney from a school leadership standpoint, but I'll offer these two thoughts. First of all, let me be clear. The principals want you to visit their schools, without a doubt. They absolutely want you to visit their schools. There is so much misinformation that occurs just naturally in every organization, every division, every grocery store, every gym, that you don't know till you can go observe. So they want you to come in. I would caution the use of the term evaluate. As soon as you use the term evaluate, that is going to cause someone to be guarded because you are now coming in to evaluate them. So that's going to be a challenge because the reality is you are not in a position to evaluate principals. That will be my job in August. Right now it's Dr. Spence's job. I would tell you that a principal in a learning walk would invite you to go into any classroom and observe a PLC that is occurring. That is not a problem at all. We will talk about the unintended consequences of letting staff members know you're coming and you want to talk to them, because I think we can all make some natural assumptions about who might show up to those meetings, and then are you getting the full story or are you getting just a piece of the story? You can get just as much information on what is going on in that school as you walk through classrooms. And so if there are things that we have to do with our principals to make sure that our principals are extending the red carpet to you to come in, to let you know that you are welcome, and give you those opportunities as you're walking into classrooms to talk with teachers, which those board members that have walked with me, they have been able to talk to teachers candidly, and I don't stand next to them while they're talking to teachers because I'm talking to the kids. I do the same thing with our VBA president. When we tour buildings, she's able to talk to any of the teachers as we visit schools, and I do not engage in that conversation. So I think there's ways that we can do that in adjustment through the memo. And so we will take your feedback and get back in touch with you very soon. And we will look for some guidance on from the chair in terms of how the school selection process works. And we are open to any selection process that the board deems to be appropriate. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we are now at our scheduling opportunities. Dr. Kip Rogers, Mr. Jameson, and Mr. Delaney. Mr. Jameson is the Executive Director of Student Support Services.
Thank you. I was going right into that introduction. Yes, a slight change from the agenda. But good morning, Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, who's I know not here today, but Dr. Spence, Dr. Robertson, and members of the school board. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an update on the work related to developing future-ready students, specifically in the areas of career and technical education, along with work-based learning and service learning. From increasing levels of access to student achievement, there is much to celebrate. Directly related to this discussion as we get started is the flexible schedule model. As was shared in previous school board meetings, one of the main reasons for switching to a flexible schedule was to increase students' access to advanced courses, electives, work-based learning, and service learning opportunities. Another intended outcome was to provide credit recovery options within the school year so that students remained on track to graduate and maintain their ability to participate in these experiences so they would not go away. The initial plan, the initial benefits of this change in schedule will be shared throughout the presentation, and one highlight is that we had 246 students graduate after the first semester of this school year. For context, during the 21-22 school year, when we offered only an AB block schedule, 74 students graduated after the first semester. The flexible schedule offers additional pathways for students to choose as they progress through their scholastic careers, and some of the school division and student accomplishments from these pathways will be reviewed with you today. Additionally, I want to highlight how adjustments to the flexible schedule will continue to be made to meet the needs of our students and staff throughout this upcoming school year. This year alone, we began meeting with the high school master schedulers every month to build consistency and address common problems of practice as a group. For this upcoming school year, we planned for more consistency in how our courses are offered, one division-wide set of course codes for special education classes, common recruitment efforts for advanced academic courses and programs, and more common planning time for our teachers. And I want to spend a little bit of time on that second bullet, really the first two bullets. Dr. Brower has been a huge advocate in this process in the Department of School Leadership as we have taken a more hands-on approach with our master schedulers. Through his leadership and support of Mr. Delaney, we were able to have these meetings for the first time. We had never had an opportunity to have our high school department chairs, our assistant principals who are master schedulers, and our principals meet regularly just to discuss on the process or progress of our master schedule development. And that began back in January. And we continued those efforts into February, and we would have our department chair and master scheduler meetings since the principals would be meeting normally at the same time. What that led to was some of the first things that you're seeing. I mean, you had heard from Mr. Delaney, we did a fishbowl activity with the master schedulers in October, just to learn from our initial mistakes and, really celebrate some of the gains that we saw, but the fact that we needed to be better. And so throughout January, February, and the spring, we really talked about how we could leverage some flexibility, again, from Dr. Brower's leadership of saying, no, you do what you need to do in your building. If health and PE needs to be an AB course to pair better with other AB courses that you're selecting, then let's move in that direction. And having that conversation in the room, many of our schools started to see the benefits of how that additional flexibility would work, but at the same time, by them seeing that as a group, it then bred consistency. So you will see that in our master schedule for this upcoming school year across our high schools. That second bullet was a huge win. Just being very honest, one thing that in my years as a school counselor was that, we'd have in-division transfers, and students would come to you with a set of courses, especially those receiving special education, and a course code in one building may not have meant the same exact thing in another building. We have eliminated that issue. So we will have a common set of division-wide course codes so that if you are in employment skills at Kempsville and you transition to Cox High School, you would be in employment skills. There's no additional interpretation that would need to occur. We really did highlight the workplace readiness for in-school from an employment standpoint for this presentation, and then how out-of-school options, so off of the campus, if you will, is where those employment skills would be put into practice. And then the common recruitment efforts, things from VTFT, environmental studies, just having a conversation of what are you doing in your building to promote this, so that a Green Run High School master scheduler and department chair could hear the same thing that the Lansdowne High School master scheduler and department chair were doing. And we started to see how that's going to lead to some of those workshops that I mentioned yesterday, to share more information with families as well as staff. And then lastly, with some of the changes that we made, there was some of the, that puzzle piece of how to create common planning time. Those who had already figured it out, we were able to share across the division and have that be more consistent back to the conversations we had yesterday and today with our teachers and the importance of planning time. Just wanted to highlight those changes for you. And before I transition over to Dr. Lockett for an update on career and technical education, I just wanted to share this policy and related regulation with you. Can't remember, may have been Mrs. Martin, but I know I've had some either emails or conversations with several of you about what can we do to ensure we don't have any barriers in place from a policy standpoint that would limit work-based learning or service learning. So I wanted to highlight policy 5-26. Just give you a quick second to read that. We do have a waiver in place. One of the big pieces, not necessarily a huge change to the policy, but just to clarify what we mean by classes. Because when we say 5.5 hours of instruction or a full day schedule of classes, does that include work-based learning? Does that include service learning? I see some of you nodding, but just to have that clearly defined so that there's no, room for interpretation is where the change might live for policy 5-26. And from a regulation standpoint, we do have a waiver related to these two. And in that waiver, there's really only one option, it's option 4, that talks about you're participating in a work-study program. Well, some of these may not be explicitly called work-study programs, and therefore, from a regulation standpoint, there might need to be a change in language so that, again, is clearly understood by staff and stakeholders that we want this level of flexibility for all students and not for any one or specific group of students. So for your consideration, we have these, and now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lockett to share some information on technical or career and technical education.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lockett.
Thank you. I want to share a little bit with you all about our CTE dual enrollment opportunities. That has been a focus, and you all are familiar with quite a few of them. But to this point, for those of you who are new to the board, we have done sort of a methodical addition of dual enrollment pathways in CTE, adding one pathway or course each year. And at this time, we're kind of looking to rapidly increase the number of dual enrollment opportunities. We're hearing that from our students. I think I'm hearing that from you all as board members, and looking at ways. So I want to share some background of the structure and some of the models we're seeing, and look at some of the ways we can look to increase in the future. So one thing I want to point out is within our current structure, we saw enrollments jump last year. We went from 226 students dual enrolled in CTE classes in the 21-22 school year to 657 last year. This jump could be attributed to the waiving of dual enrollment fees by TCC for all students, not just our CTE students, and students in our Virginia Teachers for Tomorrow, our early childhood education, and the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy at Kempsville have always benefited from free tuition, but this was new in a lot of other places. I think it's safe to say that extending free dual enrollment to all students made a difference in the number of students choosing dual enrollment. While TCC will not be waiving dual enrollment fees in the upcoming academic year, for our CTE courses, we do plan to leverage a scholarship from SunTribe Solar and also the Pathfinder Scholarship to try to cover these fees. And as I mentioned before, our EVA students will still be enjoying free dual enrollment. So an important part of many students' career pathway journey, CTE dual enrollment can be accessed in one of 3 formats in Virginia Beach. An example of this is our Virginia Teachers for Tomorrow program. I think that's one of, for me, the oldest CTE dual enrollments we've had. And that is taught in our high schools. And VBCPS teachers are qualified to lead those sections by having a master's degree in education. And classes are allowed to have a mix of dual enrolled and non-dual enrolled students. It's a nice flexible model. And those students who choose dual enrollment in VTFT have their tuition covered by the Pathfinder Scholarship and earn 4 college credits for EDU 200. And an additional benefit for these students, the Virginia Beach Promise Scholarship, which I know some of you have heard of with Virginia Wesleyan University, is going to offer a scholarship of 4 years of free tuition for higher education after students leave us, for students who plan to return to us on that future teacher contract. And I just wanted to share, and I mentioned that because we're really excited to see our numbers of students who chose that free post-high school experience with VWU is up to 12. So we'll have 12 graduates that plan to come back to teach that are staying locally. So that's been an exciting thing that happened this year. So in addition to that model in our high schools, we also have a CTE center model. Like the traditional models, these courses are taught by VBCPS faculty, but they're taught at our tech center and the ATC. And the examples are probably familiar to you: welding, Cisco, cybersecurity. The difference is that the teachers for these courses are qualified sometimes by an advanced degree, but sometimes by the industry credentials that they hold, whether that's a Cisco certification or an AWS welding certification. And we follow SACS accreditation for that. And I'd also like to share that in 2023, SACS came in and evaluated VBCPS sites to recognize them as part of the TCC campus, to meet that threshold for the percentage of a program or certificate that could be taught on campus. And I'm happy to report that now the ATC, the Tech Center, and Kempsville High School are all considered part of the TCC campus. So that was an exciting thing that happened this year. And then the third model that we have is where our students go to the TCC campus. They generally ride the ATC bus or drive themselves. And they actually take their courses from TCC faculty at the dual enrollment negotiated rate. And these include options like the business courses that the EBA students are taking in their degree program. We have EMT courses, hospitality and tourism, and of course the veterinary science dual enrollment that was just launched last year. And I'd like to focus on the benefits of the veterinary science program and some of the limitations of the model by looking at that new program since we have a year in. And some of the benefits that we saw with that veterinary science model were: one, TCC provided the faculty. There was no salary cost to us. We knew the faculty was highly qualified. TCC provided the classroom space. They also provided the equipment for that program, with Virginia Beach schools picking up the costs for books and transportation, industry credential testing, and leveraging those ATC buses. And when I look at the 17 students in that program, and then I went back and added up my total costs, went through all my ledgers and checked, the total cost was just under $5,000 for those 17 students, so less than $300 a student. And of course, they leveraged free tuition. So bang for your buck, I couldn't find a better program. And that is one model that I think provided an amazing opportunity for our students.
Can I add something about that one?
Yes.
I went to the graduation, and the 17 students, it was great to see. This was their first graduation. And I do have a personal relationship with one of them through her parents. And she has been accepted to Virginia Tech into their veterinary program. And I saw many of those students that night. You shared what they were going to do in the future. So it was good to see that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great program, and TCC has worked with us. All those students are required to do internship with either animal control or the Virginia SPCA, which is where most of them have gone. So they're meeting work-based learning, which you're going to hear a little bit more in the future. So there are great successes there, and I want you to keep that in mind. We're going to take a look real quick at our industry credential data, because I know this is important to everyone. So in addition to the dual enrollment opportunities, we continue to see industry credentials coming in at a record pace, and I think we can look back at that flexible schedule when we realize the opportunities that students had to sit for these credentials. Last year, we offered students an opportunity to sit for 125 different credentials. That's up from 100 the year before. And historically, for those of you who are newer to the board, we've hovered around 100 for most of my career here in the division. We did dip during the pandemic, so I'm excited to see that huge rebound last year. And all in all, we had students, as of June 15th, because I'll tell you, students are still testing. I have students stopping by the ATC, they're testing. We have fast track testing going on with personal finance this summer and a couple other places as well. But as of June 15th, we had actually administered 16,464 tests, and that brings us to a record high pass rate of 13,520 last year. And we saw that the pass rate actually increased. It was about a 1.25% up to 82.1% last year. So we're excited about that. When we keep in mind that these are not minimum standard tests, they're the same industry tests that adults take. So that was super exciting, and I do credit our flexible schedule and our 4x4 for more kids having time for those industry credentials. And teachers have definitely reported gains on that condensed schedule, helping as they prep kids for these assessments. So that's been exciting for us. So taking all of that data that I've just shared, I kind of have two questions for the board, and I wanted to put them on a slide by themselves. And the first one is, when I look at dual enrollment, and I'm going to be coming back to you in a couple of weeks with some new programs and courses and some new dual enrollment required for the EVA at Kempsville. And I know Ms. Martin and I have talked a little bit about all the courses that are available at TCC, and I've talked with Mr. Jameson too about, what's the mechanism for awarding dual enrollment, because we have plenty of kids who are taking classes they're getting college credit for, but they're not always getting matching high school credit. And so my question for the board is the school board open to a blanket approval of dual enrollment credit for CTE electives from Tidewater Community College to allow flexibility in extending high school credit through an application process, which I've learned a lot about from Mr. Jameson. But I kind of want to put that out there before I come to you in a couple of weeks with a request to approve some new dual enrollment classes that maybe we consider how we approve those. And then, of course, the second question came out of the huge jump that we saw when TCC suspended fees. We've done it for a long time with our students at Kempsville, but I do think tuition remains a barrier. I have vet assisting students for next year that are waiting to get their official letters. And I know there are a few that are, if they don't get the scholarship, and they will, but it may impact their decision to stay in that 17 credit program. So my question is there an option to support students for whom dual enrollment fees are a barrier? And how we might do that as a division. So that's something I kind of want to leave you with. Our programs are multifaceted, and so I want to turn this over now and talk a little bit about the work-based learning piece, and I'll turn this over to Erin Arnold, and then we'll grab questions at the end if that's all right with you all. Oh, sure.
Sorry, I thought you said that dual enrollment was free for all students.
Last year.
Oh,
Last year.
It is
not.
an ongoing thing?
No. It starts back to our negotiated rate next year.
Oh, so that's a budget issue.
Well, it's a budget for families issue.
Well, no, it's a budget for us if we're gonna cover the cost.
That's what she's gonna.
Yeah, and I'm not asking that. It's not a today thing. That's something to think about. I'm not asking for next year's budget. I'm just saying that's something to consider as we think about opening this up.
Okay. Why was it free last year and not now?
I believe that was TCC using pandemic funds.
Okay. All right, now
Yeah.
I understand. Okay, so it's not free any longer.
It is no longer free.
Okay. Yes.
On this first question that you're asking about the CTE electives for dual enrollment credit, these are non-college credit electives, correct? So these are like your 6 to 8 week workforce courses?
No, they're college credit, and we have students. So for example, if a student decides to go take a course, a CT course, a regular course that we don't offer. So
Okay.
for example, we're offering one course in cybersecurity. There are more there. If a student says, I'm really enjoying my dual enrollment course, I think I'm going to go take some more at night, they're only getting college credit for that. The ask is there a mechanism by which we would not have to come back to the board every time we had a student ask for high school elective credit for those? And I don't think it's a huge number. But with us bringing courses to the board once a year, it keeps us on that kind of slow, methodical way we've been building. So the question is, how quickly do you all want us to be able to offer that?
Then I would add a second question here, and that how can we get dual enrollment credit for woodworking one that is not semester long? that is not transferable to a four-year university that gets you a workforce certificate, like the fast forward courses.
Correct. So the question, I guess my question is not so much the transferable, is if a student takes a course and there is a Virginia high school course code that comes to it, can they apply back to us for that credit and us create that?
And that would meet their four-course requirement for their day of instruction.
Correct.
Right?
Probably beyond me, that's a Bobby question.
Having done dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment
I know.
with
So
my
this
daughter,
is-
these are less questions.
This is perfect. So this is where the layers of the situation come into play. So if you remember, we had that conversation about not to bring up weighted credits, but if you remember policy in Regulation 6-89 that explicitly named dual enrollment. So it defined what would be required for that dual enrollment course. So part of what we would have to work around, to your question, is whether or not the credit awarded at the college level, if it's different, how would we then calculate that at the high school level?
Gotcha.
And so that would be a policy review question, and then amending that policy, which would allow the flexibility to what you were just asking.
Okay, excellent. Yeah.
And I apologize. I think with my questions, I'm kind of setting the stage is what do we want to look like in the future? And there may be some changes that we have to make. At this point, our plan is to go ahead with methodically adding. But I know those questions have come up. You've asked about fast track and those things in the future. So the questions really are to get us all thinking about what would we have to do to pave the way to be more flexible in that area. And I will, if there are no other questions, I'll turn this over to Aaron for him to share Aaron Arnold to share just a little bit about work-based learning and where we are with that.
Good morning, just barely. Mr. Jameson and Dr. Lockett have done a wonderful job about talking you through how we can structure student schedules to help start to meet some of our future-ready goals. I'm delighted to speak to you about a related approach, which is layering experiential learning opportunities into those scheduling structures. So my purpose of my section of the presentation is to talk a little bit about reintroducing the FieldX program to our board since we have some new members. FieldX is covering our work-based learning and service learning. I also want to provide a snapshot of our program's progress in the first year as an indicator of how we're already taking advantage of existing scheduling opportunities. And then finally, I want to emphasize a key new strategy that we're putting in place to address continuing scheduling challenges that we are meeting going forward. In essence, FieldX is a program to standardize, streamline, and scale all of these activities, standards, procedures, tools, and resources that govern how we secure, offer, manage, and report our field experiences, that is our work-based learning and service learning opportunities for high school students. My role as work-based learning specialist is to be the connection point between that program and our staff, our students, and our community partners. And I also manage all of the tracking protocols and platforms that we have in place for those experiences. That includes our digital platform, primarily powered by Transio. That's a digital resource that we use. I mention it here because that helps us to maintain the documentation that we need that's required by VDOE, and it helps us report some of our data back out. It is changing names to Pathway OS, so we'll have a new feature set coming into it that I think will make our monitoring and evaluation capabilities even stronger going forward. So FieldX responds to two driving factors. One is the College Career and Civic Readiness Index, or the CCCRI. To refamiliarize you with that, that is VDOE's new accreditation measure that goes into effect with data from the graduating class of 2023. And really what that is doing is benchmarking a percentage of the graduating class that meets one of the four measures, or four aspects of the measure that you see on the screen there at any point in their high school career. And work-based learning and service learning make up half of the available pathways to achieve that measure for our schools. We're also responding to the Compass 2025, the cross-objective emphasis on equity, Goal 3, student ownership of learning, and Goal 5, mutually beneficial partnerships. The moniker FieldX comes from the term field experiences, and that's how we refer to the range of work-based learning and service learning opportunities that we offer to our high school students. And they are listed here by name. But we're emphasizing direct experience that is authentic, it's connected to a beneficiary or a partner, and it's co-curricular. And that means we have an obligation to think about how scheduling and student activities can support experiential learning. We had two goals heading into the first year. One was to begin integrating our existing work-based learning activities into the FieldX protocols. That is an ongoing and long-term process. We also had another goal to develop at least one scaled strategy for our schools to be able to equitably meet CCCRI this year and going forward, and I think we've established that. I've listed some of our modest achievements this year by number. I want to emphasize that this is what I could centrally validate as of June 26th. We might see some rise in these numbers. Also, as we go forward, integrating all of our programs into FieldX, the baseline should be significantly higher, especially this time next year. But I also want to point out the final number on the slide. It says 700 plus students participating in service learning. As of yesterday, that number is actually over 780, and I will get into why that's a significant number as we progress. But first, I want to give you some highlights from the field. So where field experiences are folded into the programming by design, our scheduling allows for in-depth work-based learning outside the walls of the school. So a case in point is Leadership and Business Academy at Kempsville, where more than 90 seniors completed internships this year. I've highlighted one, Maya, and you can read an excerpt from her reflection here. She completed a 340-hour virtual internship with a talent management agency based in Los Angeles, within sight of Audrey Hepburn's star on the Walk of Fame, which is a cool tidbit. But 340 hours equates to over $4,000 in wage hour equivalent economic impact. At the Legal Studies Academy, we have at least 80 juniors this year who completed internships. I've highlighted Hallie Stewart. She completed an internship with where2wheel.com in social media marketing and search engine optimization. And I highlight hers because her reflection talks a little bit about the bond that she created with her mentors. And that sort of social capital building is a key component of the FieldX mission as we go forward. And last but not least, we have Chris, who just graduated from Green Run High School. He's one of our exceptional students. He actually completed two work experiences totaling more than 290 hours and almost $3,500 in wage hour economic impact. In his reflection, he said he loved working on the coffee cart, but he did not love taking out the trash. I love highlighting Chris as a shining example of our work experience programs for special education students. This year, those programs had more than 130 students completing more than 20,000 hours of work experience, and that's an economic impact over $240,000. And that's something that we should celebrate. However, there is an opportunity here that is obvious and what is not is on this slide, and that is that what you see is coming from our academy programs and our special programs. We have an opportunity to be able to take this kind of work-based learning experience and start to trickle it into our general ed population. And Mr. Jameson, I'll highlight, brought up some great points with some of our own policies and regulations that may be key obstacles to flexible scheduling for work-based learning. That certainly holds true. What I'll add to that is even if we were to alter those policies, transportation is probably going to end up being our #1 barrier to having students participate in extramural field experiences. So how can we overcome those obstacles even when they seem intractable? One way is that we can turn seat time into work-based learning time. And there are a number of ways that we can do that. One highlight from this year is the service learning that we built in at scale across multiple courses. And our success with that has inspired us as we look forward into the possibility of integrating service learning directly into the English 10 curriculum. And I'll dive deeper into that as I go forward. But before that, I want to mention too that we're building a pilot with Life Science Virginia, LifeNet Health, and our own Lansdowne High School that would devote 40 hours of seat time to a problem-based externship for students. And part of that time would have students going to the LifeNet facility to complete work activities. And part of that time would have professionals from LifeNet coming to the labs at Lansdowne and working with students on problem-based skill building. While that pilot is meant to go weave into the biotech class of the Governor's STEM Academy, The long-term vision is that that type of opportunity would be available to our general ed biology courses across the division. We also have some untapped possibilities in terms of scaling our participation in school-based enterprise. That's our school stores and coffee shops. And we explored the idea of a seminar course for advanced work-based learning and service learning that would bake in the time and expectations for students to do extended field experience. But there are a number of ways that we can continue to expand these opportunities and create work-based learning time out of seat time. But I want to focus on one in particular, and that's service learning, because it's the one that we've built out this year. When you picture service learning, you may think of community service or volunteerism, but that's not really what we're talking about here. VDOE defines service learning as a student-driven, problem-based project with a genuine output and a genuine outcome. So in that way, not only does it present an opportunity for students to exercise empathy, which I think is the king of all human capabilities, but it's also entrepreneurial, which puts it on par with some of the highest level of authentic work-based learning experience that we can provide to our students. What's more, it offers a low barrier to entry for our schools in that there is no minimum duration requirement, and while it requires a beneficiary, there's no need for an outside mentor or supervisor to take part in that service learning experience. You can see, and as I mentioned earlier, our total participation this year was almost 800 students, and that number is significant because 100% of that participation came in courses where we did not previously have service learning completion. A lot of it was English 10 and 12, and that has led to some of our future vision with what we can do with service learning. I also want to highlight some of the partners underneath the economic impact there. While traditionally we think about work-based learning maybe being an internship with one of our major employers like Steel USA, these organizations represent an equally formidable community footprint, and they are valuable organizations for our students to be able to engage and network with. I do want to take a moment to mention the photo collage here on this slide. That's recent Kellum graduate Connell Good, and he developed a service learning program to teach students at Red Mill Elementary School how to rock climb and perform goal-setting activities. And I think he did a wonderful job of capturing evidence of that. This slide just gives a breakdown of participation by school and metrics by school. I want to point out briefly that Salem and Lansdowne did not make it onto this slide in time, but they did combine to add an additional 100 students and almost $4,500 in economic impact. And I do want to highlight Tallwood. As reflected in their metrics, they really bought into service learning this year. They're early adopters. And what's more, they've developed some programming this year that's really inspiring what we are going to do going forward. And if you'll indulge me for one example here, this project is from two seniors who have just graduated from Kempsville High School. This was in their English 12 class. And it was a project that the two young men, Rod and Jaquez, developed to teach their peers basic American Sign Language. The beauty of this project is that it is entirely student-driven, and it's foundational to Rod's personal experience because a gentleman walked into his place of work, and to his chagrin, Rod could not communicate with him because he was deaf. So he was inspired to learn a little bit of sign language himself, and took that inspiration further to make it into the service learning project he developed for English 12 this year. He and his partner worked together to find and schedule a teacher to come in and teach them and some of their peers about ASL and some basics of using ASL. And they also went out and raised funds to be able to pay that individual to come in and give that, that class. So it was just one class, but in a simple design, but it actualized the set of key workplace readiness skills that these two young men can take forward and put on a resume and be able to articulate as they go into the next phase of their lives. It also gives an indication of some of the compelling stories that we can tell as students and educators together. And so with that opportunity, we have to build not only very broad participation with service learning, but also to have a service-driven identity within our school system. We're looking ahead to the next level of service learning. I want to emphasize that everything on this slide is in development as we speak. So there are no draft products yet available, but I look forward to sharing with you those as they are completed. But currently, our English coordinators are developing material that makes service learning the backbone of the entire English 10 curriculum. And that redevelopment will coincide with the revised SOLs for English that are coming online in 2024. So to that end, this coming school year will be an optional implementation with the intention that it would be mandatory in 2024 for English 10 programs across the city. All of the texts, all of the student assignments will relate or reflect on the overarching concept of the service learning journey, or will directly support an authentic service learning project that becomes a core deliverable of English 10. My role within this redesign is to develop a cross-discipline service learning framework, and that will help guide students and teachers through the research, and the planning, and the execution of the actual project. So that's going to include a field guide for teachers to be able to sort of orient and organize the learning process, but also a field book to capture all student inputs. And that includes a lot of the required BDOE documentation. It's also going to be differentiated into a standard version and a next level version so that schools have optionality on how they implement this in English 10, but also any other courses where the framework may fit. I've listed some of what I think the potential annual impact could be if we have full integration. Those are significant numbers. I've also listed some of the benefits here to the schools in terms of why this type of integration will be important for them going forward. But I'll also add that it's a chance for us to engage students via their unique passions and perspectives. And with the correct resources in place, we can have mass high-quality participation with curriculum innovation rather than structural changes. And we can produce compelling stories that can make service learning part of the culture at VVCPS. So I'm very much looking forward to continuing that journey. And now the three of us are available to take your questions.
I want to ask something. And you probably explained this, but I'm supposed to be going with the Hampton Roads Alliance group on Friday to Weiblichen and Stuttgart, Germany. And the whole goal for this trip is to look at workforce development internships, to see what Germany does with their students and teaching their students. There's more than just the college path and the VOTEC, just the plain VOTEC. There's a middle ground, and he's in Gunther Weisensil is in that workforce development committee with you. If you want to come up, Sarah, you can. I don't know if he's shared this with you in y'all's meetings yet, but anyway, this was gathered together. All of the Hampton Roads mayors are going. There's like 25 of us going. The president of Tidewater Community Colleges, Hampton Community Colleges, some workforce development, economic development people are going. And we're going to be looking at what they do in their schools with their students for internships. So what Gunther wants to do and what they want to share with the cities is there's other options for students besides just plain college or plain, there's a middle ground, which is the ground he took before he, got his master, his degree. So that's the way he started. But anyway, we're going over there to see that, and I wanted to share that with you guys. I'm going as the chair of the school board, but also I'm involved with Sister Cities who are paying for my way to go. But I will be there involved with all of this. But it's just a go and look, and this is what I want to share with you guys. So Gunter's excited. He's the one that set up this whole trip, and we'll be sharing this with you guys too. So I'm sure he's going to be sharing. I don't know if.
Yeah, he's definitely mentioned it, so we're excited to hear what you will learn. Take great notes. We look forward to hearing what you all learn. And I think that conversation, a lot of the folks that are going were also at the chambers leadership exchange in Charleston last month, which I attended that, and the mayors as well, and Dr. Constant from TCC. So we had 4 days in Charleston to have some of those same conversations, to look at how a city with some similar port and tourism, of course, Carnival is coming from them to Norfolk. So to have those conversations and to see lessons learned from that city, and that's something that we do every year. So I'm really excited to hear what you all find out on your trip to Germany.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Martin?
Could you go back one slide? So I noticed on here, one of your next steps is field guide for teacher and student, and I would recommend creating an organizational or an employer field guide. When I was in the Park Service, I had quite a few students approach me about service learning, and it was difficult to really think through what are their deliverables to turn this into a class of sorts. And, finally we decided they'll have 10 blogs and a portfolio of 200 outdoor photographs and design for trail signage, right? That's their deliverables. That's what they're going to get graded on. And I don't think a lot of organizations or employers really understand what a student is capable of in 16 weeks. So having some examples in a field guide or a single sheeter that says, hey, we have students that can help you think differently, think outside the box, but they need some deliverables to be graded on. Here are some examples that are doable in the number of weeks that we have. So I guess I would call that, just like under that field guide piece, an organizational or employer field guide on how to embrace service learning, work learning. That makes sense?
To that point, this year, we actually developed some resource kits where we're able to capture problem statements from our partner organizations, and then students were working within those problem statements. And at Tallwood, the organizations actually came out to the school and did an inverted site visit. So the students had an opportunity to start doing some primary source research in real time and start developing some of those relationships. There's also a mechanism in there for when a student creates a project, we want to make sure they're not going outside the reservation of what that organization does. There's a mechanism there for the organization to have an approval pathway. So we want to fold them in, and to your point, I think a handout resource is a good idea.
Yeah, just hand out so they can know where the buoys are when they embrace this kind of opportunity.
Sure. And it's always a consultative process with each of our schools. It could look differently at Tallwood from what it does at, say, Bayside. So we work with the organizations during that consultation as well.
Ms. Owens?
Thank you. I love that you guys are being out of the box in terms of some Zoom internship opportunity or virtual internship opportunities and other ways to integrate that. I do think that transportation is a challenge for expanding it to our gen ed population across all of our schools. Is there work being done to look at grant opportunities, different other transportation outside of the district provided transportation? I know that our bus system isn't always the most reliable depending on where you're going, but HRT does offer the student pass for 13 to 17-year-olds where they're not going to pay. If we can find organizations along those routes between a school and something for HRT and other grant opportunities that they have for kind of like the Lift Up. I know they don't operate in our region, but I know there's multiple different ones that offer kind of ride sharing if you can qualify under one of the other categories.
I think it's been the longest studied barrier that we have is transportation, and not just for us, for the entire region. I know, and it continues to be a part of every conversation we have with the Workforce Council. And to Erin's credit, they've done some things like taking our school stores, and Lansdowne High School was a great example that really bought into this. And we did some work to embed that into the marketing curriculum. And the students actually did everything from the decisions about what to put in the store to how to staff the store to, start to finish to the protocols. So we have some things that happen in-house. We've had some discussions with the Resort Area Commission about possibly running trolley services, like from a school to the oceanfront and then back to this neighborhood, so that students only have to figure out how to get from school to home and not all the way to certain parts of the city, and maybe not just the oceanfront. So those conversations continue. And I think at this point, we've been hitting things in pockets and creating models and kind of seeing what sticks, because I totally agree, HRT is a great partner, but sometimes the time on that bus is so long. And I know that Mrs. Siders and I have also met with our own transportation and talked about the possibility of a larger partner that could take more students from one central location to students coming back. That it's the one-offs that become super difficult, that you need the lift up and some of those programs that we're still hoping come to our area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. You've done some great work. We really appreciate it. Okay, so we're still going to have an hour, so we'll stop right now and move on to our lunch. Do you need to come tell us something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ms. Harrison.
For those of you that don't know me, my name is Vika Harrison. I'm the director of the Office of Food Services for the division. And as you break for lunch, I just wanted to let you know that if you need a break, please feel free to do so. And then if you could please join us outside by the food truck to get some samples, and then we will go to room 113 where we will have the rest of the scratch cooking items and a presentation for you. If we can have the school board members go out first, that would be helpful. The truck is that way, right outside this door. The food truck, right here. Oh, I'm sorry, it's right there. I got turned around, you're correct. Yes, past 113. Apologies. Thank you.
What's this? What's this? That's right. No, we're going.
Okay, now that everybody's bellies are full, you cannot take a siesta. So punch each other on the side. Make sure you punch me, Dr. Spence. All right, so let's get started. The end of the year, student discipline data and response, and this is Mr. Delaney and Dr. Rogers.
We're also going to combine to the end of this presentation mental health supports, and I think it's appropriate when we're talking about a discipline presentation that we do not punch one another to stay awake. I'll just say that right off the bat.
So you want us to go to sleep so we don't have to listen
Well,
to it? Okay.
I will use my best teaching practices in proximity. If I feel like you're dozing off, I might go stand next to you for a moment, gently tap you awake and get you re-engaged. But hopefully, in all seriousness, this is a topic that, as you know, throughout the year has been hugely impactful on many of our board members that I've had conversations with, have asked for a lot of this information. The feedback we've received from our teachers and principals and administrators has been extensive in this area. We've done, I think this is our third, maybe fourth presentation on the board on discipline data and behavioral support, so you'll see some of that again. Really, this presentation is going to be structured around, you're going to get information on the end of the year discipline data. We're going to remind you of some of the behavioral supports that we put in place mid-year and give brief updates on that. And then we're going to talk about supports and resources. By resources, there's several things. That's human resources and other type of resources that we're looking at for next year from both the behavioral and mental health perspective. If you look out in the audience, you'll see several new folks that are standing by to just, one, either answer questions, or two, hear the questions that you have or you're asking regarding anything that we're putting into place. We think that's very important, and you're going to get a lot of information today. So we also expect to hear from you with additional questions after you've had the opportunity to digest some of the information you received, and we'll steer you in the right direction to give you additional information if we don't cover it here. Much like the conversations we had yesterday around the calendar, teacher time, assessment practices, it's important to come back to the fact that discussions around student behavior and their supports is really a nuanced conversation. It's easy to generalize, very easy to generalize, and what we're going to work to today is really engage in that nuanced conversation, and anything that's a nuanced conversation requires a collaborative problem-solving effort. And so you will see where human resources, budget, Department of Teaching and Learning, Department of School Leadership, across the board, the collaborative efforts to see how can we support our schools and our school-based staff. While you were at lunch, I provided you a copy that you should have remembered seeing before, but I know you get a lot of information, and it's the school VBCPS Safety and Behavior Message Map. It's just a 2-page document that we provided for you in February, and if you recall at that time, that included Mr. DeMartini giving a brief on some of the safe schools pieces that were going around our task force group. And then we went through some of the other components of really what we're looking to do. And that, again, frames much of this presentation today. This presentation will really outline what we believe is a proactive approach to addressing student behavior in partnership with our parents and community. The key components of the message map are included on the slide here and will serve as the foundation of our presentation today. We are consistently striving for consistent application of the discipline guidelines by setting clear expectations for student behavior. You'll see survey data that says over 90%, in some instances up to 96% of our students are reporting that their schools have clear expectations for behavior at their school. In this presentation, you're going to see several examples of how we're obtaining additional resources to provide the necessary support for higher need students. If you recall yesterday in Dr. Banicki's Compass 2025 update, there was survey data that 86% of our staff felt that they were receiving professional opportunities that were appropriate to meet the needs of their job, and 84% felt their school had the necessary resources to meet their student needs. We're pretty proud of those numbers, but we also recognize there's a lot of room to grow. There's a lot of space to grow there, and what are the resources that they're desiring that they may say that they're missing is part of what you'll see in this conversation today. I'm reinforcing the statement that I said just a moment ago around what we strive to do. It is interesting at times when I have conversations with community members or others around student discipline, and that there's this element out there that says we are disregarding student behavior and we're letting kids act out of control. One of my goals here today is to kind of dispel that myth. But there's not an educator I've ever been around that has felt that a mismanaged classroom leads to student learning. It's not one I've ever found. There's not one principal I've ever talked to that says that lack of classroom management, kids are learning in that environment. We take it extremely seriously. And in most cases, the first month of our classroom observations are around what are the process, procedures, and expectations that you've set forth for your students? Because if you don't do that right off the bat, you're going to see problems persist throughout the year. So I share that with you as hopefully a reminder of what we're doing. You're going to receive a summary from Paul Evans, who's the data specialist in the Department of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability. But prior to Paul giving you really in-depth information, I want to provide a brief summary of what you're going to see in the comprehensive data that Paul reviewed. We call this a bluff, the bottom line up front, giving you some things to really look for when you see it. I also will take a moment to remind the board of local and state guidelines that we follow as a school division, as this will assist you in interpreting the data. As you review the data provided by Mr. Evans, take a look at some key takeaways on the slides. There's a lot of language there, so I'm going to give you just a moment to read it. So in terms of disciplinary referrals and suspensions, you'll see that we have an increase in referrals and an increase in suspensions, particularly in our out-of-school suspensions, and you also see that increase in our disciplinary hearings. That supports the message that Dr. Spence shared throughout this year and in previous years, that we are seeing more extreme behaviors with some of our students. Not with all of our students, but with some of our students. It's important to note that the vast majority, 82% of our students have not received a disciplinary referral. 82% of our students have not received a disciplinary referral. It's an important messaging component for our community. The overwhelming number of our students in our school division meet the behavior expectations set forth on a daily basis. 9% of the 18% that have received a referral, 9% have only received one. So if you do the math, 91% of our student body has received either 0 referrals or 1. And let me be clear, when you receive a referral, it does not then lend itself to suspension. In fact, 2% of students account for 40% of the referrals division-wide. And this speaks to the one messaging point about resources for our highest need students. How are we supporting some of those individuals? And I think it's also important to note the perception data is shown, and you saw some of this yesterday, that students and staff view their schools as safe and orderly. We have seen patterns of decline in agreement levels this past year. We can make assumptions of why that might be the case, but certainly you saw an uptick in messages we sent out to the community on any level of threat that was given, and Dr. Spence shared the rationale behind that. So I believe that had some impact. That's just my opinion. As a reminder, and you'll see this in Paul's presentation with some coding pieces, the Code of Virginia requires school divisions statewide to submit data annually to the VDOE on events of student behavior and the administrative responses to that behavior. It's called SBAR, and it focuses on prevention and intervention through a multi-tiered support system that should allow for equitable approaches to school discipline. Behaviors that impede academic progress, behaviors related to school operations, relationship behaviors, behaviors that present a safety concern, behaviors that endanger self and others, and persistently dangerous behaviors are the categories that you might see outlined in the data. And then finally, as of the 21-22 school year, for every incident involving a violation of the Code of Student Conduct, the state requires a three-pronged approach to addressing the behavior. So our administrators must go through that piece. They must show a behavioral intervention, and it must be implemented and documented in Synergy. That could be as simple as parent contact, a behavioral contract, referral to the IEP team. There must be a level of an instructional support. So things such as an alternative placement to Renaissance Academy could be an example, but a simple one that many of you as teachers will recall, you just change the student's seat in the classroom and maybe a scheduling change. An administrative response, which would be the disposition or discipline sanction that's implemented if appropriate. So those things must occur in any time they process a referral. And I'd be remiss before I turn this over, because we talked a lot about teacher time. As you listen to the remainder of the presentation around data and supports, I want you also to be in the mindset of the principal's time, the assistant principal's time, and that kind of buffers that conversation earlier on school board visits. Recognize the amount of time and energy they are placing in this, along with the requirements they have of classroom observations and other things such as that. So it gives you kind of a broad picture of kind of think about as Paul goes through the data. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Evans.
Good afternoon. Did he? Okay. The purpose of the data portion of this presentation is to provide an overview of the end-of-year discipline data for the 22-23 school year. To review the 22-23 data as part of examining trends over the last 20 years, and to review related perception data as another point to consider when interpreting the discipline results. The data will include discipline referrals, suspensions, and perception data collected from surveys. Two reminders about the data are noted on the slide. In 2019-20, discipline data were not available from March through June due to the buildings closed due to the pandemic. And in 2021, discipline data were also impacted due to approximately 43% of division students attended as full-time virtual students. Therefore, data from these 2 years is not comparable to other years, and you will see this depicted in the upcoming graphs where dotted lines are used. To begin the data review, this slide provides an overview of the student discipline data for the 22-23 school year. Referral data is shown on the left in blue, and suspension data is shown on the right in green. The percentages are based on all students in a particular student group. Overall, in 22-23, 12,629 students received a discipline referral out of the total 68,426 students enrolled. This was 18% of the student population. This percentage was higher for male students, Black students, economically disadvantaged students, and students with disabilities, which is consistent with trends from prior years. For example, 31% of Black students were referred last school year. Furthermore, 50% of students who were referred received more than one referral throughout the year. Regarding suspensions, 7,548 of the 68,426 students, or 11% of the student populations in 22-23, were suspended. This percentage was also higher for males, Black, economic disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. For example, Black students were suspended 20% of the time. And then finally, almost half, or 48%, of all discipline referrals resulted in a suspension, which could have included either in-school or out-of-school suspensions or expulsions. Next, we review discipline data trends over the last 20 years, starting with the student discipline referrals. The discipline referral data included on the next several slides will show the percentage of students in the school division who were referred at least one time, the percentage of students who were referred only one time, and the percentage of students who were referred multiple times. For students who received referrals, we examined the distribution of the number of referrals that were received. Information will be shared about the most frequent behavior resulting in referral, along with referrals data related to fighting and aggression offenses. Yep.
Does a referral refer to one incident where there might be multiple issues, such as failure to comply, fighting? Okay, so it's not like three separate.
Correct. So
Okay.
if it's in the same incident, it's the one.
It's consensus one.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And in most of the data we're going to be reporting and talking about, we're talking about what's considered the primary offense. This slide shows the percentage of individual students in the division who referred at least one time, which takes into account the change in student environment over the years. The total division data is shown in blue, elementary data is shown in orange, middle school data is shown in gray, and high school data is shown in yellow. Over 20 years ago, in 2002-2003, 24% of the division students, almost 1 in 4, received at least one referral. This percentage was 16% in 18-19 prior to the pandemic years, and was 15% in 21-22. The percentage increased to 18% in 22-23. The remaining 82% of students, or 55,797 students, did not receive any discipline referrals. The results show that higher percentage of secondary students are referred at least once compared to elementary school students. Referral rates at each school level increased in 2023 compared to 21-22. 55,797. This slide shows the percentage of division students who were referred only one time over the year. Over 20 years ago, 10% of the students who were referred only one time, and the percentage in 22-23 was 9%, and slightly higher than the pre-pandemic percentage at 8%. Additionally, this slide shows the percentage of division students who were referred more than one time. Over 20 years ago, 14% of the division students were referred multiple times, and the percentage in 22-23 was lower at 9%. However, a higher percentage of the division students were referred multiple times in 22-23 compared to 21-22, which was at 7%. The data on this slide provides the more detailed information about the referred students, including information about the number of students who have been referred 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 or more times. Of the 12,629 students who received a referral, 6,255 of them had only one referral, as shown in the first blue bar. Based on the last set of bars in the graph, 1,442 students across the division received 6 or more referrals throughout the year. The total referrals for this group of 1,442 students was 13,497 referrals. Based on this information, calculation shows that the 1,442 students who made up 2% of our cumulative students enrolled in the division accounted for 40% of the 33,875 discipline referrals during the school year. Based on the Student Code of Conduct, discipline referrals can occur for a wide variety of offenses. This slide shows the most frequent behaviors resulting in a referral for the discipline overall and for each school year. Across the division, the most frequent reason for a discipline referral was refusal to comply with requests of staff in a way that would interfere with the operation of the school. This was the top reason for referrals at both middle school and high school. At elementary schools, the most frequent reason for discipline referrals was for shoving, pushing, striking, or biting another student with no injury. This was also the third most frequent offense at middle schools. The offense of shoving, pushing, striking, or biting another student with no visible injury is one type of offense related to the old discipline category of fighting and aggression offenses. As noted on the slide, starting in 21-22, there were new discipline guidelines to align with the reporting required for the state's SBAR data collection. These new guidelines changed how referrals were classified and grouped. To the greatest extent possible, the fighting and aggression offenses in 21-22 and 22-23 were crosswalked and aligned with those that were fighting and aggression offenses in the past. Relative to other offenses, fighting or aggression type offensive have been one of the top categories of offenses in the past. This slide shows that the percent of referred students with at least one fighting or aggression offense over time, regardless of whether it was the primary offense. At all these levels, there was a general upward trend in more recent years prior to the pandemic, and then a pattern of relatively consistent percentages for 18-19 to 22-23. Middle schools had a slight increase in students referred for these offenses in 22-23. Over the years, elementary schools have consistently had the largest percentage of referred students being referred for fighting aggression offenses, followed by middle school and then high schools. The next section focuses on suspension data. The suspension data on the next several slides will begin with the percentage of students enrolled who are suspended at least once, which will provide information about suspensions within the entire student population. Then we will examine the percentage of students referred who were suspended at least once, and the percentage of all referrals resulting in a suspension by suspension type, in-school or out-of-school suspension. Finally, we will provide data regarding the number of disciplinary hearings occurring. This slide shows the percentage of all students enrolled who were suspended at least once, which was 11% across the division in 22-23, or 7,548 of the 68,426 students. Historical data is shown for context, but more recent data shows that the percentage of student populations being suspended has increased somewhat for each school level from 21-22 to 22-23. Shifting the measure from the overall student population to those students who are referred shows a slightly different picture. This slide shows the percentage of the 12,629 referred students who were suspended at least once. Across the division, the percentage of referred students who were suspended remained at 60% for 22-23. However, the pattern varied depending on school level. From 21-22 to 22-23, the percentage of elementary and middle school students who were referred who were then suspended increased. However, at high school, the percentage of referred students who were then suspended showed a decrease in 22-23. This slide shows the percentage of all referrals resulting in an in-school or out-of-school suspension. As shown in the graph for the division, in the earlier years, ISS was more prevalent than OSS. However, the gaps closed, and in more recent years, the pattern reversed, with a higher percentage of referrals now resulting in OSS than ISS. The next few slides will show the trend data for each school level. This slide shows the trends in the types of suspensions for elementary schools, with OSS being more prevalent than ISS. In 22-23, the percentage of referrals resulting in ISS increased, while the percentage resulting in OSS decreased slightly. This slide shows the trend data for the types of suspensions for middle schools. In the past, ISS was more prevalent than OSS, but during the last 2 school years, the percentage of referrals resulting in ISS and OSS were similar. And then finally, this slide shows the trends in the types of suspensions for high schools. In the past, ISS was more prevalent than OSS, but in 2018, 2019, the percentages became more similar, and during the last 2 school years, the percentage of referrals resulting in OSS were higher than ISS. This slide shows the large increase in discipline hearings in recent years. Discipline hearings occur only for long-term suspensions or expulsion requests, and since 2017, 2018, the number of hearings has almost doubled. The final data section includes perception data to provide additional context for interpreting the discipline data. A relevant survey item that has been included on VBCPS surveys for students, families, and staff is whether school was a safe and orderly place to learn or work. Additional data related to perceptions of behavioral expectations was recently gathered based on the VBCPS Spring Survey. It is important to note that the survey data from 1920 was prior to the pandemic, but 2021 would have been impacted by virtual instruction for many students. Student perceptions on schools being a safe and orderly place to learn have been high at elementary school and elementary and high schools in the 80 to 90% agreement range for the past 5 years. Middle school student perceptions have been high the last 3 years in the same range. While the agreement percentage has been higher over the last few years, indicating that a high percentage of students feel their school is safe and orderly, there were decreases in the agreement in 22-23. Parents have also been very positive over the past years, with at least 86% of parents at each school level in the last 5 years agreeing school is a safe and orderly place for students to learn. Again, although the agreement levels are still high, there was a decrease in 22-23. For school-based staff, the survey item the last 3 years focused on whether the school was a safe and orderly place to work. Across the years and school levels, at least 87% of staff agreed with the survey item. Although agreement levels were high, there was a small increase in 22-23. Other survey items on the 22-23 spring survey asked students, parents, and staff about behavioral expectations at the schools. As shown in the first chart, high percentage of students at each school level agreed that their school had established expectations for student behavior and that the expectations for student behaviors were taught to them. As shown in the second chart, relatively high percentages of staff also agreed that the school had expectations for student behavior. While 87% of elementary staff agreed that those behavior expectations were explicitly taught to students, lower percentage of middle school and high school staff agreed that the expectations were taught to students. Additionally, high percentage of students who responded to the survey indicated that they were aware of the student behavior expectations at their child's school. This slide provides a summary of the data just reviewed. The percentage of students who received at least one discipline referral increased in 22-23 compared to last year at each school level. Half of the students who were referred ended up receiving more than one referral during the school year. And looking at referral data, including the number of times each student were referred, showed that as a small percentage of the division students, 2%, accounted for 40% of the referrals in 22-23. Suspension data showed that the percentage of overall student population that was suspended at least once increased in 22-23 from last year. In addition, the percentage of referred students who were suspended increased at elementary and middle schools, but decreased at high schools. A higher percentage of referrals resulted in OSS than ISS across the division, and discipline hearings have increased notably since 17-18. Perception data has shown that students, parents, and staff view their schools as safe and orderly, but there were patterns of declines in agreement levels in 22-23. And that concludes the discipline data section.
Thank you, Paul. So a lot to digest there, and I'm certain if I had thought bubbles over all of your heads, I'd probably see 100 different questions or thoughts on the rationale for this data, and I think that's important for you to context as we go through the rest of the presentation on how we approach this as well. But I think one of the things that we hear often sometimes from folks is that we are ignoring behaviors and we're not addressing behaviors. And I'm hoping that puts some of that to rest from the standpoint of referrals and suspensions. I'm not saying that as a badge of honor. We certainly recognize the need to improve our student behavior and work with them closely on that. But I just want to, hopefully that highlights the importance we take in addressing student behavior. Yesterday during Dr. Banicki's presentation, she shared again the strategic action agenda for 23-24 school year. And she outlined for you the collaborative process that takes place to bring that action agenda forward. Who all we engage in the conversation of what really should shape the work heading into next year. And we include principals, teacher forum, other groups like that to say what is important for us to really focus on. This slide here outlines a heavy emphasis on student behavior support. So if you look at all of these bullets that are on the slide here, they're all in the current strategic action agenda, either under teacher interventions and support, equity, or future ready students. And I think you'll begin to see as we go through the rest of this presentation how we're trying to move forward and address those things. I talked about this earlier, and this is at the top of the map that I gave you, is that we look at multiple sources of data to address trends. We really try to move from the general to the specific. So you'll see some general things that we do across the division. PBIS is one, for example. But then we always tend to look and say, like the questions I said were circling your head, they're the questions we ask as leadership and teachers and so forth. So we drill down into other specific trends. Where are the schools where we're seeing high levels of referrals and suspensions? Where's the location of those behaviors? Is it in the classroom? Is it in the hallway? Is it on the bus? Is it during transitions? Is it in the cafeteria? What is the time of day? As I said, we've had instances where we've met with folks and said, you know, we see a vast majority of yours happening at the end of the day. Do you have the right people in place at dismissal? Do you have a good traffic pattern during dismissal? Have the expectations been set for that? So there's an example of things that we look at. We look at teacher data, and when I say teacher data, that can take a variety of forms. It can be teacher data as simple as who's writing referrals, looking at how many referrals has a teacher written and for which students and for what reasons. That can be an indicator of a variety of pieces, but in terms of how can we assist them or what are some challenges they may be facing. The other part around teacher data is how often are we in the classroom observing how teachers are doing and how we can support them. And finally, we look at comparable schools in terms of, is there a school that has a similar demographic? Are they an outlier in terms of the discipline that they receive? It's not on the slide, but we look at student data as well. We take a heavy look at our students with disabilities. We take a heavy look at our 9th graders. We look at our 6th graders. We look at other groups to say, who are the students that are engaged in this and how are we supporting them to improve upon any behavioral supports? I'm just giving you a small snapshot of those pieces, but when we get into the specific data, it then allows us to say, where do we go? Where's the problem that exists and what are the supports we put into that area? Because we can overgeneralize that all kids are misbehaving or all schools have kids that are out of control. Now, all of you have visited schools, and I think you recognize that is not the case. There's a lot of high-level teaching and learning going on in our schools, and our classrooms are very well managed. And one thing I'll go back to, because we talk about it from an HR scenario, we even look at what is the number P1 to P3 teachers in that school, in that hallway, on that grade level, on that team, that maybe need additional training and support from our BISs or coaches or others that are asking for help, and we're recognizing they've got to be seasoned a little more. So those are all things we kind of target down to. Ms. Anderson?
Do you look at the population of a school, the number of disciplines that are happening in that particular school? And I'm thinking, you probably know where I'm coming from, but.
Absolutely.
You look at that population and then you compare it to another school that might have kind of the same population. number, I'm talking about number of kids in a school, because I know we have some very large middle schools.
Well, it's like
We
the-
also have a couple middle schools that are not as large.
Yeah, it's similar to the NAEP data. If
Right.
you got a large sample and a
Yeah.
small sample, we don't draw the same conclusion based on that. We do look at those things for sure, but, and Dr. Banicki's office and Paul's been great at this. When we've asked this year for modifications in the data report, we can look at what is the percentage of your school, of the elementary school population, and what is your percentage of referrals as a result of that population. So we can look and say, you're a +10 from your population to referrals. Let's go have a conversation about what's taking place. So when I talk about nuanced, that's the level we get to ensure we're not going to every school and providing support that another school needs more of. So we do a comprehensive review, and there's the qualitative piece. We meet with our teachers and we meet with our principals and teams, and our principals are very clear about what they need and things such as that. So up on the screen here, you see our behavioral mental health supports resources, and this outlines, you've seen this before. I had this in the previous presentation. This really outlines the behavioral mental health supports and to include targeted staffing, PL opportunities, programs for students, school-level student response teams, and partnerships with external agencies. So you may have, for example, some of our students that only access one of these resources. But of that 2%, or that large number that you saw with 6 or more referrals, I think all of us that have been in a school building can outline a student that has accessed every one of these resources. And I know if you wanted to ask Bobby Jamison an example we had this year, where a student, an elementary school student, had every one of those resources flooded to them within days to assist that family and that student with maintaining their education. So you might see access change based on what is available to our students. This slide again as well, you saw this at the last, in the March board meeting. I just want to bring it back up as these were the responses that we had in February or March of resources that we put in place. We put 10 elementary school student support specialists in place. James Phaeton at Renaissance Academy has been crucial in helping coordinate that group with Mr. Jamison and Mrs. Colucci, collaborative to get these individuals assigned this spring into schools. Now what are we doing this summer is refining, learning from what they got, what do they need, and how do we impact our schools on that end. We've already seen a great benefit. It is a highly talented group of 10 people that we were able to bring into those roles. Dr. Myers-Dobb, as we've talked about before, she was able to shift some OPEC instructional specialists from secondary to elementary. You guys were kind enough in the budget to approve 3 additional behavioral intervention staff. We'll talk a little bit about what that looks like for next year. We have administrators and teachers going through the CPI training through Dr. Myers-Dobb's office. Community in Schools was added to 1 elementary school at the Tri-Campus into Larkspur Middle School. And then we've worked to shift some of our CSEP re-ed seats from secondary to elementary to provide that opportunity for our students, and we've seen some value in that already, and Dr. Myers-Dobb can certainly provide additional information on that. Again, this slide here really looks at some pieces we're putting in place for next year, and these are very strategic in nature. One of the things we're looking at doing, and you mentioned a little bit about this morning, Ms. Anderson, about Elementary Renaissance Academy, and we're very careful to move in that direction without seeing if the base program as an intervention can't be utilized in a method that really assists our kids in getting them back into schools. The base program for elementary students has really been a short-term intervention. That's a key word, intervention. It's not a placement. For students in kindergarten through 2nd grade who may lack educational experience or social skills, leading them to engage in challenging behaviors. Beginning this school year, we have added an additional K-2 base classroom, and we're going to offer a grades 3 through 5 classrooms for the first time. It'll all be housed at Windsor Oaks Elementary School where the current program exists. Each classroom should serve 10 to 12 students, so we're looking at the ability maybe to move closer to 30 students being served in that program, and typically spend 6 to 9 weeks in the program before beginning their transition back. This is where the student support specialists are important. When they return to their schools, they're given an individualized transition plan, and they'll have access to those student support specialists when they return. Mr. Jamison could probably give you some information on recidivism. Like we try to track how do they do when they return. He can probably share some anecdotal notes on that end. And Dr. Myers-Dobb and her team have really worked to remove barriers to access have been removed. For example, Students now, if they're going through the eligibility process for special education, can stay in the base program. Previously, they were removed so that they could be evaluated appropriately, and Dr. Myers-Dobb has put some pieces in place that have allowed for that to continue. I'd be remiss if I also didn't recognize the work of Adrienne Day and her team that they've done in supporting the base program out of Mr. Jamison's office. We're excited about the Behavior Intervention Support Team. It is BIST. We're going to hit you hard with letters, so BIST, B-I-S-T, Behavior Intervention Support Team. This is a certified trauma-informed care group that empowers educators and parents with the resources and understanding they need to partner with students with challenging behaviors, really to develop their emotional awareness and positive coping skills. Mrs. Colucci and a team, I think Dr. Myers-Dobb, Angela Nichols, Dr. Gorham, and several principals went out to Kansas City to observe the BIST model in place. They were extremely excited when they came back because essentially this is designed to help schools increase teaching time for all students, facilitates change in skill sets for the most challenging students, decrease disruptive behavior in the classroom and at home, and this was a huge bullet, the last one for our teachers, provide relief for adults who are working directly with youth. What our teachers and administrators were really excited about was the teachers in Kansas City said, we began to feel like we weren't the problem when we went to BIST, that it wasn't because of us, that this was a process that could allow us to intervene with students in a positive way and empowered teachers to do that. Funding for BIST training, and we had some administrators on a Zoom call today with our BIST training group, was funded through ESSER funds and Title I and Title IV grant funds. So if you get an opportunity during in-service week, there's a huge training going on at Bayside High School amongst the schools, the tri-campus schools, Thalia and Parkway, to go through that process. And the head trainer for BIST is quite an entertainer. So if you want to really learn a lot and feel like you're getting good training, you can go out there. The responsive classroom approach is not new to Virginia Beach. It really was introduced in 2019, 2020. It's an evidence-based, so we come back to that model of what is evidence-based, research-based approach to teaching and discipline that focus on creating safe and engaging classroom where students can develop their strong social and academic skills. For the upcoming school year, all elementary schools are able to, and teachers, teacher assistants, office associates are able to get involved in training. We've done it with bus drivers and other groups through the Office of PGI. But in this year, we're shifting to a new approach that we provide momentum. White Oaks and Brookwood Elementary will both be supported by PGI on a whole school implementation of responsive classroom practices. And they'll get individualized support and focus areas based on the needs of their schools. As a reminder, Brookwood was a Title I school. It no longer is. So here's another level of support that they're getting as a result of that piece. And I think in all of these instances, BIST and responsive classroom, you see we're being very strategic on where we roll this out. We're trying to be cognizant of those schools that are prepared for it. Where is the data taking us to support those interventions? Ms. Franklin?
I do have a question. So all these programs are available to all students. They don't need an IEP or.
Yeah, the BIST intervention support is going to be school-wide at those schools. Okay. The responsive classroom is going to be school-wide at all of those at those two schools. So when you say all kids, it's only going to be at those schools in these areas. We're really looking to say, can we scale that model out? So let's be really intense in a few spots, see what we get from it, because as we've heard on several things, there are budgetary implications. Gotcha. So we're looking at what is the impact of this and how do we develop feedback along the way.
Did you say that's going to be offered at Bayside Elementary?
I'm sorry?
Did you say that the training for that's going to be at Bayside?
It's going to be at Bayside High School. Mr. Walton's been kind enough to offer up that space for us because we have the tri-campus Thalia and Parkway. That's a large numbers of staff.
That's the work week?
Yes.
Okay. Will you send us
Can
further
you
information
send us
on that?
Ms. Colucci can send that information out, and I'm anticipating the follow-up question. We're restricting some of the other training needs for that group because of the intense focus on BIST. So we have looked to pull a few things back to ensure that they can wholly focus on that. So I was anticipating that question that maybe you weren't going to ask it, but I feel like I'm learning.
As a board member, I'll be a fly on the wall. I want to listen and observe.
Yeah, I think I think you should take a look at it. It's really, really powerful stuff. Ms. Melnick?
Can I go back to the graph, or do you want me to do that at the
I
end?
think if we can do that at the end, because I
Okay.
want to make sure we hit a few of the other pieces,
Okay.
if that's okay with you guys.
Yep, fair enough.
Because some of those might be questions that not only will I answer, but others will answer as well. You will also note some other things we have in place, and again, recognize the strategic impact of we're selecting certain schools to go through this. The MTSS implementation is our multi-tiered systems of support in Synergy. We're working through this through Allenton, Red Mill, VB Middle, and Tallwood High School, really to enhance our student response team process. If you went and asked school counselors, administrators, and teachers about the student response team process, probably the number one challenge they would say is the paperwork that's required and what all entails in that. This is used to automate that. This will allow us to document their efforts to support students in one location, so people can access that digitally very easily. All stakeholders working with the student will see the efforts of their colleagues as well as the impact on students' outcomes. Should an SRT referral need to be submitted, the module will automatically add the data collected by the staff to the referral for a more seamless, efficient, and comprehensive process. Central office team began working with the vendor in June through Mr. Jameson's leadership to confirm timeline for configurations and staff trainings. It really make work easier for teachers and staff. You talk about a time saver. I sat through the training and I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a game changer for folks in terms of this. So we're hoping very quickly to learn from it, see how it's done, and expand that out to other schools as we start to recognize the impact that it has. PBIS is not something new for any of you. I think if you look at the expectation data on there, you might be able to draw a line between PBIS and expectations. Who did you see at the highest level? Was our elementary schools, which have had, in all candor, probably the most intense focus on PBIs compared to middle and high. But in this year, we're really focusing on the universal tier 1 level will result in a reduction in the number of students needing more intensive support. On the high school level, we're focusing on the S, PBIS, the support. Prioritizing ninth grade students to really address concerns before they even walk in the building. This happens across some schools, but not all schools. And we're going to work at the Administrative Leadership Conference with school principals and designated assistant principals. Dr. Brower and Mr. Jameson are going to do a session on that, where they're going to look at their actual student data and start to begin to make decisions on interventions in their incoming ninth graders. Throughout the year, school teams will meet to discuss the needs and programs of this cohort, and we'll have interventions as needed. They're going to observe classrooms and so forth. This practice has really been in place for our seniors. That's why you've seen an increase in our graduation rate. Our high schools are really good at responding to student needs. Now they're going to, and some, as I said, have done this, but they're really going to target our ninth graders from a support transition. We're always looking for partnerships to leverage. If you recall the last board meeting, Dr. Spence acknowledged that group that was working with Parkway and Green Run Elementary, law enforcement and attorneys, and the impact that had on that community. We are in conversations with a group called Team LAM. They're a local organization. They're a city VBCPS partnership group and a City of Virginia Beach group that wants to work with our high school students around mentorship and community elevation, founded by 2 VBCPS graduates. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jameson now, because in terms of mental health, we're really excited about the work taking place in that area. So, Mr. Jameson, at this time, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thanks. Well, good afternoon again. And Ms. Anderson is actually aligns with the conversation that we had earlier today, in that we all know mental health is a contributing factor for student behaviors, and that in Virginia Beach, we look at a comprehensive approach to students when it comes to their needs, as well as the supports that we put in place. And so for this portion of the presentation, we will recognize our mental health task force members, review recently collected data, and provide updates on progress and plans for next school year. Directly aligned with our strategic framework and recommendations from the 2019 Blue Ribbon Panel, the Mental Health Task Force aims to elevate and promote mental health and wellness for the Virginia Beach community. The initial task force convened in January 2021 and has continued to support families and student behaviors with mental health as a focus. As always, I want to recognize that none of this would be possible without the different groups that you see on the screen. Vice Chair Weems, Board Member Owens, thank you for all of your support over the years. We have school administrators, community stakeholders, counselors, as well as central office administrators serving on our mental health task force. and you see the logos of the community organizations who have participated, and we continue to just want to thank them as often as we can for their dedication and passion to this work. As you have received, we have 10 recommendations from the Mental Health Task Force, and these were confirmed by the board in August 2021, and we've divided them into these groups in terms of access, awareness, identification, and stigma, and they serve as the foundation for the efforts that we have undertaken over the past couple of years related to mental health in Virginia Beach. So getting into some of the data. So the first 3 bullets come from the American Academy of Pediatrics from 2023. And just as I did in March, I just want to emphasize how 1 in 5 Virginia youth experienced a major depressive episode in the past year. 7% of youth in Virginia have a substance use disorder, and suicide continues to be a leading cause of death in youth aged 9 to 18. More recently, the Surgeon General put out in May a new report, and in it states a few things. The mortality impact of being socially disconnected is similar to that caused by smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day, and even greater than that associated with obesity and physical inactivity. And as you see, for those ages 15 to 24, the amount of time spent with friends in person has declined by 70% in the last 20 years, a trend exacerbated by the coronavirus pandemic. This trend is associated with a greater risk of cardiovascular disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. And these factors provide context for the recently collected suicide risk assessment data that I promised I would share with the board at this retreat. And so on the slide, these are totals as of June 12th, 2023. This does serve as our baseline, and we do not have any longitudinal data for comparison. But as we did discuss in March, we worked through the Office of Research and Evaluation, and we collected this information more formally through our school counseling departments. The months of February and March had the highest combined totals, with 188 and 176 completed assessments respectively. The month with the highest total for elementary, which was 85, and high school, 53, was the month of May, with middle school having 72, experiencing the highest total in February. I just want to pause and provide a little bit of context here. So as you can see, in the second column, suicide risk assessment totals, we have 1,378. Those are the total number of assessments completed this year, done with or for 1,037 unique students. So the majority, it is a one-time event. Of the 1,037, we have 578 found to be at risk. For those who do not know, we use the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale in Virginia Beach, and it aligns with what our first responders in emergency rooms use across the community. So we wanted to align, and we made that decision back in 2017. Yes, ma'am.
Can you just repeat
That
the assessment name
Yes,
again?
and
Thank you.
It's the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And we use the screener version of that scale. The screener version. Yes, ma'am. There's a longer, more comprehensive version, as you can imagine. But working in a school setting, we have it to the 6 questions on that screener. I then, with permission, color-coded so that it was a little more straightforward for our practitioners who are using it, and then gave them a key as to how to work through those questions to indicate the level of risk or to find a student to be at risk. And that's where we see that 578. So for context, if you noticed for elementary, we have 526 total assessments, 396 unique students. And this is the piece that comes up from a lot of our community members. How do you know that my 7-year-old was experiencing suicidal ideation? They're 7. And that's where the level of skill comes in. It says that you notice 526 were referred. That's a great thing. I know sometimes you're like, how is that? That means that we have staff who are in place who are looking at the needs of students to refer them to the appropriate person to conduct the referral. 3/4 of the time, almost, we are not seeing, we're not seeing them to be found at risk. At the same time, we have resources in place. Please know, the moment that a risk assessment is done, a phone call is made home. So it doesn't matter if they were found to be at risk or not. The moment that you choose to make that professional decision to use that risk assessment, or that scale, excuse me, you'll be making a phone call home. And so the additional context, as you see, the numbers go down from elementary to high. We do want to increase, going back to the awareness recommendation, when we have our 10 task force recommendations, students to increase their help-seeking behaviors, our staff to be trained to identify, so that we can respond in a more comprehensive way. So that means that it wasn't the same student who came, or we didn't have a repeat. So, for example, there were 1,037 different students who came down to a school counseling office and experienced going through a risk assessment. So an unduplicated count. So wanting to take a moment to talk through some of the programs and initiatives from this year. As you know, the division is partnering with Child and Youth Behavioral Health Services of Virginia Beach to offer rapid response services to elementary students and their families. And we are partnering with CHKD to offer a bridge program to secondary students. Both programs provide services to students who are demonstrating behaviors that may indicate the need for behavioral health screening, short-term intervention, care coordination, or referral to ongoing services in the community. Since beginning on February 6th, we have processed 92 rapid response referrals. And since October 2022, we have processed 111 CHKD program referrals. There's a story I'll share as we get towards the end of this part of the presentation. In terms of other programs and initiatives, as a reminder, VBCPS worked with CHKD staff to offer after-hour support for any securely alert of a mental health nature. So beginning in February, our CHKD clinicians started contacting families to provide immediate mental health supports to students and ensuring families were connected with appropriate community resources. And for the latter half of the year, we assisted 17 students and their families. To build awareness about resources available to staff, the Mental Health Task Force is supporting the Consolidated Benefits Office Be Well program by linking them with various student groups and, staff groups to provide presentations on resources in the new Employee Assistance Program, or EAP. These staff groups included principals, teachers, school counselors, psychologists, and social workers, as well as other central office staff members. And then through family and community engagement, we offered a workshop series on mental health topics that included depression and anxiety, suicide awareness and prevention, and how to have difficult conversations with students. These were all, they were all led by our community partners through CHKD, City of Virginia Beach, and Kempsville Center, and we had over 750 stakeholders registered to participate via Zoom, and another 30 participated in person. So you know my face is gonna light up about this Wellness Expo, because it was in the, anyway, for those who don't know, March 13th, I'm gonna say it again, 2020, we had a decree that came out that shut many of our things down, and on March 14th, 2020, we were set to have our first Family and Student Wellness Expo. That did not happen. It took us some time, and we had to build our partnerships and be back in a place where we could bring large groups of people together, but I'm happy to announce that on Saturday, June 3rd, we had our inaugural Family and Student Wellness Expo. I will tell you, the food truck, much like today, was a hit. As part of this event, we had our vaccination clinic, thanks to the City of Virginia Beach, Department of Public Health, where we were able to give out 57 vaccinations or administer 57 vaccinations that would otherwise not have been immediately possible. We had vision screenings. We had over 64 vendors or really exhibitors who participated. We even had that 90s duo in the bottom left who participated. We had 243 families show up with over 500 actual participants in attendance. And honestly, if you had a chance with the music and the inflatables, it was a good time. I think my favorite moment was watching 2 students leave the SAT administration. That was at Bayside, so thank you, Mr. Walton, for hosting us. But they walked out of the SATs, walked over to the Wellness Expo. I heard the young lady call her dad saying, "You need to come, because I need to get a vaccination today, and they won't administer it unless you're here." So I appreciate the fact that it was useful for a student who may not have intended, maybe she did, planned it in such a way to take her SATs and then participate in our expo. But we've already had several debrief meetings, and we look to make this an even bigger and better event for next school year. The next update I want to provide is beginning the week of May 23rd, we did a soft launch of the Care Solace platform. Through Care Solace, families have direct assistance to navigate the mental health care system. Care Solace staff will help them find a provider, schedule their appointment, and follow up after their first appointment to ensure their needs have been met. And this resource is available to every VBCPS student and anyone who resides with a VBCPS student. Furthermore, their services are available to any employee, anyone who resides with an employee. And I'm going to pause again to give context to what's on the screen. So this is a resource that, as school staff note, a family may need to be connected to the community. With their permission, we can enter their information on this platform. Their staff then reaches out to that family within 15 minutes via text, phone call, or email. So when you see total cases, that was 3 weeks worth of work. So I collected this from that May 23rd date, essentially through the last day of school, and we had 101 cases come through. They provided a total of almost 5,000 communications with those families, and were able to secure 47 appointments. And 26 of those started from anonymous searches. So someone went on their own to that website, because we were promoting it through the schools, and they were able to then schedule and work through the system without us initiating that referral. That's when we talk about time saved, that's what that next graph is showing you, of 122.5 hours over 3 weeks, saved for our staff. There was a heat map on the time of day when these communications were actually occurring, and I was thinking, openly admit, I was wrong. I was thinking it was going to be more of the 5 to 8 p.m., and it's not. There were more communications made between 2 and 5 to schedule these appointments than at any other point in time in the day. I bring that up because we would have had staff who were working with families and students, because that's part of their day-to-day job, and may not have had an opportunity to do this kind of work for those who were most in need. Some of the key performance indicators from this, as you can see just in May, essentially a week and a half, 238 inbound interactions. The inbound interactions mean they were contacting our families. June, 241, and I'm gonna go through each of them. The warm handoffs, that's our staff working with Care Solace to process a referral. And that's where we have the 53 and the 35. Here were the main reasons or presenting concerns as when families are reaching out to Care Solace and seeking assistance. I don't think it's a surprise to see anxiety and depression. But I did want to bring up the fact that we're talking about student behaviors, and disruptive was number 3. So an example again of how this goes beyond just what we tend to traditionally believe mental health problems can be or how they manifest. Disruption is one of the main pieces listed here. And then from an economic impact standpoint, this again was surprising. Of the providers you see on this list, I was only familiar with one of them, and that's Family Insight. And the reason why that's so impressive, or I guess makes an impression on me, is that many school divisions work to maintain a list of who has availability for appointments or who's open to take new clients. This platform has introduced us to additional providers who had readily available schedules. So that's where those 47 appointments were able to be secured rather quickly. So this is where the story comes in, because this was just last week, Monday. I received a phone call. Thank you, Dr. Spence and Mayor, for the day off. Appreciate that. Some of us did not have said day off, but a parent called me, and they were actually emailed me first. They were in a tough spot. The student, high school student, was experiencing some mental health concerns, and there had been some signs since January that there might have been a concern. The problem was, it's a co-parenting situation, and the student was about to leave with this parent to go stay with a different parent. But that student had mentioned, I think I need help right now. That's on a Monday, student was leaving on a Friday. So how are we going to secure an appointment that quickly? And it did not include Care Solace in this situation. It actually goes back to our bridge program. So I was able to call Ms. Osler at CHKD, share the situation, and we were able, as she said it to me, so if we were going through bridge program proper, I wouldn't be able to do this for you. But because of our partnership, I think I can get him in by Friday. So he was seen on Friday before he then left the area. And they're actually maintaining telehealth services because he's a VBCPS student. So our ecosystem in Virginia Beach for mental health is rather strong, and I hope to make it better as time goes on, because there's more to be done. But I just wanted you to be aware of this is what we're working with, and this is what we're working to do. So we started Wellness Up Camps this week. So we have small groups being conducted with our middle school students on self-esteem, communication, and relationship skills. We have a total of 30 students who will go through the camp. It's free through summer school. They use summer school transportation. They eat the same summer school food, transported home, and they were identified based on needs that had been expressed during the school year, either through the parent, teacher, administrator, or counselor. We submitted an application to the VDOE Traumatic Brain Injury Cohort, and our application was accepted. So VBCPS will serve as a model school division moving forward as we receive training and we provide responses to any TBIs that we become aware of. So we'll have training throughout the year, and that formal training actually starts this week in Richmond. Next one, through the city of Virginia Beach, had a conversation with Mr. Thornton back in March, and we talk about putting needs or putting resources where we feel the need is most prevalent. And next year, we will have 2 mental health clinicians that will work out of the Renaissance Academy to provide support to our students. So, pet project of mine, we're going to begin exploring a counseling clinic for Virginia Beach for next year. That was not going to happen next year, but we'll begin preparing. And this will be through a partnership with ODU and the fact that they have their community mental health track for counseling. And we can host practicum students to then serve as the counselors of a responsive clinic, if you will. That would be for free for our families and housed centrally. So practicum student would have a caseload every Monday, for example, of no more than 3 cases and work for 8 consecutive Mondays to support the families who sign up. Different group of practicum students for Tuesday and every other day of the week. We have youth mental health first aid training for all school counselors this year. And for anyone else who is interested, they may sign up through Frontline. And then through New York Life, we are going to pursue the Grief Sensitive Schools Initiative, which is a grant opportunity where they would provide us, if all of our schools are trained as a division, $43,000 so that we can further support and train our staff on how to respond when students are experiencing grief. And then lastly, and these are the ongoing meetings for 23-24, we're going to look to restructure the mental health task force work teams just to revisit and make sure that our priorities still align, or if there's a different way for us to conduct our work. And as you heard from before, we have a proactive approach. We strive for that. I think we're succeeding in some areas. There's obviously work to be done based on the data. But from that safety and message mapping and what you just heard from a mental health task force standpoint and the behavior supports that Mr. Delaney outlined, there's much to discuss, which I'm sure questions are forthcoming. But just want you to know that it's coming from a place of, we see that it's a diverse need. There's going to need to be a variety of resources and approaches to address this data and these concerns where we see them so that we can improve our school community at large with the partnerships around us. And so at this time, and for those who presented with us today, we are ready to answer any questions.
Ms. Franklin.
Thank you so much. This is such a great presentation. You know, sometimes we hear so much feedback about what we need to improve on, but I think there are some things we do amazingly well. And this focus on making sure that we're looking at ways to improve our mental health offerings are, it's just always very impressive to me. I have a few questions just in terms of, you know, when it comes to signs that we're providing to families for what they should look like or look for in their students when it comes to suicide signs, you know, and those type of things. With there being the numbers that we're seeing right now, I wonder if we can't just continually just make sure, because it's like, you know, CPR. I actually have done CPR twice in my life, and you know, to other people, and you know, it's just because I've constantly had that reinforcement, you know, every couple of years through going through the training, and I would like a couple of things that maybe we're doing, because it does seem like this is such a big topic right now, mental health, and if there's a way for us to continue to provide training on what to look for, not just for parents, but you know, for the board even. I would love to have that kind of training, signs to look for. Also, you know, since we're, I'm sorry, what is that term? So it's reporters designated? Mandated reporters. I would love to have those that training provided to board members. I actually go through that through the Parks and Rec, but it would be great to have someone like Ms. Owens, you know, kind of lead that training and give us much more in-depth outside of what you just, you know, watch on a video or listen to. So, you know, because I think that that's a really important part of our job in education, and certainly since, you know, we're on the board, we should probably be very well aware of our requirements in the division. So those would be my asks. And my last question is, do you know if other divisions, how do we compare to other, are we kind of leading the charge in terms of mental health, would you say?
Selfishly, yes, we are.
Okay,
And-
I want to hear that, yeah.
And here's the difference. I'm not, I want to be clear in saying that it's not to say that our neighboring school divisions are not offering services. But in 2020 and 2021, my main focus was that it would be free and that it would not have to be Medicaid eligible or that it would not have to be billable to insurance.
Okay.
So every resource that you heard today, with the exception of one upcoming for next school year, which may need to be billable, those are all free. And that's the difference between what we're providing and others can offer.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for your great work on this.
Yeah, phenomenal. He's got big shoulders, so we're thankful of that. He carries a lot of us around. But to your comment, Ms. Franklin, as I'm going to hear questions, there's time I'm going to redirect you back to some of the data that's in there. And when you talk about training and so forth, that 70% less time with friends is one that sticks out to me a lot, because that's not only just kids. Okay, those are the adults as well, that when we look at all of, so again, I'm painting the picture of our students misbehave at times because of serious anxiety, serious depression. They're not getting the attention or that they get at home that we maybe had. And it requires us to spend a lot more time as administrators and teachers listening to kids' needs. And as a former principal, I recognized very quickly what used to be a 15-minute conversation. My last 3 years were 45 minutes to an hour with a kid. Once they knew they had your ear, you could learn everything that was going on. And that's not happening with their friendship groups or with the adults. So, you know, with Mr. Jamison's work, what it has done is it's just really allowed parents fairly quickly to see they have a problem that they need to get involved in. And they've missed some of that over the last few years, I believe. So I just want to go back to that number when we start thinking about where people are. Many people are in that range where they just do not have the relationships that they're accustomed to, or that we were accustomed to.
Ms. Martin?
So two disparate things. Is there any way to get a breakdown on the number of referrals that occur due to behavior on the bus?
Yes, we can find that information.
Okay, and then I was just looking over at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration that has about 1 hour of student management in their in-service guide. How much classroom management time do we give our bus drivers for training?
It's a great question. I think, and Jack, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was last summer, if not the summer before, that we brought the bus drivers in and they received the training through Dr. Gorham's office, PGI, on responsive classroom practices to better engage and form relationships with students as they drove and how to respond to that. for years, bus drivers have had concerns about student behaviors and how is administrators supporting that. So we've worked very hard to train our bus drivers in that area. It's something we'll continue to work on getting better, but yes, we
Yeah,
try
I
to do
would
that.
like my colleagues to consider that as we develop another budget. The NHTSA recommends about 5 hours of classroom management training for bus drivers. And so if we can up that from what we're currently doing, I think that would help cut back on some of these discipline issues, because the buses are often the genesis of behavior. It doesn't happen on the bus maybe, but it starts on the bus. And so that would be helpful. And then the other thing I'm thinking about, and this Care Solus initiative is fantastic, but it's, even though that part doesn't have a cost, I think what we're seeing, and I've seen this in discipline, is we're seeing more and more diagnosis of ADD and ODD. Right, and so that what that means is students have access to those services, they're now under the care of a therapist, they're getting a diagnosis, which is going to then drive additional 504 meetings. So we really need to think about, as Care Solus rolls out, 30 days, an incredible number of people taking advantage of that. What is that impact going to be on our 504 meetings and teacher time? Because we could see that go way, way up. And then in addition to that, with discipline, then we'd end up with more MDRs, hearings and things like that. So I think we need to kind of think, that's in place now. What are these exponential consequences, and budget for that appropriately next year?
Agreed. Given Section 504 is an unfunded mandate. And, we do have that child find obligation either way. So whether we're seeing it via the student data and discipline, or from a proactive standpoint, we're seeing things and it comes back to us via Care Solus referral, which then results in, now you have formal documentation. It's a balancing act, right? And I think we do need to keep in mind, as a community, as we see these needs increase, where does funding come from to support, given the fact that it is unfunded? So I think that's an ongoing conversation for us to keep having as we learn more of any trends that develop, and then any response that would be needed. But at the same time, it's something that we have staff in place to support initially and can continue to support in other ways as the budget allows.
But it tells me that we need additional support staff. I mean, even looking at that JLARC study, we need additional funding for support staff to free up teachers to be able to attend those meetings, to get those supports in place. So I see that, and I hope my colleagues see that as well as we work on budget development, that we do need additional staffing so that we can attend these meetings and make sure students are getting the supports they need.
And I'll add, Ms. Martin, this goes to the legislative committee. So Virginia is one of two states, the other one being Maryland, that has not accessed released funds from the federal government for Medicaid support in areas of mental health. Yep. And so I was in a presentation 2 weeks ago with some school divisions around the Commonwealth, and there is a targeted movement afoot to pressure the Virginia Department of Education and the state legislature to work with their federal colleagues in Washington to access the funds that are available through Medicaid that will support mental health services, which will include partial funding for staffing. So as a result of that conversation, Dr. Spence and myself, Dr. Spence representing Loudoun County and myself representing Virginia Beach, have a conference call with Henrico County and Chesterfield County and Fairfax County to leverage the roughly 400,000 students that these divisions represent to get a message to the state that they need to really push the state legislatures and the Virginia Department of Education to access those funds. Maryland is doing something similar with Montgomery County, Maryland, and Prince George, Doc, is that right? Prince George, Maryland? Is that the other big one? PG County, yeah, and Maryland for the same reasons. So that, because we agree.
Something Dr. Robertson shared with us today, they actually just opened the technical assistance centers that we plan on reaching out to either later this week or next week to learn a little more.
Oh, Ms. Milnick.
So I can better understand the data. Do you know the student population in 2002 and 2003? Because I don't know if anybody else was confused, not confused, but I'm just,
I don't have it with me,
Okay.
but we obviously had it to calculate the percentages.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons we converted it to a percentage, is to sort of normalize it across the thing, so the percentages are comparable.
Comparable, okay, so in some cases, there's been no change over 20 years. So, right? Right, so that's why I was looking for it to be normalized, because I didn't know, okay. So with that uptick in elementary behavior, do some of these multiple referrals happen because teachers are trying to document behavior because it might lead to a base program or to additional supports? I ask because it happened to me one year, and I won't tell you how many referrals I had to write. So many I could have just said, okay, this, we're dealing with, this is what we're doing. But I had to document it.
Well, it's an interesting question that you ask. We don't share broadly that you have to write a referral for students.
No.
However, but you will find in cases, and when you talk to like Dr. Myers-Dobb, like where's the data to support these concerns? So there's a variety of ways you can do that beyond just a referral, though. You can journal it, document it, and Synergy is an intervention that you're working on. So it doesn't just take a disciplinary referral to do that. But it's important at times if you look at what a referral says, it says a referral for support.
Yeah.
So oftentimes, if a teacher does not write a referral, there's no additional supports that an administration can put into place for them. And then those behaviors can then sometimes escalate later in the year, and then they write it. So your question of, it's a kind of a hypothetical, do some write them to collect data? I would say in some instances, yes. But broadly speaking, our elementary school folks are collecting data on so many levels of their students, anecdotally and formally, that I think we feel pretty confident that they're documenting any behavior concerns.
Okay. And I had direct contact with a student this year who was, who did go to the base program. And that student did very well coming back. So I'm interested in.
Well, Bobby can probably
that.
share anecdotally again that what he's seen.
So part of our discussions this year was on recidivism. And every student that went through the base program either experienced 1 to 2 discipline referrals after. Just to give context, prior, as you can imagine, we were in the neighborhood of at least 10.
Right.
Normally it was in the 15 to 20. They go through this short-term intervention, they come back with their transition plan. Fidelity of implementation or not, we typically saw only 1 to 2 referrals over the next 3 months. There were some that experienced none at all. And don't get me wrong, there were some that still needed assistance. And in those moments, just based on our data, 40% of those situations ended up with a referral to special education for the additional services or interventions or related services that would be provided under IDEA.
And is there ever an opportunity for a student to go back to the base program?
Glad you asked that. So we have a continuum of care. The base program is one piece of that. And what we are considering is a yes to your question if need be. But before we send a student back to that intervention again, we would look to put other resources in place, such as an elementary student support specialist who can provide more one-on-one assistance.
And I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see a behavior intervention specialist in every school. That's my wish.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Owens?
Thank you. I have a couple questions, and then I'll probably reach out to Bobby later and get all the rest of the questions so that I don't hog the whole time. My first question is in regards to the expanding the base program at Windsor Oaks. Where do we see implications for transportation increased needs now that we are expanding that out to almost double and pulling from, I guess, all around the city?
So we've been pulling already from all around the city. We had the conversation with Jack's team and Mr. Lash to discuss, should we host this at one location or should we look to have some satellite or split it across the division? He said, please host this at one site.
Okay.
So similar to what we have in other locations or other programs, the central site is the preferred method. And from a space standpoint in the building, everything seems to be fine on that front too.
And I know that if you guys are bringing it to us, you guys have already looked at all the pieces to it. But since students are going to be recommended to the base program at different times throughout the year, that's going to require changing transportation situations, and we feel confident that we're able to manage that with what we have.
Yes, so we've been navigating that situation over the last few years, albeit at a smaller number, yes. But it was still, as we explained to families, a week and a half grace period of working out that transportation issue. Not to speak for Mr. Freeman, but what has been projected for transportation for next year, we do not foresee there being a difference in that still week and a half to 2 weeks grace period to get students processed and in.
Perfect. My next one, on slide 44, where we were tracking the screening for crisis mental health for students at risk. I'm super happy that we are now tracking those. Are we, I guess, analyzing and looking at the impact of counselor time in different schools, if we have certain, counselors that are doing more of these, and maybe if you could speak to what that means time-wise for a counselor to have one of these incidents?
Thank you. So again, multiple ways to respond to that to give you a full response. One, anytime a suicide risk assessment comes up, that's a minimum of 2 to 2.5 hours that you're going to dedicate to supporting the student, learning more about the situation, to then determine that you're going to move forward with the risk assessment. If the student is found to be at risk, there's some more documentation and phone calls that then typically need to happen or are required through us to happen. With that said, we have looked at, and again, back to Dr. Brower's support and Mr. Smith's or Dr. Smith's support, we have ongoing conversations about needs and have increased the allocation of school counselors, 2 at the middle school level, really 2.5 at the middle school level, and 3 full allocations at the high school level, going into 23-24 for some of the same reasons that we've discussed today, in addition to some student achievement data to make that happen. And then on top of that, that's where the recommendation for those 2 clinicians from the city going to the Renaissance Academy, given that we were seeing an uptick in how that was occurring with those students.
Excellent, thank you. And I trust that you all will keep the board apprised about how those resources are going, and if it doesn't seem reasonable at some point, given the amount of work that we are now tracking and able to really look at those specific hours.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on slide 8, I couldn't let us kind of slide by without really absorbing, I guess, what we're seeing with these statistics here. I think it would be helpful for me if the statistics exist maybe for the past 5 years with the same kind of breakdown in terms of the referrals and the suspensions and the breakdown of demographics. I, off the top of my head, remember a previous presentation, and I think at that one, Black students might have been in the 25 to 27%, and I could be misremembering that, but it would be helpful to see trends with that, and
Yes.
if you know that.
So we've used this snapshot view for the past few years, so we can definitely put together something so you can see long-term trends for everything that's reported on here.
Perfect. And then it's striking, obviously. In addition to the 31% of Black students at the schools being referred, which I think I clarified last year, I thought maybe it meant 31% of students who got referred were Black students, but it is in fact the inverse, that 31% of the Black students in our district will receive a referral, at least one, in the school year. And then if you combine that actually with the multiracial category, which is not always Black and something else, but frequently it is, then we have almost half of every student in our district who is Black or partially Black. You have a 50-50 chance, you have as good a chance as not of being referred at least one time in the school year. am I misinterpreting that, the 31 plus
Yeah,
19 being 50%?
They're not gonna be additive, so it's 19% of the multiracial population received a referral. And obviously that group is much smaller than our Black population, so if we combined them together, that percentage would be lower than 50%.
Okay.
I don't know the exact numbers off the top, but I know that there are definitely more Black students than multiracial, so they'll be heavily weighted, so I would imagine that would be closer to, I don't really want to project numbers, but it would be closer to the 31% than it would be the 50%.
Okay.
But we could definitely, what I can do is I could give you a total of Black plus multiracial and give you
Okay.
that percentage as well.
Yes, that would be helpful. And then if we're able to, and I know you already have the statistics to kind of see where we're trending, and if we are trending up in that category, what our hopes and goals are for doing something about that trend. And then,
I can answer a little bit of that as you're looking, Ms. Owens. We're certainly doing a lot of our professional learning around inclusive practices, responsive classroom, cultural competency. You saw some of that yesterday in some of the survey data. Many of the resources that we're putting into specific schools are to address that dilemma. Dr. Spence in his 9 years has mentioned that data, I think, every year, and it's been an area of concern. He's expressed his frustration of us not moving the needle on it, but it's certainly something we look and say that again goes to what schools do we need to target to see an impact versus the generality of all schools. And there are some places where when you look at community and schools and you look at the other resources, they're designed to do that.
okay. And
Still have a lot of work to do in that area, as you know.
And hopefully we are, as we're figuring out trial and error, different ways, seeing what's working, reaching out and including, I don't know, the community, the people who are impacted by this, so that we are getting their input on what's going to help as well, so that we're not just, going with, we have these evidence-based practices that have worked here, here, and here, but the families and communities that are being impacted not having that input to play in on what they're seeing and how they've been
And the
impacted.
BIST training in those schools has that component. How do you engage the family? So certainly agree.
Perfect. I think that's all I have for right now, but I am thoroughly impressed. I am so excited about the work that the Mental Health Task Force has done, the progress that has been made over, it's only been like 3 years now, and I don't know how many more opportunities we have to sit on the dais with Dr. Spence, but I want to make sure that I thank you for embracing the idea of the Mental Health Task Force, for putting it out, for backing it, and for bringing our district where it has come. That was part of my dream coming onto the board, and you have more than made that come through. So thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Okay, so thank you so much for the presentation and all of this data. This is very important, and I appreciate all of the work of the Mental Health Task Force. I think we have some great things going on and things upcoming, so I'm very happy to hear about those. I think it's really important that we're being solution-oriented. I do want to go to the discipline data, and it's funny because we have a positive solution at the end, and we're going back to the I guess, kind of gloomier part. But so on slide 32, it's perceptions of behavioral expectations 22-23. So it shows that, especially in high school, that of those surveyed, 70% of our staff, their perception is that the expectations are explicitly taught to the students. Do we know how many participants there were in that?
On the actual survey, I don't have the response rate directly in front of me, but we can definitely send it to you.
Okay.
Ms. Brown, that explicitly taught, I think, is the key piece that, and staff members would say. We don't teach them how to walk to the cafeteria or walk through the hall like you would see at elementary school. Do they go over classroom expectations and things like, you know, as a parent, you've probably signed those forms where they go through those pieces. So I think a key component to a lot of that question is explicitly taught as part of the day-to-day lessons. Do they go over what it means to be a responsible citizen? Do they go over what it means to treat others like you see in an elementary school in a morning meeting session? So that question can lend itself to, as a former high school teacher, I would tell you I did not explicitly teach behavior to the whole group. I certainly did it in isolated instances with a few young teenagers that didn't meet the standard. But I don't think any of us look at that as a high school teacher as explicitly teaching those behavior expectations to the whole group.
Okay, and thank you for that explanation. Okay, so if I go to slides 20, let's see, just 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so if I isolate out, and I'm looking back, so as far as 2011, and from 2011 to 2012, I see a pretty obvious dip in the referrals, suspensions, for almost every single one of these slides. So my question is how have the parameters and expectations for reporting changed since 2011 to get us to that? Because it would seem to me that there must have been some sort of change. I don't know if it was division level changes or if it was reporting requirement changes, but just if you look at slide, let me give you the best one for it. If you go to slide 20, you will see,
Is that the percent of referred students who are suspended at least once?
yes,
Okay.
you see that the number starts to decline in 2011. So was there any, changes to the laws and requirement at that time? Or is there anything we changed in the division at the point that that happened?
I'll have to get that answer to you. I'd be speculating if I gave you anything
Okay.
other. I don't recall being as a building principal at that time that there was a significant change in any regulations on that end.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
One of the things I can share with you anecdotally is I look at that as student tardies. So for a significant period of time, there's in high schools, for example, third or fourth student tardy, you were going in-school suspension for the day. Well, what did you hear from teachers? He's not been tardy to my class. Why is he going to miss my instruction? I need him in the classroom. And some of that was kind of rational. Like if he's only missed 30 seconds of class, is the punishment fitting to miss a whole day of instruction? So in that time frame, post 2011-12, as a principal, a lot of that then turned into afternoon detentions or Wednesday school. So that's an example of not necessarily statewide, but collectively saying, is this the best practice around tardies? Now you can't even suspend a kid for truancy or tardies per state code. But it was not saying we're not going to punish them for tardies, but it seemed like if we're telling them it's important to be in class and then we're removing them from that for not being in class, some teachers struggled with their math student not being there when they needed to see him. So that's an example of dialogue that went on, but I'll get you a better answer on any state changes.
So also in regard to that, going back to 2011, didn't we have a policy at that time where we started allowing cell phones for a while? And then we had a problem with cell phones, so we didn't allow them, then we started allowing them, that type of thing. Think about where we are,
Yeah,
with
our cell phone
phones.
policy out of the gate was pretty strong. It was like if you saw it, you were going in-school suspension. It was automatic.
So that could have something to do with it, as far as cell phones, use of them, et cetera,
But
that type of
she's
thing.
looking at it decreasing, so that we would have seen that spike, but we were suspending pretty quickly on cell phones early on. I could share some funny stories off the podium of those situations with students, ring phones.
But in the
going off.
beginning, when we started allowing them, we were okay with allowing, we were asking them to bring their phones to school to use them. And.
Yes, we had that.
And then we saw after that, maybe a couple of years, we started seeing, misuse of cell phones there for a while. Right. Right.
It was only for educational purposes,
But,
bring your own
you know,
device, but.
There are a lot of things that come into play when you start looking at data for why children get referrals, you know. Times have changed, things change, cell phone policies have changed. In this past year, we just made a huge change. All of a sudden, we went from allowing them and asking for kids to bring them to saying, not all of a sudden, but, you know, we reached a point where we really didn't need them to bring their cell phones to school anymore. And so we started saying, they're not needed, they're not necessary, you shouldn't have them out. So,
Let me look into that though for you, Ms. Brown, because as I shared in 2021, we had the state changes with the interventions and things we have to put in place around SBAR. So I'm interested to see what we find on that, so thank you.
Okay, Mr. Callum?
Mr. Delaney, let's deal with a theoretical, hypothetical scenario here. Knowing that you probably don't have the data for my hypothetical question, let's just kind of think out loud here. Would you say, without offering an answer, that the general impression in the marketplace throughout most neighborhoods, families, and communities is that discipline in a school is a big problem, and that we've got to do something about it? And let's just use the Rich Neck Elementary School in Newport News as an example of just how crazy and bad it's gotten. So under the assumption that we might think the general population would think when it comes to discipline, we've got a problem and it doesn't seem to be getting any better, it seems to be getting worse. So if that's an accurate hypothetical, speaking of the marketplace in general, here is since this sort of an event has been designed around the concept of let's think outside the box. Let's go where no man or woman has gone before, kind of. Here's where I'm leading with all of this rambling. The information that has been presented, I think I can speak for everybody here on the board, has left us with a very favorable impression, not of the problem, but of what's being done to address the problem that exists. I'm not going to ask you for an answer, but I'm going to ask you for a consideration, and it goes to anybody.
Really challenging me here. I like to talk, so you're.
Anybody in the administration, what would be the response to putting on something like what you just did here this afternoon for the benefit of the general population? Whether we did this in listening tours throughout various high schools in the city, elementary schools, middle schools, or whether we opened up the doors for the Virginia Beach Convention Center and said, general population, come, and under the assumption that you think things are going to hell in a handbasket inside our schools when it comes to the discipline issues, here's what we want you to know. Here's what we want you to see and hear, and as a result, you may have an entirely different impression about not only the problem that does exist, but what's being done to address it, and to have a sense of the population say to themselves, like maybe we have, I had no idea. And I didn't realize all the things that have been studied and examined and all of the efforts being made to address it. And now, as opposed to being maybe critical and oppositional, now I'm kind of behind them. I'm cheering for them. And if nothing else, maybe it falls under the heading of marketing and optics, but getting a message out to the population that doesn't hear what we've just heard and cause them to think and respond altogether differently than they may otherwise.
Yeah, I think, well, there's a couple things I will say and one is if you see our perception data, our parents and communities responding pretty well to what we're doing. It's over 90% of expectations are there and that we're a safe community. And I was thinking heavily, Ms. Franklin, about your question about tension when you go visit a school, and Mr. Cowan kind of sparked that in my mind as I hear you speak, because as a as a partnership between the school board and VBCPS, how are we messaging out as a board in a community that's aligned? So you will have citizenry that you will reach out to, that you now are in position to say, here's what schools are doing. And, you know, the beauty of graduations, and I sat in every one of them, the great thing about them is you get to see great kids and great adults that all supported unbelievable achievements of $90 million in scholarships being offered. I have no problem with hosting any informational things. We're doing it now. We've done it for several times in board meetings. I just think it's important collectively that when we share this information with the board, or if it's people watch online or hear it, that they then internalize it and go, how am I part of the solution to what they're trying to do? How am I volunteering, supporting? What can I do to help? We oftentimes get, that's why I talk about generalizations. We get sometimes overgeneralized. What are they thinking? There's a common sense answer. Why aren't you making common sense decisions? And every presentation you've had these last 2 days have been extremely nuanced in the work that it takes behind the scenes to solve very, very challenging problems. And so when we talk about kids and their misbehavior, is it anxiety, is it depression, is it homelessness, are they hungry? Are they frustrated by a lack of learning? There's a story with every discipline incident that it's extremely unique. And so I think some of that humanity, I think that you're kind of referencing, is how do we all understand the challenges that are there and the hard work that are going by people who are servants of the community and young people needs to be reinforced, in my opinion. We've lost some of that recognition of the collective efforts of all educators in terms of supporting kids in their community. So if I'm necessary, if Dr. Robertson says, Matt, you're going to go out and do this, and I'd be glad to do it. I'm wondering, and it'd be a great indicator of how well it's attended and by who. And then what is their willingness to be open to that conversation versus accusatory of the work we're doing. I'm using very strong language there, but I've been in the game the last couple of years to kind of recognize sometimes what the motives are when we look at the data or other things on that end. I would also say, Mr. Cowan, we have not spiked any football. We celebrate this work. These presentations have been great, but when we see 86%, 90%, that's 10% we're missing somehow. And educators, teachers specifically, always look at those so-called failures, and principals do as well, and others, and they provide a lot of stress and energy around that component. And, you know, that's my soapbox you graciously provided me. I hope that answered your question to a degree, but I'll come to any Civic League meeting you want me to come to, and I'll do this presentation if you'd like.
Ms. Franklin?
If I could just say one last thing. You know, I spent over 25 years between my 3 kids, supporting schools through PTSA and other, you know, avenues. And until I actually became a board member, I don't think I understood how amazing our division was. And because you do get to hear the conversations, not just as a parent, but you understand all the hard work that is being put into not only just presenting, but implementing. And so I would say, you know, it's our role and our job to also make sure that we're informing the public. You know, it's great to have these collective opportunities to get out there in the communities. I think that's very important, you know, especially with us in districts. But, you know, I would say that it's really important for us to make sure that when we're talking to people that we're telling people about how great our division is and all the amazing things we're doing. I mean, going to transportation and just looking at the hub and all the times that they're rerouting, I mean, that was so powerful to me when I'm answering parents about, well, why is my school bus 10 minutes late? Do you know that they've had to reroute 3 times? I mean, so be patient with us. You know, I just think that we have an insight that other people in the community don't get to have. And we're very lucky that way. And I would just, I think that it's our role and responsibility to make sure that people understand as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. I appreciate you bring up some things that are important oftentimes. That was one of the times that I think you did. And I appreciate your candid response. And I have to say, from what you said, Ms. Franklin, when we come and we sit on this board, we find out what you do. And I wish, God, I wish we could present this to the public, even though they have the opportunity to listen to this and go back and listen and just see what you guys are doing. Not just this presentation, but you didn't pull these numbers out of your hat. those numbers came from data that was used. And for us to see that and know what you're doing and all the hard work. And as principals, all of you guys, many of you have been as a principal or a teacher, whatever, you see it, you know it, you live it, you've lived this. And all the different things that we've tried to do to help with these disciplines and work on these disciplines. It's just a constant thing. And it is frustrating because there's 10%, because those 10% really make a difference. They're the 10% that we're hearing about in the news. They're the 10% we hear these people saying, your schools are, aren't doing this. That's what we're hearing. Because it's such a strong, people tend to hear the negative and not the positive. So I think it's really important, like you said, we've just got to keep saying, you know what? They are doing the good things. We are working on this. We are not turning our heads on these kids that are, and you guys all know that sit in these discipline hearings. We all know what these discipline hearings did not expand like they did, doubled. Was it doubled?
Yeah, it's significantly doubled.
It didn't double because we're backing down on taking care of these misbehaviors. They doubled because we are working at changing them and looking at them and having consequences for them. There is discipline happening. And that's one of the things that's a simple thing you can use. I hate to say it, but we've doubled because we are looking at doing and handling discipline. I hate to tell you people, the public, I hate to say this to you, friend, that you're fussing at me about our schools and what we're not doing, but I have to tell you, we're doubling it. I sit in discipline committees for 2 and 3 hours. What is your notes? Every week or every other week. And we have them every week with our 3 committees. So explaining that kind of thing is just a simple thing that you can explain. So we are doing it. Are we doing something to try to change it? This extensive report that you gave us today with what you're doing in the elementary schools, it's just phenomenal.
Well, if I can, there's a couple things. One is, I think it's always important from a messaging, and I used to do this as a principal with my parents. When I would meet with them, I'd say, I know where all the blemishes are in the school. Trust me, I know where they are. You don't have to come always and tell me. We're working hard to see where they are. We're not perfect, but we're going to care about your kids and try to do the best we can. But I know where the rocks are and things such as that. But the other question I asked a school who had high levels of referrals, high levels of suspensions, I said, if I brought your staff in front of me right now and asked you if you had a behavioral problem in this school, would they raise their hand? And his answer was yes. I said, but you could show them the data where you're processing and suspending kids and putting them out of here. So that's not the only solution. So sometimes when individuals are saying, look at these things they're doing to try to protect kids who are misbehaving, well, what's the other option? Is we can't, obviously just suspending and referrals is not, it's one intervention, but we've got to greet them back in with a level of empathy and support that shows that we want them to grow as an individual and as a student. And so those are sometimes conversations. If we have low referrals, low discipline, does that mean we're ignoring behaviors? So, so to your question, so that's a fit. Well, maybe we are, maybe we're not. If we have high and high, does that mean we're handling discipline well? So all of those messaging components are there, and I think, we're trying to hold to high expectations, as you see from the group, and the time folks are putting in is very significant. So I appreciate our time to present.
You have 2 sentences that you can use, and that's it, Ms. Anderson. We have to move.
Let me use
And you've already spoken, so I'm going to give you 1 minute.
I haven't spoken on this.
I know.
So I just really want to speak real quickly to Mr. Callen and let you know, and you may already know this, but City Council has been, a lot of their members have been having civic meetings, and they have been asking board members, I know Ms. Franklin has done it, I've done it once, I did it once, just recent, who's doing it tomorrow night? Oh, okay. I was going to mention that Amelia Ross Hammond is having one tomorrow night, and she's called me 3 different times begging me to give her numbers of school board members who could do presentations. I did this in April, and if you need help, I hate to say it, but Miss Allen helped me develop a SharePoint that I used in my presentation, and all of these things that are already here available, all this discipline data is available to put in a SharePoint that you certainly could use if you're asked to participate with one of the city council members. And so take advantage of this, and anytime you're asked to present, give the information that you've been given out today. It's our duty as elected school board members to share our information that we do all this for this. And so I think, this just, you've got the information, you've got the SharePoint data, go ahead and use it.
I think that, I just want to add this. You're very big in your church, and I'm sure you have a lot of constituents there that that might even be a time where you could share it too. So I think it's really a good place.
And I think I can offer just one comment that is a truism. And a truism is this: learning cannot occur, learning will not occur if the classroom setting does not promote an environment where learning can occur. And so, if you look at the academic achievement data of Virginia Beach City Public Schools over the last 20 years, there was a period from about 2008, maybe 2009, until 2016, where we did not have all of our schools accredited. So one could draw a hypothesis that there was a period of time where perhaps the level of instruction was not where it should be. And you can draw any type of conclusions that you want to draw there, because that again was 12 years ago. But since 2016, we've been fully accredited. And our discipline numbers have been lower than they were pre-2011, but our schools have been fully accredited. Our graduation rates have gone up for 11 straight years. Our dropout rates have gone down for 11 straight years. One could argue, if you believe in the premise that learning cannot occur in an environment that is not structured, that would seem to be another indicator that there are behavior issues that do occur in schools are being addressed. And so I would offer that.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to I guess it's our final presentation. And this is for Ms. Woodhouse for Human Resources, and it's the future of our wellness days. Yes, we do. We do.
Okay. Just seeing if you were awake. Of course, while I was figuring out the remote and the mic, I have to say, this is why I'm so proud to have grown up in Virginia Beach, and I'm a graduate of Virginia Beach, and now have served Virginia Beach City Public Schools for 27 years. And my first grandchild is not in Virginia Beach, but they are going to be, because I've told them by the time he reaches school age, you better relocate. So it's just amazing, absolutely amazing. So, look, Bobby, personal note, you helped a niece of mine this year. And so I'm not going to get choked up, but I'm going to tell you how much I appreciate this, because she was one of those numbers. So, all right. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, who I know is not here, school board members, and Dr. Spence. The purpose of today's presentation is to share information with you regarding the future of wellness leave days. The key points of the presentation will include what is wellness leave, the parameters of wellness leave, usage data for the 22-23 school year, connections to the employee input process, recommendation for school board considerations, and of course, finally, discussions, questions, and next steps. Wellness leave is provided in addition to other leave options currently available to employees, such as sick leave, personal, or annual leave. The purpose of wellness leave is to acknowledge that individuals may occasionally require time off to recharge and engage in activities that are solely for their personal well-being. While wellness leave does not necessitate any justification, it does follow the same rules of notification to ensure that appropriate coverage can be arranged if needed. The introduction of wellness days conveys a clear message that addressing mental wellness is equally important for employees within our division. The benefits for employees: time for recharging, where our employees can take a break from work-related stress and focus on personal rejuvenation. It allows flexibility. Employees have the freedom to engage in activities they enjoy, promoting a healthy work-life balance. And it also helps with reducing burnout. Wellness leave helps prevent burnout by encouraging regular self-care practices. But there's also benefits for the employers, and that is improved productivity, enhanced employee engagement, and reducing absenteeism with proactive measures that can reduce the frequency of an unplanned absence. During the 22-23 school year, the parameters around wellness leave days included: all benefit eligible employees were granted a total of 2 wellness leave days, or the hour equivalent of. The utilization of these days was at the discretion of the employee. Leave could be taken consecutively or in increments of at least 1 hour. It was not permissible to utilize these days during the first and last 10 workdays of the school term, as well as the day before or after a holiday. Carrying forward unused leave to the following school year was not permitted, as it would defeat the purpose of wellness leave. And of course, unused wellness leave days were ineligible for payout. It is a use it or lose it system. Please note that wellness leave was not issued after May 31st because the employee would not have been hired in a time enough manner to actually use the allotted time. So based on the provided data points, out of approximately 10,200 eligible employees, the utilization of wellness leave days was as follows: 71.68% of employees fully utilized both days. 19.67% of employees used at least 1 day, but less than 2 days, indicated that they partially utilized their wellness leave by taking at least 1 day off. And 8.65% of employees used less than 1 day, indicating that they took a partial or minimum amount of wellness leave. Overall, these statistics highlight a significant percentage of employees who recognize the value of wellness leave and made use of the available days to prioritize their well-being. But please note, because I know you're probably thinking, why would 100% of our employees not use these days? Due to the timing of this presentation, the final wellness leave data was not available. Employees still had time to use their allocated days with the most updated information available at the close of the current pay period. So for instance, when we collected this data and we looked at who were those employees who had not used their days, there were many central office folks on the list who had until, of course, June 30th. We worked very closely with the Department of Transportation because our bus drivers did not want to leave our students stranded. They opted to use their 2 days after the close of school. And in checking with our schools through Mr. Delaney and the Department of School Leadership, many of the teachers were also using that day at the end of the year for the flex day. And so we definitely will pull the updated data, and I am pretty confident it will be well within the at least mid-90s. As we reflect upon the employee input process presentation discussed in a previous school board workshop, The data gathered regarding the GLOS, those positive aspects, emphasize that wellness leave received the highest rating compared to other factors such as reduced insurance premiums and bonuses, incentives, and efforts towards increasing salaries. This data reveals an endorsement for wellness leave, along with, I'm sure, the emails received by many of you on the school board and communicated to senior leadership and definitely to us members of the Department of Human Resources. So the Wellness Leave Day recommendations for consideration. Provide the hourly equivalent of 1 or 2 days of wellness leave to current eligible employees. This excludes part-time employees such as substitutes and employees on a temporary employment agreement. The cost for 1 day of wellness leave is approximately $1.27 million, and 2 days would be approximately $2.54 million. And this takes into account that if everyone who qualifies for wellness leave secures a substitute and the rate to pay a substitute in that position. Not everyone who does qualify actually end up needing a substitute, but this would be the maximum amount. Make wellness leave a permanent benefit to our employees and develop a new regulation to govern its implementation. Maintain the existing parameters on the usage of wellness leave, which means wellness leave still could not be used during the first 10 work days and the last 10 work days of the school term, as well as the day before or after a holiday. Wellness leave would not be carried forward to the next school year, and no payment would be made for unused leave upon an employee's separation of employment or just for some reason was not used. The allocation of wellness leave days would be as followed. We would provide 1 or 2 days for current employees for any employee hired in the first quarter of school based on the student calendar. After the first quarter, the leave will then be prorated based on the employee's date of hire. Again, no wellness leave would be issued after May 31st for the reasons indicated previously. The new employee just would not have time to actually use the leave. We would literally hire them and then they would take leave. We would not think that would be beneficial. If wellness leave is approved by the school board, the Department of Human Resources will take the following actions. Create a comprehensive wellness leave regulation that outlines the proper usage and guidelines for employees. This regulation will provide clear instructions on how employees can request and utilize their wellness leave days. Ensure that employees are well informed about the availability and benefits of wellness leave by effectively communicating the new wellness leave policy to all employees. We would disseminate information regarding eligibility, the process for requesting wellness leave, and align to current leave forms already available. It will be ensured that employees are well informed about the availability and benefits of the wellness leave. To ensure timely issuance of wellness days, eligible employees would receive their allocated wellness leave days by September 1st and prorated thereafter for new hires. Wellness leave would be highlighted as a retention and recruitment strategy for both current and new employees. Wellness leave information would be incorporated into recruitment materials and communicated as part of the overall employee benefits package. In closing, I would like to recap a few key points. Wellness leave promotes employee well-being by providing dedicated time for personal care and rejuvenation. I used to feel guilty as a teacher when I had a doctor's appointment, and I would, the doctor's appointment may be an hour, but I would take the day off, and then I would be so worried I'd run into somebody who would say, why are you not at work? And I would say I had a doctor's appointment, and then they look at me and say, well, you could have went back to work. Well, on that day, I didn't want to, but it always worried me, so I would never want to really go out in public because I didn't want that to be drawn to my attention. That's what I love about wellness leave. When you see me, it's simply this, guess what? It's my day, and that's all I have to say, and so I just wanted to share that. Employee, because there are a lot of teachers where that happens, and administrators where that happens. Employee well-being positively impacts productivity, engagement, and overall job satisfaction. Wellness leave benefits both the employees and employers by improving work-life balance and reducing burnout. Absence justification is not required, as the focus is on individual self-care and trust is responsible time management. By implementing wellness leave, we prioritize the well-being of our employees and create a healthier, more engaged workforce. Your consideration of approval of wellness leave days for the 2023-24 school year and possibly the foreseeable future reaffirms the school board's commitment to creating a workplace that places a premium on the holistic health and happiness of employees. This concludes the presentation on the future of wellness days, and I now turn the presentation over to you for school board discussion, questions, and next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Franklin?
Thank you, Ms. Woodhouse. Just out of curiosity, I know that you have the pulse on other divisions as well. Are other divisions also doing wellness leave?
No, ma'am. And just so you know, we have recently increased our Region 2 HR department meetings. And wellness leave was one item that we offered last year that was new, that several divisions inquired about. And so I would definitely say we're charting the course on this. I imagine if it is approved and becomes permanent and it's marketed the way in which we market, they may or may not pick up on it because it does have a budgetary cost associated to it.
So it is something we could have as a feather in our cap, so to speak. Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Watch this, definitely.
Well, you chose beautiful graphics.
Oh, I will let Ms. Judith Wood, yes.
Okay, Ms. Brown?
Okay, thank you. I am really excited about this. So, you know, I don't know if everybody knows this, but I have studied business. And to simply restate some of what you have said, when employees have breaks, they have an increase in productivity. It is a positive for our division, for our employees to have breaks, you know, and will decrease the dissatisfaction and hopefully some of that burnout that our teachers, you know, had mentioned and have been mentioning. I was curious though, since there is a fiscal impact, obviously. So first is there a path for us to be able to do this year since the budget is already done?
So I didn't know, Dr. Spence, did you want to take that? Yes, sir.
The answer is yes. What we would end up having to do is transfer funds from other accounts to cover it. And what it would likely do is reduce, as I mentioned in yesterday's budget discussion, we typically try to get to around 2%. We try to not spend below 2%. It might push us slightly below that 2%. So that would be probably your fiscal implication, but I'd really need to rely on Crystal and her team to tell you how to get there, and she's not here right now, so.
And I'm sure this is a later vote. Okay. And then I'm curious if there was any data showing there was a statistical difference in how many sick days were utilized when we put the wellness days into action this last year.
That's a great question. That data would be available because this was the first year in which we implemented wellness days. We would just have to go back and pull that data. We would also have to take a look and disaggregate between the type of leave used. So for those who are on long-term illness, would that impact be different, yes, more so than probably the individual who is just deciding to utilize some of their days. Also, I would like to share, in our conversations, we put a small committee together, per Dr. Spence's direction, to really talk about the future of wellness days and what we would like to start conveying to our employees, that there comes a time sometimes when you just need to take a day off. It doesn't question your dedication to the work. There's a reason that you earn a certain amount of leave, and that it really wasn't the goal to save it until retirement 30 years from now. And so I can't remember who said it, and I think it was Mr. Jameson, when he said, once upon a time as a teacher, even myself, I mean, I came in, it didn't matter. I could have had a dentist appointment, ice pack on the jaw. You just did not miss work. And we're trying to get our employees to see that that work-life balance is important. You earn those leave days for a reason, and that you should, with proper notification, because we do want to provide coverage, start utilizing some of that leave, and that not necessarily having perfect attendance is always the best way to go. And then for those who do have perfect attendance, kudos to you, but take time and address those things that you need to address, whether it be for you and or your family.
And what I really like about this is that, it makes it so that people don't have to pick between having a life and having a job. And I love how they don't need a reason. And I hope that, if and as, I hope this moves forward, but as this moves forward, that we ensure that we do training surrounding the fact that, they don't need a reason to use these days. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Just before you go on, so next steps for us on this one, really, we were putting it out there for your consideration. It sounds like we want to bring it forward as an information item for the board to take a vote on. Everybody shaking their heads, yes? Okay. We'll do that.
Policy committee first?
I don't think it,
No.
I
Not
don't
for this.
think it requires a policy. I mean, we can develop some.
We make it permanent.
So I was about to say, if I
I
could
think
add.
regulation.
Yes, if I could add, and actually I put it in my notes and it came up. Actually, regulations 4-4 through 5-5, under Articles 5, addresses all of our leave. So whether it be annual sick leave, religious leave, and so it would be a regulation added in there under wellness leave. We would ask for your approval, and then we would go to the table to write the regulation and then add it or bring it to the PRC, whatever the preference would be of the group. They don't usually
I
come to
realize that
the PRC.
regulations don't really have to go through PRC. I get that. But if we're asking to make this a permanent, then I think we need to address it through a policy as part of our leave first, or sometime. I think if it's gonna be permanent, it needs to be part of the policy.
When you look in our policies, Section 4 is all we call it the employee relations, human relations policies. Under Article 5, 4-4 through 5-55 addresses all the many various types of leave that is available to our employees. So going back to what you said, Ms. Anderson, again, it would not be a policy, it would be a regulation, because the policy itself governs leave, and wellness leave would be a part of that, as we have currently, military leave, sick leave, religious leave, and all. So that would be a regulation. I did share the parameters, and what the school board could do, as you always know you're welcome to do, and we take your feedback, is to let us know if those parameters we discussed was acceptable, or if you would like to see other parameters included. Thank you.
Worth the discussion, though, I think, as part of the policy group.
And
Okay,
again,
so then
yeah.
from a direction standpoint, we won't bring this forward for information. We'll send it to the PRC. That's what the clarity I'm trying to get.
Yeah, no.
I want to bring it before the group.
Can we not do it as two separate things? We approve, we bring it
You
for
can.
information, and then if we want to do something permanently long-term, they can have a conversation about it whenever they want?
The only need from the administrative perspective is we need to begin communicating it. We need to be able to use it for a recruitment from a recruitment perspective, and we also need to start planning on the budget impact. So we do need to get this done, and we do need approval from the board to do it, and because it has that impact. And so my preference is we seek your approval to do it, and then we can work with the PRC on the regulatory language if that matters. I mean, obviously it matters. We're gonna write the regulation, we can then take it to the PRC and you all can look at it. But I don't know that, however you all want us to go. My preference and request is you let us move it to information so that we can get approval and get moving.
Yes.
And then come back to you all and show you what the regulation looks like. It's gonna be pretty straightforward. It's basically what Cheryl just told you.
Why don't you just put a motion on an information? You won't make it a policy. This one, just make a motion that you're authorizing it for next year and that direct the school administration to write a regulation. That way you can do it faster. Otherwise, PRC is not meeting until like August. So we'd be looking at August, September otherwise.
Okay, everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Thank you.
Okay, do you need to, anything else? Any summary, next steps?
I'd like to
Dr.
just kind of go
Spence.
back and capture some things. I'll be as quick as I can here. Team and I have been taking notes over the last 2 days, so just want to mention these, and if I miss something, that this is your opportunity to kind of pipe in and say you've missed something. So we began the day yesterday with a Compass update. A reminder to the board that we're getting ready to start the process again around strategic planning. And one thing that we did here as a next step is that we want to ensure that we have landing places for community input available. So we will make sure that we do that. We moved on to a conversation about the calendar. The big next step and takeaway is we want to, as we start looking at the next school year, we want to work 1 year at a time, and we want to work on our communication processes so that it's very clear that people have an opportunity for input. Talked a lot about teacher time issues. The big follow-on would be to follow up on the opportunities presented. Dr. Robertson's going to be looking at state code on some of the things that were asked about, and there will be a summary provided to the board about any potential next steps. And at that time, you'd be asked to, if there was anything else, to provide us with that input. And then we will wrap up what we can and can't do heading into the next school year in a follow-up conversation with the school board. Talked about budget and priorities. I've got a list of those that we captured. I won't go through those for the sake of time, but we captured everything that you all talked about yesterday, and we double-checked our notes on that. Talked about the purposes of assessment. I think the two things. One is we're in the process of developing a landing page where folks can find all of our division data in one place, and that a NAEP representative will be invited to a future conversation with the school board. We moved on to today, interesting conversation about AI and lots of thoughts about how we address that, and there were certainly a number of comments about the need to make sure we're focusing with our staff on how to appropriately use AI and think about AI in the classroom. We did talk about school visits. Ultimately, there was general agreement that the bylaws didn't need revision. We talked about scheduling opportunities. The feedback we got was that the work we're doing is good, and that primarily one of the things we should focus on is thinking about how we advertise the benefits of our workforce efforts to our employers. Just want to give a shout out around the scratch cooking presentation to Vika and her team. Great job there, and hopefully you enjoyed that and enjoyed the lunch that was offered. A great conversation this afternoon about student behavior, and so we appreciate the conversation about behavioral challenges and the division response to that. And of course, we're going to continue to work on addressing behavioral and mental health issues, and certainly captured Mr. Callan's thoughts and comments that we need to find ways to communicate this over and over again so that people understand the work that's happening in the division around that. And then we just talked about our next steps for Wellness Days. So that's my notes. Did we miss anything in terms of next steps that you were expecting to hear?
Yeah, I think you have it.
I just wanted to thank our staff for 2 great days, but more importantly, all the wonderful things that you presented over the past 2 days. It was always followed with, but we still have room for improvement, or we're still, just that sentence is just so telling about this group. And since Dr. Rogers is leaving, I'll tell you what he told me before he announced he was leaving. He said, "This is by far the most amazing people I've ever worked with in my entire career." He said, the level of, well, we'll just leave it at the level of, fill in the blank, is just so high, and I couldn't agree more, so thanks, y'all.
So I'll echo, just quickly, our thanks to the entire staff and all of the hard work that went into your presentations. You guys did a terrific job, as you do every year at this retreat. And we also want to thank the board for your engagement with us in these conversations. As has been stated in a couple of different ways and different times, these are important and robust conversations that need to be had, and your attention to those and your great questions and your willingness to engage in these topics with us to give us direction and your best thinking about our approach to some of these sticky challenges that we face. I can speak on behalf of the entire team and tell you that it's greatly appreciated. And that's why these retreats are so important. It just gives us time to dive more deeply into these issues. So we do very much appreciate that.
Okay.
And then I think we just need to know where we're doing the abridged meeting.
We're doing the abridged meeting in here, okay? So you have 11 minutes.
No,
and
4:30.
Oh, that's right, 4:30.
40 minutes.
You have more, you have 40 minutes. So thank you, I want to thank you all too. Everybody took the words out of my mouth. I can't imagine the work that you guys, I know you've spent a lot of time getting this together. And I look at what each one of you have done, and I know, as a teacher, hearing teachers, well, what do they do in administration? Oh, honey. And I used to think, I never thought it because I could see it, but coming and seeing this, I'd like for them to come and spend a day in what you do in administration and then go home with you, because you take it home as well. You don't get this all done right here. It's obvious. And just what you said in your report, how you got the call when you had your day off. I mean, you guys continuously work. And I want everyone to know that. I say that all the time when I see former colleagues and I talk to people, and it's like, you just don't realize the amount of work they do. And I will say one more time, we are not top heavy, because the amount of work that you guys have to do, you need the people that you've got in your departments to help you get that done and continue working as the great school system that we have. I agree with you, Ms. Woodhouse. If I had grandchildren, I'd make sure they were here too. So, yes. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
It was worth postponing my surgery.